2023 South Australian Drift Series is brought to you by these sponsors. Scott's Tyres. Tyres are for drifters by drifters. Shannon's Insurance. Share the passion. Cartoys.com.au. Online performance parts. Shockworks coilovers, redefining the coilover experience. And also TRS Insulation, Adelaide's leading retrofitting specialists.
My passion for cars began when Nana and Pop bought their new Toyota Crown. It was Nana's, really. She loved that car. We went everywhere in it. My passion now is just the same, even though my cars are a little different. I've still got Nana's car, couldn't part with it. And I reckon if she was here today, she'd be insured with Shannon's too.
Call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hey going guys, my name's Josh. I'm back again for another killer day at the Ben Motorsport Park for South Australia's round 5 this time. Yesterday we had round 4. Ben Motorsport Park, not South Australia. Unbelievable round 5 all up on the yesterday we had today we have a bit of a different layout for our L1 L2 drive. Yesterday we if you guys don't know, I'm judging this weekend. I'm part of a 3-person judging here. Yesterday we Josh, we've got Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia's round 5 from Australia. Yesterday we had South Australia Motorsport Park. So our job this weekend is to make sure each guy do what we've asked them to do in the booth in the morning. So we set out a course. Yesterday we did that on Ben Motorsport Park. But we set out a course and we really want to see these drivers. Yesterday we run the criteria that we set. So really nailed round 5. It's going to get a massive points. It's going to get them through at the end of the day. Round 5 this time. We've got L1 and we've got L2. So L1 is, if you don't know, is our pro guy. L2 is our amateur series. So what that means is the L2 guys run a little bit of a different layout to the L1 guys. So L1 will demand everything they've got. We have nothing on the line and we really push these guys to show us exactly what they've got. So before they head off the line, they are leaving from this area of the track over here. So the start lines here, they come through. The L1 guys come through. They come through a bit of a speed gate. Now the speed gate, don't know. Speed gate's designed to keep the drivers right next to each other. We don't want the chase losing the lead car, so we want to be right up next to each other as we're heading first time. They come around straight down here through the speed gate. The first initiation point for L1 is right above the 16 here on our map behind us. So they're heading out to the left here. Nice big aggressive transition out there. What we want to see as they come through the corner, we want to see a nice aggressive flick out. So right along the bottom of this track here. And then what we're looking for is no braking, no pulling the car. We want to see the car naturally pull itself up with a lot of angle through our first turn. Turn out nice and wide, and then finishing strong.
My passion for cars began when Nana and Pop bought their new Toyota Crown. It was Nana's, really. She loved that car. We went everywhere in it.
My passion now is just the same, even though my cars are a little different.
I've still got Nana's car. Couldn't part with it. And I reckon if she was here today, she'd be insured with Shannon's too.
Call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
Mic test, 1, 2, 3. Mic test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. How you going, guys? If you don't know, my name's Josh. I'm from Keeper Reed. I've been lucky to come over to South Australia. Stewie's brought me over to be a part of the judging team here this weekend. For this weekend, we had a double header. Yesterday, we saw some absolute fire battles up on the wall on the other part of the track. Today, we're in a different part of the track, but we're expecting just as much fire from the drivers. I'm a part of a 3-person judging team. You've got me, Josh, you've got Lee Pidwell from Victoria, and Luke Broadbent from South Australia, one of the homegrown boys here, for a bit of home track knowledge. So I'm going to be walking you through some of the track today. We've got, if you don't know, we've got L1 and L2. L1 is our bit of a more professional scene. We expect big things from these drivers, high demand, high speed, nothing left on the line, and we are a little bit more critical on these guys than we are of the L2 guys. The L2 guys are our amateur guys. They're coming in for their first couple of years of drifting. We're not as demanding, but we want to see them hit the line and the criteria that's been set. So I'm going to walk you through some of the stuff behind me on the map here. If you follow me down here, we've got, to start with, both L1 and L2 run a fairly similar course today, a bit different than yesterday. They had a bit of a shortcut for L2, but for today, we are starting in the same spot on the back portion of the track over here. As we come around, there is a speed gate. The idea of the speed gate is to control the speed between the two drivers so we don't have the lead car taking off on the chase car. We want them both to head into the first corner side by side. We don't want gaps because that's bad drifting and we don't want to see bad drifting. So we head through the first turn side by side, what we call the speed gate. The speed gate ends about 1/3 of the way down the straight, where we unleash the lead car at maximum potential. The chase car should be right there next to him, full speed down into the turn. Well, I like to call it a little bit of a kink before the main turn. Above the number 16 here, we're expecting the drivers to come down, kick the car to the left, nice and aggressive, right to the last minute, throw the car all the way to the right and really aggressively transfer the car all the way out to the edge of the track here. We want to see a nice, smooth, quick rake to angle there, all the way out, chase car leaving enough room for the chase car to follow through, lead car all the way through, washing its speed off naturally through here, not too much foot brake, not too much pulling the car up, obviously, that we can see from the outside. As they come through here, they are nice and wide through here. Again, the reason why we like to see the lead car go wide is because the chase car needs room to follow. So as they come through, lead car is nice and wide. All the way out to the ripple here, we're heading down here where the orange and red lines run. So lead car out nice and wide, about mid-track, nice and wide again out to the ripple here. and then mid-track through this course. Again, mid-track or outside of the course leaves the window open for the chase. So we want that opportunity for the chase never to be shut out. If they come through and cut the corner, then the chase has nowhere to go but jump the ripple. So we're always leaving that window open in every drift competition here at SA. So as we come through the middle of the course, we then set them out on this ripple strip, out nice and wide, and then finishing nice and wide and strong in the lead. Again, as I've been saying, leaving enough room for that chase. The L2 guys, they are running the same course. However, we just slowed them down a little bit on the straight. So if you see a funky cone out here and you see that lead car dip in, we're not demanding that they throw that big entry down here. We just want them to initiate at the first turn. So what that does is it just allows them to be a little bit more predictable. You know, this is a very high speed, high demand, high skill area. So we're just knocking that down a little bit for them to, you know, start their course on the right foot. So if you are sitting at home, once again, as the same as yesterday, the weather has ticked the box this weekend. Not sure why you're sitting at home. What are you doing on the couch? If you are, we're going to have a cracking live stream for you today. But tickets are for sale at the gate. You can get them online. We've got trade stalls. We've got food. We've got Ride with a Pro. I went out with one of the Ride with a Pro cars earlier, and it was wild. I think it was about a 10-car train, and it blew my socks off. I've been in the sport for 12 years, and it still scared the living crap out of me. So you can jump in one of those cars. But yeah, as far as it goes, that's it for me, guys. Up to you, boys.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, good afternoon. Welcome to the Ben Motorsport Park for round 5, the finale of the South Australian Drift Series. We're standing under a speaker, so if there's feedback, sorry for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for round 5. The gnarliest layout on this circuit. Reverse over the hill. Get yourselves down to the end of the pit lane or park up around turn 1 because that is going to be the spot to watch from this weekend. We're going to see our level 1 guys clicking north of 140 to 150 kilometers an hour and throwing it over a blind crest into a compression zone and then trying to slow the car down to one of the tightest corners on the track. It's going to be absolute pandemonium here today at the Ben Motorsport Park for round 5 of the Drifting SA State Series. My name, of course, is Ben Snell. I'll be your lead commentator here today. Alongside me, of course, it's the Dream Team. We're back. It's Daddy Gross. Sorry, we're just having some technical difficulties with the roving mics. All right, as I was saying, Dream Team's back in action, and joining me today is Daddy Gross.
Thanks, Ben. It's good to be here again for the second day of drifting action. And like you said, I'm pretty keen to see this layout.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely bonkers here today. We were saying yesterday that you could only lose the battle on the lead on the layout we ran yesterday. You couldn't win the battle on the layout when you were leading. But today, it is such a technical and high commitment layout that stunning lead runs will be rewarded, and it's going to be extremely difficult to have a very close chase. Yesterday, we saw cars door on door for the entire layout. This first section of the course If you're on the door coming through the dipper, that is super, super high commitment. You have to place 100% trust in that lead car for them to not make a mistake in front of you, because with the closing speeds and the rate that these guys are slowing down into that hairpin, like, we've seen massive carnage here on this layout before. We've seen big collisions. And we've also seen some of the most exciting chases ever. Like, it reminds me of when Zach Bogner absolutely nailed that chase on Dale Campaign and got himself from 16th in the standings all the way up to about 4th or 5th and made himself into the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Still one of the best moments in DSA State Series history, in my opinion.
Yeah, of course, it was Victorian that did it as well. But we are getting underway. So these are our qualification battles. And for our level 2 drivers here today, the pace zone is a lot further forwards to slow them down a little bit. We got Brody Black and Alex Coxon coming through. You see Brody there just cutting to the left there. That's where the lead car has to go through just to slow the pace down a little bit. Nice smooth arc there for Brody, dropping a tyre. Both drivers dropping a tyre on the inside there as they come into this really tight technical section. Nice smooth line once again from Brody. Alex Coxon just popping the nose up on the inside here. This is where we're expecting the boys and girls to be on doors through these last 2 corners here. We want to see Alex pushing Brody through this final sweeper. As they come across here, that's the finish line there, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we're going to stop them drifting. They're going to shut it down and roll around the rest of the track. As a great preview to a lot of the drifting we're going to see here today, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those guys looking pretty at home already on this layout. Obviously had quite a bit of practice last night and again this morning.
That's right. Plenty of practice here for these boys and girls out having a absolute crack here. Our level 2 drivers, of course, these are our fresher faces, slightly less experienced drivers, and they have their own group to play with, so they don't have to worry about facing the big guns up at our level 1 class. They can learn together. So you see Joshua Sheriff and Nick McKernan now coming down. Joshua going through the pace zone. Foot flat in that Ecotech ute. Snaps it sideways. Nick McKernan actually floats off the track. And this is what we're going to see a fair bit of here today, ladies and gentlemen. That is such a tight closing radius that we're going to see a lot of guys struggling to wash off that pace, especially when we get our L1 competitors out. That is one of the hardest corners you'll ever drive.
Yeah, absolutely. The L1 guys, probably going to see them start to enter that first corner almost back where that first wall of tyres is.
Yeah, pretty much. We're going to be looking at those cars we're using those tyres as kind of a reference point. That's where they're going to want the back of the car to be. And then they want to drive down that hill and then snap the car and float it all the way into that real tight corner. So they're going from north of 140 k's an hour. They'll be down to probably 40 at that apex of that corner. As we see Trent Forrester now in the lead with Eli Duikers in the chase into that bright blue R31 Skyline. Again, very tight through that hairpin from both the drivers there. Eli doing a great job mimicking the line of Trent in the lead. You see Trent just massaging the handbrake to slow the car down into this super tight technical section. Flows the car nice and wide. Watch for that snappy transition from both drivers as they come into the final sweeper. And these drivers are going to be looking to make that exclamation mark across the line. We're right on the door as they finish off that lap.
Yeah, really impressive work by Eli there. He did a good job to keep his car under drift behind a car that was struggling to initiate. And then, of course, through that middle section of the track there, really slow, kept his car under drift behind a slower car. So great work, Eli.
A lot of these L2 guys with the underpowered cars will be loving this tight technical section. It's so heaps easier to keep your car going at these lower speeds. So you see Sam Thompson now in the lead. Jock Manser giving chase. Battle of the AU Falcons coming down the hill. Sam just getting a little bit keen there, trying to initiate too early. These guys want to initiate as late as possible to keep one fluid motion throughout the track. So the judges will be knocking them down a little bit for those multiple initiations, because that really throws off the chase driver. As we see these AUs now cutting through that tight technical section. Nice wide line there from Sam in the lead. You see a bit of a shimmy on the front wheels, really working that big girl around that last corner. These L2 guys definitely look, they have used the most of their practice this morning. They look very comfortable on this track, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. We've only been through 3 battles now. We've seen 1 off track, so adapting really well.
That's right, and you got to watch as well. You keep an eye on that hairpin, because when these guys keep dropping those front tyres on the inside, that's going to actually spray dirt across the track, and it's going to make it like an ice skating rink coming in right as they're trying to slow down. So we've got Alex Coxon now in the lead, Brody Black giving chase. Brody Black with the clear tail just on one side of that K7. He definitely seen some wall action. Oh, as Alex Coxon goes around. Was there contact there, Danny? I didn't quite catch that.
It was hard to tell, honestly, Ben. Brody did dive pretty hard there midway through that corner. I don't know if there was contact.
That's something the judges will be looking at the live stream replay for, just to have a little bit of closer look there as the guys keep going once again. So this is exactly what we want to see, Danny. These guys are getting scored for the entire run, spin or not. So as the more of the run they complete to a higher standard, the higher of a score they're still going to get for these qualifying battles. So it's great to see both the guys get going again and finish off that lap.
Yeah, great to see both these guys attack this layout with aggression too.
That's right. Brody Black, actually, for someone that hasn't been driving that long, Brody's been a long-time DSA volunteer. He's really only started driving, a lot this year, and he is such an aggressive driver for someone that really doesn't have a whole heap of experience. So it's great to see our fresh drivers being so aggressive. As we go, we got Nick McKernan now in the lead. Joshua Sheriff giving chase in the ute. You can see Nick with that little bit of a power advantage, able to enter a lot earlier than we saw Josh, and really flows through that corner. As you see Josh actually having issue there, has to shut it down. Hopefully he can get that going again. As Nick doing a great job there, just massaging the car to the outside of that corner as Josh Sheriff goes around, having a bit of an issue there. The sole surviving second-gen Commodore in the State Series that's been absolutely flooded with AU Falcons. But Nick McKernan a little bit shallow there as he comes across the line. Yeah, it looks like Josh just having a bit of an issue there. But he gets it going once again. You can hear the purr of that Ecotech as he comes around the final sweeper.
What a gorgeous noise.
Oh, we love it. We love the sound of V6s. As you can see now, we got our... We've got our SI Pro rides coming down through. Again, this is going to be one of the wildest experiences you can ever have in a drift car. We're going to see up to 8 car trains today from our SA Pro Rides drivers. You can't get that kind of experience anywhere else. And this layout, this is the most violent feeling layout. If you want to scare the pants off of yourself, jump in a drift car today, and it's an absolutely exhilarating experience around this track.
Well, better yet, if you want to scare the pants off of someone else, buy someone else a pro ride.
That's right. Stitch them up. Go, I got you a ride in a drift car. Don't tell them that they're going to do it about 140 k's an hour over a blind crest into a sweeper. What could possibly go wrong as we have Simon Michaelmore over next to us. Of course, Simon is a long-time pro rides driver. He had the 8.6, and he loved throwing backies in the middle of trains, and everyone really enjoyed having to follow those. Well, he's going to be back out in 2 weeks. So you're coming out to Locktoberfest, Simon? So, of course, it is November 25 and 26 out here at the Bend Motorsport Park. Another 2 days of drifting action. No battles this time. It's going to be just 2 days of pure drifting action. All the layouts open throughout the weekend. So we're getting a bit of a precursor to our L1 line here as well, Danny, but you do notice the Pro Rides drivers, they're actually flicking it towards the wall and then scandoing over the hill. We don't want to see that from our competition drivers. Our competition drivers are going to be just hucking it straight to the right.
And obviously the reason being these Pro Rides guys, they don't have a judge's criteria that they need to abide to.
No, and the best flow for that train of cars is to have that slightly slower entry by having that scando. As we see Eli Doikers now. Eli bombing it through that pace zone. Trent actually doing a great job judging that so he can actually carry more momentum through the pace zone, which allows him to get right up on the door of Eli Doikers. Great to see our level 2 drivers so close through such a gnarly section of the track. Eli with a really good line at the moment, really just flowing through that course. Trent just right on the bumper on that transition with the fair lane front on that AU Falcon. Coming through the last corner now. Fantastic battle. Our L2 guys are really, really stepping up this weekend, and they are absolutely pumped about it, Danny.
Yeah, awesome run by both of those guys. These guys came straight off the bat, first battles, and they're absolutely killing it.
Oh, it's great to see. And like, as we watched down the straight, you did see Trent was actually a fair way behind Eli, and you go, oh no, like he's misjudged that. But because the lead car has to slow down so much to get through that pace zone there, having that big gap and then being able to range up with the extra momentum you have from dropping back and carrying the speed through that pace zone allows those chase cars to get really nice and tight as they come in through that decel area, as we see now. As Jock Manser in the lead, Sam Thompson giving chase. Getting a couple of AU Falcons out on track. This is the cheapest way you're going to get into drifting, Danny. Get yourself a cheap AU.
Get them while they're hot, ladies and gentlemen.
Get them while they're hot.
They will go up in price.
Whack a set. They already have, but they were cheaper. But AU Falcon, whack a hydro in it, whack a seat in a diff. Go have an absolute ball of a time. You'll actually notice coming out later, it's going to be Cody Bell in that gold AU Falcon with the filter out the bonnet. I was just speaking to Cody before we started these battles here. That car's actually automatic, Danny. So that AU Falcon is automatic, the gold one with the filter out the bonnet.
He's doing well then.
Yeah,
he's
definitely.
doing very well. I wouldn't have picked it. I saw the very, very soft suspension. Obviously, the filter out the bonnet thought it was a V8.
Yeah, but he's just got the curved intake.
Thank you. Yeah, great.
The lovely lady Renee just comes, gives us some waters. So, and sausage.
Yep.
Renee just giving us her sausage. Is this? So we're just rotating these L2 cars back into the pits. We're going to send the next group of drivers out very shortly. But again, we are still early in the day. We have hours of drifting action to come. So make sure you jump on the social media, put up an Insta story, send out a Snapchat, let everybody know you're out here at the Bend today, having an awesome time, watching some drifting action. Let your mates know, come out to the Bend, come watch some drifting, come for a pro ride. As we just watch our pro ride drivers now coming around. We've got Davey Clark, Dominic Todd, Kai Nelson and Tim Greaves. So our next level 2 drivers come out there. We've got Liam Kirk in that teal R33. Of course, Jamie Richardson, who is still in a chance for taking the championship. He did really well yesterday.
There it is, Ben, that gorgeous automatic AU Falcon we were just speaking about.
Look at it, it's auto.
It's not a wagon.
It's not a wagon. Speaking of not a wagon, I don't know if he's out yet. I think he's out in the next group. Goon, Will R. Goon is not in Walter today. He blew 2 T5s yesterday, including one with straight cut gears. And Will R. Goon is actually going to be out. I think it looked like I saw in the pits a silver EL Falcon. He said it has no rear brakes and no handbrake.
So it's a burnout car.
It's a burnout car. Will R. Goon is going to be trying to take out the L2 championship today in a burnout car, Danny.
Can you imagine? That'd be the first time that's ever been accomplished.
I remember when I tried to drift a burnout car and I ended up face first in a wall.
Yeah, and you still hear from the old owner of that car about how you ruined it.
Every time. Oh, so I've just been updated. Will Argoon is actually going to be driving Mark Snedden's car. So that R32 four-door, the bronze car. So Will Argoon's actually stepping up in machinery. He should take this out, no worries.
RB20, you reckon?
I believe it's an RB20.
Is he going to be able to handle that step up in power?
25. He's going to lose so much torque, though.
He's going to go through a lot more tyres.
It is a 25. There we go. Is it fairly stock? TDO, 25, TDO6.
Yeah.
It's the ideal combo. That's what I have.
You're about to try snag.
So yeah, Tom Hemmings, man on the ground, Tom Hemmings, let me know. Goon's in Snedden's car, and we should all bet our houses on him taking it out.
If I had a house, I'd bet it.
Yeah. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Liam Kirk in the lead. Jamie Richardson giving chase.
And as you can see here, contrary to what we've just seen with the Falcons, these guys have a little bit more power than our previous.
Jamie goes around, just dips a tyre on the dirt on the outside there, and that is going to be a very constant thing we're going to see today. The driver's pushing out to the outside of that track, and as soon as they get on that dirt, the car's just going to wash out from under them, Danny.
Absolutely. As I was saying before, Ben, you really have to enter early on that first corner, and the cars with a bit of power are entering early and maybe carrying a bit too much speed, whereas the lower-powered cars, they can't really enter that early. Seem to be struggling on initiation, so these drivers are going to have to work hard to try and work out a solution to that very common problem as Jamie Richardson finishes off his run there.
It's that fine line of, do you want to be mid-track and get scored down a little bit from the judges, or do you want to push the limits to get those big scores, but also run that fine line of throwing it away, Danny?
That's right, Ben. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, but I'm sure these guys will work it out as the day goes on.
That's right. So we got that Z32 there, getting ready to go. Of course, that is Alexander Hayworth, all the way from New South Wales, and he's going to be battling that silver S14 of Lee Dingley. So Lee in the lead, and Alexander giving chase. So Lee very early on that initiation, but couldn't quite carry that speed through. You can see him getting on the power, then on the handbrake, then on the power again. You can see it really threw Alexander off. So he's going to be marked down for that, for not giving Alexander that nice, constant, smooth initiation to give him the confidence to follow him, Danny.
I'm just wondering, by you continuing to call him Alexander, are we going to have a Jonathan Benz situation?
No, his first name is Alexander. It's Alexander Hayworth.
Not Alex?
Not Alex.
You're being very formal, Ben.
Alexander. So a good run there again. So that you can see how the lead car is so important to what the chase car can do on this layout. So the judges are going to be looking very, very heavily at that first section of the track to see how the lead car's driving affects that chase car. So that's super, super important. This tight technical section, even though it is tight and technical, it does flow together quite well. So the judges will be expecting, like yesterday, for the drivers to be pretty much there or thereabouts. And that first half of the track is where a lot of the focus is going to be on today. That's why us as the commentators and the judges are actually sitting at the end of the patio area here. So we have now that R34, Smitty in the lead, and Cody chasing him down in the Auto AU Falcon. We can hear it. We're outside now. It's definitely not a V8.
Let's see if he can neutral drop his way into contention here.
Bum, 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 deep.
Bang.
Oops, all neutrals. Oh, that's a 4L60. What's an Auto AU got? Oh, as he goes around. Unfortunately, there for Cody, just spinning there. As Smitty in the 34 continues on, watching him now, coming through. So the line, even though the line is important, we're going to expect the cars to naturally flow to where those lines are. It's the way the car will naturally want to progress through the layout. So the judges are going to be paying a lot of attention to how the cars transition. They're looking for that aggressive snap rather than the car kind of rolling from one side to the other. The judges want the car to go from being set at one angle and then transitioning as fast as possible to being set on the other angle. We're looking for wavering, stuff like that, all those corrections. That's where the judges are going to be paying attention to today, Daddy.
That's right. You don't want to float a car into an outside zone using something like a handbrake.
That's right.
You want it to be there because it wants to be there.
Exactly right, Daddy. So we want to see that violent, aggressive driving. We see now it's Lindsay Barriere is going to be chasing in that 180SX, and Carl Rogers in the R32 four-door, those fluoro green wheels on the front. He's going to be leading now. So Lindsay right up behind Carl there, trusting that they've got the power to be able to just drive through the corner. You can see a couple of corrections there from Lindsay, but doing a good job as Carl just drops a tyre on the inside there. As we transition now, Lindsay following Carl's line pretty well. The proximity is pretty good for our L2 drivers here today as well. We're seeing cars like less than a car length apart, which for guys and girls that have only been driving for a year or two is actually quite impressive.
Yeah, once again, a great job by Lindsay there to keep a good, consistent distance, to keep that car under drift behind Carl, who we seem to be struggling a little bit there to keep his own car under drift.
Yeah, it is a bit of a weird layout, and cars like Carl's that don't have the world's most steering lock, when you're trying to drive aggressively and at those quick snaps, it is quite easy to lose the front end of a 32 in situations like that.
Yep. Yeah, kind of the opposite effect to having a car that has too much lock and just shaves all your speed off.
Yeah, that's right. So when you don't have all the lock in the world, it is quite easy to over-rotate and then get beyond where the car is going to be able to hold it. As you see, Jamie Richardson now in the lead. Liam Kirk's going to be chasing him down in that teal R33 four-door. Again, Jamie, one of our championship contenders here this weekend. Gets on the sauce, down the hill, initiates nice and wide, actually drops a tyre, but he keeps it on the track. Now watching him now, nice and tight to that corner there, but doesn't drop a tyre on the inside, which we've been seeing a fair bit of already. Right out to the edge of the circuit as they transition into this left-hander, and then they'll sweep back around through the long right-hander to finish off the lap, right out on the ripple strip from Jamie Richardson. Liam Kirk just cutting a little bit of line there, trying to get that proximity, tapping the door. Jamie Richardson. These guys having a ball. He's not, I don't care about what we're doing, just get on my door, mate. Like, that's all I want.
Let's go out and have some fun. Liam Kirk looking good in this layout, Ben, I must admit.
He is looking good on this layout. Liam Kirk's been looking really comfortable in that 33. He did pretty well in the Ute as well, with all the downsides of being in a big, heavy Falcon Ute with leaf springs and all that. So we have Alexander Hayworth now in the lead, being chased down by Lee Dingley. Lee deciding that he also wants to use the pace zone, which he doesn't have to do. It's only the lead car that needs to go through there.
And it looks like it might have cost him.
That was a bold strategy, Cotton. I don't think it paid out for him.
It did not pay out for him.
Did not pay out for him at all. Alexander's car definitely doesn't look to be short of the Herbs, Danny. Gets on the throttle and, as he goes around. That's not cold. I didn't say anything about driving well. I just said it made lots of smoke.
And it did when he was spinning.
That's right. So you can see he's really using that lock kit to use to turn the car around in the middle of the circuit there. It's quite a tight part of the track. Lee's going to get back on it, finish the run. And that'll be an interesting one for the judges because obviously there was a big spin in the middle there. So we do have in these qualifying battles, if the chase car does get impeded by the lead car spinning or doing something that forces the chase car to stop, we do sometimes give the opportunity for the chase car to have another go at it because obviously their run was washed out. But also Lee being so far behind at the start and having those big errors coming down the hill, it might kind of wash itself out and they go, you weren't really going to have a solid crack at it anyway. So just depends on how timing goes as well because we do run a tight schedule here. So Cody Bell now in the lead, holding it in 2 coming down the straight as Smitty giving in the chase in the 34 4-door.
We've got all sorts going on here, Ben.
Yeah, so I can't remember if Lee said that car didn't have a handbrake or they put it in and it didn't work, but you can definitely tell he's struggling trying to wash the speed off compared to yesterday where it was a much more flowy course. This time we do have big changes in the speed that these cars are driving, and trying to wash the speed off without a handbrake or something like that and having to rely solely on the foot brake and no clutch as well, so you can't use the clutch to stall the car out either.
I mean, considering the setup, the situation with that car, he's not doing a bad job.
That's right. That's right. He said they just slapped it together real quick. And he did say, like we were talking about Ryan Umbers, who also had the filters out the bonnet. He's actually mates with Ryan. So Ryan was the inspiration of building this car.
Who could have possibly seen that coming?
So definitely probably the cheapest car out on track right now for what he spent on it. When you're talking, you could probably build that car for $1,000, to be perfectly honest, and come out and have a crack at drifting and have a crack at doing a comp. Especially with our L2 drivers, you don't have to worry about, coming out with $1,000 AU having to battle Luke Beersma and one of the best built drift cars in Australia. There's Lindsay Barriere now in the lead. Carl Rogers giving chase, doing a good job carrying the speed through that pace zone. Just see Lindsay massaging the handbrake to get the car through the sweep, but Carl dropping a tyre on the inside once again like he did in his lead. Lindsay looking a lot more comfortable out in the lead. And Carl having a bit of an error there. Just lets the car drop out of drift as he goes for that transition. Lindsay, nice and smooth. Good lead run there from Lindsay Barriere. Hand out the window. Lindsay stoked on that run, and Carl, just a couple of small errors there, but his first run was pretty solid, so.
Yeah, you can imagine Lindsay would be pretty happy with that overall.
That's right, and Lindsay's chase as well was very solid. Lindsay had good emulation behind Carl, stayed nice and close. So we see our next group of drivers coming out there, of course, Ricky Lee Lipczynski in the So it's going to be a all Lipchinski battle. So it's brother-in-law versus, well, they're actually technically working together, but it's going to be brother-in-law and sister-in-law out there having a tandem battle.
And of course, I saw Ricky Lee on the cleanup list before. She was throwing a bit of dirt around. So let's hope she can keep the car on the track, keep the power off the dirt, and maybe try and stay off that list today. Jonas Stankovičius, another guy on the list there, Ben.
Yes, of course, Jonas Stankovičius.
That's his. This seems to be the forbidden group.
Yeah.
Snedden's on the list too.
That's not
Is there a reason?
That's Will Argoon.
Is there a reason all these guys are in the same group, Stewie? Is it coincidence?
Is this the naughty corner? Is this the breakfast club?
Is this? We're going to keep an eye on you. Thanks, Stewie.
Stewie's off in his own little world right now.
He's still angry about the dry snag.
Yeah.
He's all right though.
Look, when Renee came out and she wanted a sausage and they were all dry, I'm like, I'll be right, thanks.
That's sadistic behaviour, Renee. One had. Oh. So she's going to make us fight over the one with sauce.
She teased you with some sauce and then took it away.
Oh, let's hope we don't have a repeat of that.
All right, so it looks like Cody's disappeared there, so hopefully it's not a big issue. And it does actually look like we're going to send Smitty by himself. So unfortunately for Cody there, he might have a couple of too many ND slaps and...
We might have a quick automatic transmission swap.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Smitty in the 34. You watch him cut through the pace zone here and then get on the gas down the hill. You want to watch him enter as late as possible to continue that. So he's entered nice and early, then has to really massage the car on the handbrake to make it through the corner. Cuts a little bit tight as he comes into the infield section, into this tight technical double right-hander into your left-hand hairpin and the big right-hand sweeper at the end. Really hanging that 34 off the lock stops through this tight stuff. Nice and wide once again out on the ripple strip. A little bit timid on that transition into the sweeper, but he gets it going, stands on the throttle. That stock RB limiter. Yeah. So, well, like we were talking about before, with the lead car having such a poor run that the chase car doesn't get an opportunity to show what they've got. So, of course, we saw Cody having those issues in the lead. So we've given Smitty another chance to do his chase run to get a score on the board that isn't affected by the lead car. So we've got Ricky Lee now in the lead and Todd Lipchinski in the S14 giving chase. Coming down the hill, couple of real SR noises coming at you right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, a couple of puffs of smoke there from Todd's car. Let's hope that doesn't turn
big
into something
understeer
serious.
moment for Ricky Lee there. I see Ricky just get it going once again, gets the car going sideways.
Todd really trying to push that pool noodle up.
Yeah, he wants to get that pool noodle on bar. Oh, Ricky shutting it down right at the line there, and Todd having to avoid. No harm, no foul, no damage. There's nothing worse when two cars crash and you have to fix both of them. Go park them in the garage next to each other, just park the cars in the dents together so you can't see.
It's like putting a puzzle together.
S chassis, 1,000-piece puzzle.
It's a really expensive puzzle, Ben. Well, like, look at the price of S chassis doors and stuff now. Guards, bonnets.
Yeah, especially those fiberglass ones like Matt Harvey's. That's right, so here we go. This is going to be Will Argoon in the brown 32 of Mark Snedden, being chased down by Jonas Stankovičius. Nice early initiation there from Goon. He just has to massage the handbrake. You can see a bit of a correction from Jonas in the chase. Will doing a good job there. Looks very comfortable already. Of course, he's gone from an AU wagon to a Japanese car that fundamentally is better in terms of drifting.
Yep. Like, it's hard to disagree with.
Oh, but he's missed the gear. Maybe he just thought he had a T5 again and just went, oh, well, I'm not supposed to have second. So big mistake there from Will Argoon. Thankfully for him, it was right near the end of the lap. So, but he's going to want that to be his mulligan run. So he needs to now throw down 3 solid runs for the rest of qualifying to make sure he gets himself nice and high, because he needs to make it into the elimination battles. He got knocked out in the top 4 yesterday. So he's going to be right neck and neck with Jacob Clark, our 2 championship contenders. As you can see, Jacob actually driving right in front of us right now. So Jacob Clark in that S14 with the LS under the bonnet. So keep your eye on Jacob, keep your eye on Will Argoon, because these are the guys that are fighting for the championship here today, Danny.
And after that crazy turn of events yesterday,
I think Daddy muted himself.
no, I didn't.
We got some technical issues. So yeah, obviously after yesterday with Will Argoon having the issues and getting knocked out, and then Jacob going all the way through to the finals, it's going to be a very, very close battle for the championship between those two. As we see now, it's the Lipchinskis. Todd in the lead, Ricky Lee giving chase. Coming down the hill here. See what Todd can do on the lead. I saw a little puff of left foot brake there, so definitely looking confident there and absolutely washing off the track.
Well, so, Todd looking like he was trying to drive tail and bend there.
Yeah. And then Ricky goes around.
I don't know. We've got all sorts of pandemonium here, Ben, in the middle of the track. So, I think Todd try to drift that car around Ricky to establish his lead position again and keep that run going.
As you can hear, the Pro Ride guys going past.
Mop.
We're actually joined by Mr. Pro Rides himself, Landon Kennedy, next to us here.
Oh, Landon.
Let me just grab this microphone real quick. How you going, Landon? Hold on, I got to turn it on.
We got a third one now. You have to talk.
Yeah, we got 3 mics. I just got to figure out how to make it work. You got to turn the red button.
So we've got Jonas in the lead, and we've got Will Argoon, our current second place in the championship standings in the chase. Will doing a reasonable job there. Jonas with a bit of a making it harder for Will to follow. As we come through to the middle section of the track now, Jonas very bumpy through that corner. Will looks like he might be fighting that R32 a little bit.
Yeah, it's actually good to see Jonas have a pretty comfortable run there. Like, it's probably one of the best runs we've seen from Jonas all weekend. So great job from Jonas there in the lead, and it allowed Will Argoon to have a solid chase there. So just gonna say a quick hello to Landon Kennedy. How you going, Landon?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How's the Pro Rides going this weekend?
Good. We finally got a really decent group of drivers together. We've all struggled all year with having enough drivers, and so now we've got too many drivers and not enough passengers.
Well, you heard it here first. There's plenty of Pro Ride spots open. Head down to the tent right in front of the Welcome Centre, as it looks like Jacob Clark's actually going to get a solo run. So Jacob Clark in the S14 chucks it down the hill. All eyes on Jacob right now, so he's going to be judged. He's going to be scrutinised quite heavily. Oh, it's a mechanical. Okay, so he's getting a mechanical. He can. I don't have a radio here, so I'm just calling it as I see it. So Jacob having a mechanical run here, just testing the car out and getting around the track. So we can see our Pro Rides drivers over there as they're coming now down the straight. They don't have to go through the base zone. They're going to carry all that speed down the front straight. So we'll wait for them to go past. So we just see him going around the track there now. So Landon, if you want to go for a ride in a Pro Drift car, how do we go about it? What's the process involved if you're out here at the Bend today?
So if you're here today, so come into the Welcome Centre. You can get your ticket. If you don't have long pants, we've got them. So you can come jump in a car, pick the car that you want to go in. Or if you do it before the event, we sell tickets online for you to book.
Awesome. So if someone wants to go jump into a car this afternoon, what's it going to cost them?
I think it's about $100 for 2 laps.
$100, 2 laps, and it's the 2 most exhilarating laps. This is the layout. If you want to go for a ride in a pro drift car, this is the gnarliest layout that we do here at the Bend Motorsport Park. If you want that rush and that thrill, this is where you're going to get maximum effect.
Yeah, so yesterday we had 8 and 9 car trains. Today we've only got 6 and 7, but it's still a lot of fun. It's an experience you don't get anywhere else.
Also, where else are you get? Like, even if you got mates that are drifters, where are you going to get it plonked into the middle of a 6-car train?
No one wants to do 6-car trains.
And a lot of events you're not allowed to do 6-car trains. Like usually it's 2 or 3 to the max. So now we can do 6, 7, 8-car trains with pro drivers. These guys, you watch them, they're not spinning out and flying off the track everywhere. They're doing solid laps, and it's an absolute rush.
Yeah, and what you'll notice is we're doing a different line to the comp guys.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Adam Mayello.
Yeah, what you'll notice is we're doing a different line to the comp guys, and it just allows us to have a fair bit of repeatability.
That's right.
It's a very technical line.
We're trying to have a conversation, Troy. Anyway.
Yeah, so it makes it way better for the passengers. We can have a lot more people going a lot quicker and stacking them together like we are. So yeah, it's good.
Awesome. So if you want to go for a ride in a pro drift car today, this is the day to do it. So pop down, pop into the Welcome Centre, get yourself a ride with a pro ticket, and go have the best experience you can have at the Bend here today, by far.
In all honesty, Ben, I'm a little bit... It's really hard to talk here.
Yeah, it is really hard to talk here. But yeah, so go for a ride in a pro drift car. Best fun you can have with your pants on. Long pants, of course.
Long pants,
We're safety
of course.
conscious
But if you
here.
don't have them, they have them.
That's right. They'll provide you the pants to have fun in.
All right. So we're just seeing last of our pro rides coming through now, and we've of course got our first group of level 1 competitors that are lining up on the far side of the track there, Ben. And they're going to run through their first lot of qualifying battles today.
That's right. So this, of course, is our level 1 competition brought to us by Shockworks this weekend and all season long. So a massive shout out to Chris O'Brien and the rest of the Shockworks crew for supporting us here at the South Australian State Series. So again, we were talking yesterday about Hayden Houlihan and Harry Whitehead doing a lot of laps together on the sim. Hayden Houlihan and Adam Mayello, pretty much every time there's a practice day on at Malala or anything like that, these two are always driving together, driving constant laps. So, and these two boys are 2 of the most aggressive, snappy drivers on the field. Hayden Houlihan, of course, throwing all those massive backies into turn 1 at Malala and turn 1 here at the Bend. And Adam Mayello, that car will rotate in a split second. So here we go. It's going to be Hayden Houlihan in the lead. Adam Mayello giving chase, flying through that pace zone. Kicking it down the hill. Now watch them transition and go right to the outside edge of the track. Adam Mayello a little bit tight there, having to massage the car to get back in line with Hayden Houlihan. Hayden filling that outside zone, transitioning now through the right-hander, and then cutting in, washing up that speed as they cut in to this left-hand hairpin. Big dive there from Adam Mayello. Keeps the nose clean. Both the cars missing their front bars. They've had a bit of damage this weekend, a bit of contact as they come through the final corner there. Adam Mayello just riding the foot brake, keeping that little bit of distance.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Adam make it to the actual layout without spinning, Ben.
Well, no, he made it. He didn't make it to the layout. Like I said, if someone was spinning on the front straight, we're like, well, they're going to have a lot more issues. And then Adam Mayello, of course, comes out.
We said it like it was a joke. We weren't expecting it to happen.
So it's great to see Adam Mayello facing the correct way for the entirety of the competition run. Unlike his warm-up lap or his parade lap coming out onto the track. So here we go. This was our final battle yesterday at round 4. It was the final for World Time Attack as well. This is, of course, 2 of the heaviest hitters in the country, Luke Viersma and Matt Harvey coming down the straight. You can hear both cars pedaling down the hill. Look at the smoke show from Luke Viersma. Matt Harvey hanging off the lock stops, and Luke Viersma shuts it down. Matt Harvey's going to continue on the run. He will still be scored for his run, but this is uncanny for Luke Viersma. We haven't seen him have a mechanical failure. We haven't really seen him make a mistake. Other than his battle with Scott Roberts, where he blew off the edge of the track because he got into a bit of a slippery spot.
Well, I mean, someone like Luke Viersma, it's like you'd be looking at his qualifying and he'd be saying like, I'm going to drop an 85.
Yeah.
But not this time.
So unfortunately, there for Luke Viersma, hopefully it's not a mechanical and it was a Luke issue, not a car issue, because it's a lot easier to fix a Luke issue than fix a car issue. So, but he is just crawling around the track. So hopefully it isn't a mechanical. Because, of course, the Viersma team is a long way from home. Of course, coming all the way over from WA.
Very, very dedicated team.
That's right. So we see John Simeon now, actually. He stepped up from L2 to L1 today because he wanted to use that extra speed from the run-up, using all of the horsepower that VQ can provide. And look at Tyson Alexander pushing up onto the door. Just gets a little bit too keen, has to get out of it, runs across the ripple strip. He's going to reinitiate, get back onto the door of that V35 with John Simeon now. John doing a great job through the rest of the track. Wanted to do L1 today, wanted to drive with the better drivers and also have that faster run-up so he could carry the momentum through the first corner, because that was going to be the big sticking point. But coming through there, Tyson Alexander getting right up onto the door of John, across the line. Good solid lead run there from John.
Yeah, definitely towards the second half of the track there, and a little struggle coming out of that first section.
He's got a VQ. Like he doesn't have a lot of power, and he's got a lot of weight. So
a lot of bad noise and not a lot of drive.
Yeah, the ear ringing to power ratio is definitely in the wrong direction.
Was John an OG member of Team Bad Noise?
He definitely was.
There you go. He's been hurting your ears for years.
We'll have to tell Dan that one.
And then he drives his drift car. Hurts him again.
So he's a... 1 second here. So it does look like, it sounds like I can hear over the conversation, maybe Luke Viersma debeated a tyre, which is why he shut it down. So it was a mechanical issue, but thankfully it's one that's easy to fix. As we see now, Troy Lipczynski and Tate Lindstrom. Lippy Motorsport versus TDP. Oh, look at the angle there from Troy. He's hanging it off the lock stops. Keeps the momentum though. Super aggressive driving there from Troy Lipczynski. Tate Lindstrom not phased one bit, sticking to the side of that Lippy Motorsports S13. Troy just a little bit wide there. Transition. Look at the dive there from Tate Lindstrom, getting right up in the pocket of Troy Lipczynski, transitioning into the final corner. And look at Tate putting an exclamation point on the run. Good run there, boys. Well done to Troy Lipczynski and Tate. This is their first competition lap of the day, Danny.
Unbelievable. Tate really showing us all why he believes he deserves to be in one of the top positions in the championship right now.
Yeah, Tate currently sitting fourth in the championship, so he's definitely showing why he's earned that position.
Look, anyone that knows us and has listened to us since the start, Ben, knows that we're very, very big Tate Lindstrom fans.
Do like me a bit of Tate. He comes and fixes our docks for us with TDP. Or he doesn't do it. He sends people out to do it. He's on the phones. But Joe does it. Of course, Joe manning live stream. Here we go. Adam Maiello now in the lead. Snapping it down the hill. Nice and wide there. And look at Hayden Houlihan pushing up to the side of that red 180SX at Adam Maiello. Nice wide line through that sweep, or the hairpin there. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see the lead cars cutting across the nose of the chase car as the track slows down. Little bit measured there from Hayden, just keeping a nice safe distance on those transitions, then diving up onto the door and just giving Adam a little nudge across the line. Hayden's messed up that front end now, so it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to keep it pristine. He can be aggressive.
I don't know where Adam's going there. He's decided to cut across the grass and drive around the bowl bend.
It's gone to Narnia.
So we're just hearing from Stewie Bryant here. The reason that Luke Wiersma debeated a tyre before is because these cars are coming through with so much lateral G-force and so much grip.
And they're running such low tyre pressures as well for that grip.
Absolutely. That in transition, you're actually seeing the force pull the tyre off the bead. So it's...
yeah, right. So Tyson Alexander now in the lead. John Simeon in the chase, doing all he can do with that VQ. As Tyson just washes the front out a little bit, drops a tyre on the outside. He's super wide, keeps it going. John kind of goes, what are you doing, mate? Shuts it down a little bit. Didn't want to get too aggressive. Tyson just chasing the car a little bit there. He needs to get back in front of it. Get on top of the S14. And John just sitting there behind, keeping a safe distance, not quite sure. He's just a little bit worried about Tyson being a little bit erratic on that run. But they do get through. So yeah, apparently Matt Harvey was having the same issues in debeating. So as they come over that crest, where they're transitioning is a big compression point. So these cars are compressing so bad that Matt Harvey was debeating tyres still at 20 PSI. So they've had to pump up their tyre pressures to like 25, 26 PSI to stop the tyres from debeating.
And it'd be interesting to see how that factors into the actual driving of the competition, Ben. So we might see these guys struggle to grip up a little bit in the rear end because of that extra pressure. But these are the kind of adaptations you need to make as a team and as a driver with a layout like this.
And of course, the Kumho Tyres team and the Team Wiersma are two of the most professional outfits we have here. You know, coming from interstate, bringing the crew, so they have everything set up. But here we go, Tate Lindstrom in the lead. Troy Limchinsky giving chase. Troy with the most aggressive lead run we've seen so far. Tate nice and wide, just grabs the foot brake there to massage the car, doing a nice job staying nice and wide. Troy almost in front of Tate Lindstrom there as they transition into the infield section now. Tate, again, nice and wide on the edge of the track, gives Troy the most opportunity to dive up on the inside. As we see, again, Troy really, really narrow. Actually in front of Tate Lindstrom. Can he get the car behind him? There we go, he drops behind and then really pushing onto the side of that TDP Mobile Services E46. So Troy, looks like Troy's almost got too much grip.
Attention in the pits. We need all L2 drivers to head to form up. We need all L2 battle drivers to head to form up.
It's so good to see Troy driving so aggressively. He's just got to get that car to sit back behind the lead car instead of almost overtaking. We're not looking for team bursts here. We're looking for competition battles, Danny.
That's absolutely right. He needs to maybe dial that back a little bit and stay behind the car he's chasing. It's called a chase run for a reason. All right, so Luke Wiersma was still working on his car, trying to get that issue sorted out.
Maybe they stripped another wheel nut.
Maybe they did. Maybe, yeah, that was the problem. They've gone to take that one off and gone,
They need those speed sockets, Danny.
There's actually no thread left on that stud.
Pull the helicoil out.
Don't make us come down there and commentate this again, because we'll do it.
We've got roving mics, we can.
We can go anywhere, nobody's safe.
So Matt Harvey just sitting over there on the start line. I think we're going to send him back into the pits until Luke is ready, but we do have some more L1 cars to come out, I do believe. Or are we sending L2 cars out next? So we've still got one more group of L1 drivers to come out. That's right, so just... we'll let these cars drive past. So just speaking to Stewie there, we're just talking about how...
So can we just get L2 drivers to form up, please? L2 drivers to form up as soon as possible, thank you.
L2 guys are usually pretty good. They're always keen and ready to go. Our L1 drivers, they're just chilling in the pits until they're forced to get on track. The L2 guys, they want to get out. They're normally ready and raring to go.
They want to get what they paid for.
That's right.
They paid good money to drive out here today.
So we're just speaking about sending Matt back in. We don't have the hard and fast 5-minute rule during our qualification battles. So we want to give the guys ample opportunity to get their car sorted and ready to go. We're not on a super tight time schedule like we do get to when we're in our elimination battles. So that's why we just sent Matt back in. He'll come out with Luke to do their second run.
That's right. This being a grassroots sort of series, Ben, it's a bit more forgiving in that sort of sense. It's not a real cutthroat. You have to be back out in that 5 minutes to the letter we give everyone a bit of time, we give everyone a fair chance. It's the same sort of deal as if you spin in that lead run. It just removes the element of bad luck. It allows people to qualify based on the skill and how well they're driving for the day, rather than, oh damn, that guy spun in front of me and it's ruined my run.
That's right, Danny. Don't let that high quality live stream fool you. This is, it's a state series. Like, we're not out here being a big national series. We're out here. We have lots of interstate drivers because they love the quality of the driving. They love the quality of the track out here at the Bend. And we're going to have Tom Hemmings now with Tim Rasmussen. Tom Hemmings all the way from Mount Gambier. Tim Rasmussen out from Mildura way, I do believe. So a Victorian and an almost Victorian out there on the track right now. Nice wide line from Tom Hemmings in the backup car, filling that outside zone as they come into the transition. There's no outside clipping zones through here. They want the cars on a mid line to a slightly outside line before this final transition into an outside zone around this sweeper, which Tom Hemmings does a great job filling there. Tim Rasmussen with a very, very solid chase there from Tim. Just looks like maybe he couldn't quite get the drive to get up onto the door through that final corner that we've been seeing some of our other drivers doing.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can call Tom Hemmings' car a backup car now, because I'm pretty sure he's done a lot more laps in that than his Silvia.
Yeah, but it's still the backup. The Silvia was the first car off the trailer. That was the car that broke, so that means the backup car is the backup car.
All right, so we've got two nice blue S13 Silvias coming around here to the front straight now. We've got Scott Onyx Roberts.
DJ Onyx. And then Jamie Godfrey in the chase. So you see Scott on a slightly tighter line and then starting to push out wider as we get towards this cut into the infield section. Jamie doing a great job mimicking the line of Scotty Roberts. Scott nice and wide as we come into this second tight right-hander before this transition into the sweeper. Jamie doing a good job on the chase there, mimicking the line. He wants to try and cut a little bit of that line out to try and jump up on the inside. And Scott Roberts actually really narrow through that final sweeper, driving away from Jamie as Jamie was on the correct line. And Scotty really cutting that line and pulling a bit of a gap.
Round one is basically engineered battles. So the battles put together based on championships. It's just for L1. So L2 is based on
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Tim Rasmussen in the lead, being chased down by Tom Hemmings in that A31 Cefiro, really surging up onto the side of the S13 of Tim Rasmussen. Tim is super wide, right on the edge of the track. Now transitions through this double right-hander, again filling right out to the edge of that track. Nice snappy transition from Tim in the lead. Tom timing that well, just sticking the nose up inside the rear quarter panel as we transition into the final corner. Tim on a nice wide line. You can hear Tom almost bogging down, just barely playing on the throttle and staying behind Tim Rasmussen through that final corner.
Tim Rasmussen's come out today and he's, did you notice yesterday, maybe some jitters? It took a little bit of time to adjust, but he's come out today and he's driving really well off the bat, Ben.
Yeah, that's right. This is why, even though technically that run the wall layout looked more dangerous, this is the layout that you need to have your nerves calmed and be confident. Have a day of driving behind you, because you come out here and you can go full bore, full noise right away. And this is a 100% commitment layout. You can't drive this layout at 80% and do it well. You need to be pushing super, super hard, especially in this initiation point all the way through into the first hairpin. This is all commitment, and you have to drive it full noise, otherwise it just doesn't work, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. There's no 1 foot in, 1 foot out in this layout. You're in or you're out.
That's right. So it looks like this will be the second run now with Jamie Godfrey and Scotty Roberts getting ready to go. Talking about backup cars, it basically looks like Jamie sitting in the backup car of Scotty Roberts. They just haven't put the wrap on it yet.
Scott Roberts from Wish.
So Jamie now, he's going to be in the lead. He's got the light bars going. Scotty Roberts in the chase. They've even got matching roof scoops, Danny.
Scott Roberts entering on the handbrake there.
That's right. Jamie doing a good job there. Nice smooth line. You don't see a lot of corrections from him at the moment. Scotty Roberts wants to really close that door as Jamie again just riding that handbrake, putting the car where he wants it to be as they transition through the second hairpin here into the final sweeper. Scotty Roberts now wants to drive up. There he goes, up on the inside of Jamie. Again, cutting a lot of line through that last corner. That's 2 laps in a row we've seen Scotty Roberts really tight through that final sweeper, Danny.
It looks like we're getting some really good battles this morning, Ben, thanks to Stewie's curated system.
So yeah, Stewie's saying to us is that the way that we pair up, so when we pair up our L2, the L2 guys actually get to drive up in pairs and pair themselves up so they can drive with someone they feel comfortable with. Whereas our L1 drivers are actually paired, usually they're paired at random, but uniquely to round 5. Stewie's first round of qualifying battles, he decided to pair them up in what he thought would be good matchups. So we just saw Jamie and Scott, very similar cars. We saw Luke Viersma and Matt Harvey, again, 2 very similar cars in the way they're set up. We've got Sean Power and Mark Snedden out there in 2 very similarly damaged cars.
2 very crumpled cars.
The street car battle.
Judging on how well this is going with the curated battle system, it could be more of a regular thing in the future.
That's right. And then, of course, our second round of battle rounds, we've been told, are going to be paired up with championship implications, Danny.
You've been waiting to say it, haven't you?
That's right. So they're not going to obviously be knocking each other out, but getting guys that have championship standings close to each other together means technically they should be around the same skill range, because that's the whole point of how championship points work.
That's Luke Viersma and Mark Snedden's car.
All right. So Mark in Mark's car.
So Luke Viersma in Mark Snedden's R32 Skyline. We thought it was a simple D-bead, maybe something a little bit more serious going on.
Are you sure it's in Mark's car and not Kai's car?
It's in Kai.
So we've been given misinformation by race control. So that is actually Luke Viersma in Kai Nelson's car. So Kai out here doing pro rides this weekend is actually the longest I've seen Kai run without exploding. So Luke Viersma, this is actually going to be a really good test for Luke Viersma, because we've seen him out here in his 700 odd horsepower, LSA powered, Wise Fab, Winters diff, fancy gearbox, full blown race car, and now he's out in an SR, just an SR S15. You can see him driving it quite aggressively too. So he's just having a sight lap here, so we can try and get a feel for the S15 of Kai Nelson. So this is going to actually be really interesting to see Luke Viersma drive, because we've obviously seen Luke Viersma has such a highly engineered car. We say he can basically put the car and drive it exactly how he wants, and the car will do it. Now he's going to be, fighting a little bit of an uphill battle in the S15 of Kai Nelson. So here we go. It's Mark Snedden in the lead. Sean Power giving chase. A couple of Victorian street cars here coming down the hill. Both back bumpers just doing whatever they please. Big straight in there from Sean Power. Mark Snedden off the track. Just goes too deep. Couldn't wash off the speed. Sean Power now going to continue the run, filling those outside zones in the SR-powered S13.
Yeah, Sean Power in that S13. If you know, you know.
That's right. And then Mark Snedden, the RB25 TD06 Dream Combo.
That is a completely unbiased opinion.
That was the combo to have back in 2015.
Everybody was doing it.
Cowabunga TD06. External wastegate.
$800 off eBay.
All right, here we go. So we've got our SA Pro Rides now coming down. Like Landon Kennedy said, around $100. He couldn't give me an exact figure. That's real good, Landon. Good to know that you're on board with the numbers. But yeah, go down to the Welcome Centre, get yourself a ride with a pro ticket. This is the layout to do it on, ladies and gentlemen. This is, look at the cars there. 5 cars in a row stacked up, door to door. This is an experience you will not get anywhere else except for the South Australian Drift Series with our SA Pro rides. This is the best experience you can have with long pants here at Tailem Bend, at the Bend Motorsport Park. As we go, here we go, Matt Harvey in the lead. Luke Viersma. Let's see what Luke can do in a much more basic car. And look at him diving up on the door. Matt Harvey just falls back there a little bit. And Matt Harvey doing a good job now, just filling those outside zones as he comes into this tight infield section. Big straight in there from Viersma, trying to drive up to the side of Matt Harvey's pro-level drift car. Matt doing a great job once again, being exactly where the judges want to see him. And then Luke Viersma absolutely pedaling the S15 of Kai Nelson. Fantastic job. Round of applause there for Luke Viersma. Car that he's driven one lap of, completely different to his car, and absolutely pedaling it like a madman.
Yeah, it's always good to drive a borrowed car as hard as possible, isn't that right, Ben?
Yeah, that's it.
You know, you're driving a car that you don't own, potential for mechanical damage and collisions. What could go wrong?
Well, you guys will all be back in WA in a week, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yep, Kai doesn't know where I live.
129. 120. They are, so we've just been given the information. $129 to jump in a drift car for 2 laps, and it's an experience. You'd normally say it's an experience that money can't buy, but money can buy it today, exactly $129 worth of money, and you can go out and get thrown around in some of the coolest drift cars we have. Here we go, Sean Power now in the lead, Mark's then in the chase. Mark had that big error in his first lap, so he wants to make sure he does 3 solid laps to try and get himself into that top 16. Look at Sean, super wide there, catching Mark out a little bit as he really you can tell it's got a TD06 now, Danny. He really started blazing through there. Big snappy transition there from Sean Power as well through that left-hand hairpin as we go into the right-hand sweeper, nice and wide. And then Mark just falling away a little bit, trying to close that door, but he couldn't get back onto the door of Sean Power there.
Yeah, you'd think with that big turbo and that RB25, that big block RB, that he'd be able to drive up to the door of Sean Power, but Sean had that great line mid-track and just pulled on away.
That's right, and of course, you know, you don't see smoke and stuff blazing out of Sean Power's car. It's not the fastest way to drive around a track though sometimes. Sometimes you want to keep that wheel speed and road speed very, very close together, and that allows the fastest way through. It's not the most exciting way to watch through the track, but it is technically the fastest way. So that's why we see these lower power cars being able to actually keep up with the big horsepower cars. So we're going back now to our car toys, level 2. Second round of our quali battles. We see Brody Black, Eli Doikers, battle of the boxes. And then Alex Coxon. There you go, got a couple of box cars coming up first, then a couple of imports, then we got a battle of the domestics, Ford versus Holden. That's going to be Jonas Stankovic and Joshua Sheriff in that I think it's a VS ute. It's got an Ecotech. And then a couple of AUs, because what is a drift event in Australia now without a couple of AU Falcons, Danny?
I'll tell you what, has he got fog light bezels in that front bar, Ben?
I can't quite,
He
possibly.
Might. If he does, that could be a more expensive front-end crash than any of the Japanese cars here.
It almost looks like he's done the typical JZX 100 front bar conversion.
Yeah. No, we don't want that. We turn away Falcons at the gate for bad front bumper conversions. We've told security, shoot on sight.
Shoot first, ask questions later. All right, so here we go. It's going to be our first battle of the second part of L2 qualifying battles. It's going to be Brody Black in the lead. in the 1J powered K70, the 30 ET R31 in the chase. Eli Duke is just mistiming that pace zone a little bit, had to really back off. You're watching now dive up to the inside of Brody. A couple of small wheel heroes here going around the track. Put a sepia filter on it and say it's coming from straight from 1995. A couple of drift cars out on the track right now. Good job so far from Eli. He's showing why he's doing so well in the championship, being super aggressive on his chases. And Brody doing a good job just filling those outside zones. Of course, in such a small car, you really notice how...
Oh, a bit of a spin by both drivers after the finish line. Now, fellas, after the finish line is the last place you want to have a crash. We spoke about this yesterday. It's the most pointless accident you'll ever have in a drift competition. But on that note, Ben, Eli's been competing in that 31 for quite a while now, correct?
That's right.
It's pretty straight.
It is pretty straight. Of course, that car's gone through a couple of different engines, and now he's slapped a turbo on it.
Well, we've seen guys, from back in the day that started in L2 and have gone up to L1, and their cars aren't that straight.
That's right. Couple of fairly straight cars there. If you don't look at the right-hand quarter, it's going to be Alex Coxon in the lead, Nick McKernan giving chase. The honking SR in the lead. That RB-powered R33 giving chase. Kind of interesting to see a couple drift cars with the engines that the manufacturer intended in them.
Becoming more of a rarity now.
That's right. So Alex Coxon doing a nice solid job in the lead. Snappy transitions. Nick McKernan trying to get up on that door. So we see our final transition now into that final sweeper as it's a nice flowy line from Alex Coxon and Nick McKernan right there. Like a white shadow.
Like a white shadow. In a world of Barra-powered Japanese cars and RB-powered Falcons, and it's nice to see...
And LS-swapped Japanese cars.
It's nice to see a bit of purity. Just as God intended.
All right, speaking of Barra-powered, we got Jonas Stankovic. He's got the NA Barra under the bonnet of that Falcon. Joshua Sheriff giving chase in that Ecotech powered ute.
Jonas looking a little sluggish out of that pace zone, Ben.
He's got it going though. It looks like he's just found the pace that works for him because he's actually flowed through that first section quite well. Joshua Sheriff maybe just leaving a little bit too much of safety margin coming down that hill, and he's really struggling to close that gap. Jonas doing a good solid job, getting out nice and wide. You can see a couple of little corrections from the front wheels. Of course, these cars are definitely not powerhouses. Sometimes you just need to work out a little bit harder to get it through the course. But again, it was a good lead run there from Jonas and a good lead run there from Joshua in the chase. Just needed to get a little bit closer.
It was a good lead run by the chase driver.
That's right, yeah.
I mean, it might be in Josh's best interest to try and be a little bit more aggressive and close to that lead car through that first section of the track, Ben, because as we're seeing, he's falling back and he really doesn't have the mix of grip and power to close that gap without sacrificing basically all of his angle.
All right, so Jock Manser in the lead there, being chased down by Trent Forrester. Trent entering earlier than the lead car, and he's had to reinitiate there. So that's, again, being super aggressive is what the judges want to see. But obviously the mistake, you got to weigh out whether those mistakes are worth it. Jock again, nice solid big dive there from Trent in the chase. Bit of AU on AU action right now through the right hand, into the right-hander. And again, nice solid arc from the lead car, allowing Trent to get right up on the door of Jock as they come across the line. And the crowd is pumped. They're going wild.
Loving it.
We can actually hear the crowd because they've got a couple of AUs that have a reasonable exhaust on them.
The biggest ovation we've had for a battle today, and it was for 2 AUs.
The crowd knows what they want. They want Australian domestic vehicles doing a Japanese sport.
They want cockroach-fronted cars.
Thankfully, neither of those are
cockroach.
Neither of them are cockroaches, thankfully.
And a cockroach that's been slightly stepped on.
Speaking of that Australian and JDM blend, we've got a couple of Australian delivered Japanese cars now, the R31 Skyline and that KE70 Corolla.
Yeah, built with pride in Clayton, Victoria, Ben. That R31 Skyline.
And Eli doing a good job there. Sitting in that nice solid midline, not quite right out to the edge of the track, but the judges don't want to see cars pushing super wide and dropping tyres. They want to see him that 3/4 of the way out there to the edge of the track like we just saw there from Eli. Big snappy transition from the R31 in the lead, and Brody Black just falling back a little bit. Wasn't quite ready for that transition, Danny. Caught him out of touch, but he managed to finish off the run.
And that's all you can really do in that situation, Ben, is, just finish off that run.
That's right, but it's good to see Brody out there driving aggressively, being really confident again for the lack of seat time that he's had compared to some of our other drivers.
And you know what, we've been slack with one thing, Ben, this weekend so far. It's plugging the merch stand downstairs. We have a merch stand downstairs in the main building.
We also have Sims down there as well.
We've got Sims, so if you want some clothes or you want to go have a little bit of a drive yourself, go down, see our lovely ladies at the merch stand. It's merchandise made by drifters for drifters.
That's right, of course, quality AS colour garments. The drifter's choice. If you want to print a good shirt, use AS colour.
Don't know about the fireproofness if you want to use it for your own driving. But you can.
Jeans and a flanny, that's the perfect fireproof combo.
What can't you have? Polyester?
Yeah, polyester melts to your skin. Don't wear polyester.
Don't wear that.
Don't wear a Dada tracksuit while you're drifting. That's not good fire safety.
Or do, and bring back 1999.
Could you imagine every time you clutch kick, it goes...
Have you seen the price of Dada shirts now, Ben?
All right, so we've got Nick McKernan now in the lead. Alex Coxon giving chase. Just trying to time that pace zone right. He's going to enter right on the bumper of Nick McKernan. Trying to go for the dive into this sweeper. Nick with a nice solid lead line so far, leaving that inside lane open so he doesn't cut off the chase car. Smooth transition from the 33 in the lead. And look at the dive there. Look at Alex Coxon right on the door, has to pull the nose out, falls back a touch. He's going to cut the line and get right back onto the door. And Nick McKernan as they come around the final corner. Good line from the lead car. Nick McKernan, good lap. And a great chase there from Alex Coxon.
Fantastic work by both of these drivers. So look at a battle like that, Ben, and you think to yourself, am I still watching L2?
Yeah, like we keep harping on about when we first started the state series, if you didn't spin, you basically won L2. And now you can't do that. You actually have to win battles. You can't just go, oh, the other guy will stuff up. As long as I don't make a mistake, I'll get through. These L2 guys and girls are pushing harder and harder at just showing the quality, the skill level from even our more beginner style drivers.
Yeah. And if you're thinking about trying competitive drift and going into a L2 competition, don't let that throw you off. No, it's a very welcoming competition. Everyone's very friendly.
And if you are thinking about getting into drifting, come out and do a Drifting SA drift school.
Yeah.
Come out in the pad. Even if you don't have a car, Drifting SA does have a couple of hire cars that you can drive. As we've got Joshua Sheriff now and Jonas Stankovic. See if Jonas is a little bit closer to Joshua coming down the hill again, leaving that little bit of a safety margin. Again, Jonas entering earlier than Joshua. Jonas definitely has that point where he needs to initiate dial because, again, flowing all the way through that first corner. This is the best I've seen Jonas drive. He looks really, really comfortable and really confident, which is great to see from Jonas out there in the Falcon. As Josh, a little bit wide there, drops a tyre, kind of catches Jonas out there, has to reinitiate to make sure he doesn't wipe off the front end of that Falcon. But a great run there from both of our drivers, Danny.
Absolutely. The look of that Falcon's really starting to grow on me, Ben.
It is.
Maybe a rear bumper. A rear bumper probably
rear bumper would really set it off. I do believe he arrived with a rear bumper.
Let's see. Okay, well, I'll let him off for that.
Of course, put bumpers on your cars, people.
Yeah. You don't make
your car look like a car. Just put bumpers on it. That's all that matters.
And as we enter 2024, let's leave NASCAR chops in 2023.
All right, so here we go. AU on AU action. It's going to be Trent Forrester in the lead. Jock Manser giving chase. Oh, you can hear the limiter. It's like I'm down at Techport.
Fantastic. And a lot of limiter means only one thing, Ben. It means they're in it.
That's right. Foot flat. Great job so far from Trent, really allowing Jock to try and close that door, get up on the side of that Burgundy AE Falcon on the lock stops and on the limiter through the last corner. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Jock Manser and Trent Forrester. Now, I do believe that's going to be Will Argoon again in Mark Snedden's car. So you have our next group of level 2 drivers coming out the track, including both the level 2 Lipchinskis, but of course the best Lipchinski standing there on the pit wall. Of course, that's Scott Lipchinski.
The best Lipchinski by far, not even driving a car today.
That's right. Good on you, Scott.
No, I said not even driving a car today. Not driving a car
than you are. Even your mum's way cooler than you, Troy.
Driving's over there, Troy.
She tells me off. Your mum tells me off. Your mum's got more balls than you do. We love you, Sherry. Are you still up here? Hello, Sherry. Hello.
Look at us being friendly.
Yeah. She tells me how it is, Troy.
Yeah, I can't help but feel we're being watched.
There's Lipchinskis everywhere. Lipchinskis in the trees.
I don't know if she's going to have very friendly things to say about us. And we only get 2 swear words per broadcast.
Yeah, we're still trying to stay PG-13 this weekend. All right, so we got some cars lining up now. Looks like it's going to be Will Argoon sitting on the line in Mark Snedden's R32 four-door. I can't quite tell how they're staggered, but is that Liam Kirk next to him? Is Will Argoon doing a solo run? All right, so Will Argoon has a solo run in Mark Snedden's R32. Let's see how Goonie goes here. He's driving the R32 like a Falcon.
He's enthusiastic.
Yeah. Of course, Will Argoon a little while ago got to actually have a steer around this track in the Keep It Reet RB20 powered AU Ute.
The best sounding RB20 I've heard in a long time.
It is. I don't know what sort of witchcraft that the Keep It Reet. So Luke's brought everything over from WA except the welder by the sounds of it.
Yeah, that obviously means that we saw him go off track before we thought it was a tyre DB. It probably was also a tyre DB, but he's obviously maybe broken a rear arm.
Possibly. But I think it might be even something like a subframe or something like that, because Visma's team look like they're the kind of operators that would have spare arms ready to go. That is a well set up team, and they definitely know how to carry their spares. But here we go. It's going to be Todd Lipchinski now in the lead, getting chased down by Liam Kirk. An SR versus Barra battle coming down the hill. Oh, Liam Kirk just dropping a tyre on the initiation there. Tries to gather it up, keeps it going. It looks like he also might have had a D-beat there because he has shut it down. Now let's keep our eyes now on Todd Lipchinski coming through the rest of the circuit. Keep an eye on that pool noodle as he comes around into the final corner. Nice snappy transition there from Todd. Good to see him out here being super confident behind the wheel, Danny.
Yeah, fantastic work there trying to catch up to his brother maybe, but there's one thing that he has
a nice golf clap from Dad.
There's one thing that he has that Troy doesn't have, and that's a pool noodle.
Yeah, where's your pool noodle,
Troy?
Where's
your pool noodle, Troy? They're like $2 at Bunnings. No,
Troy's showing us where his pool noodle is.
Bunnings don't pay me to say this. I don't get a commission for a pool noodle sale.
All right, so we're just looking over towards the start line, of course, in our Car Toys Level 2 competition. As, yeah, definitely a D-beat there from Liam Kirk.
Driving nice and slowly to try and save any damage to that wheel.
Yeah, you can definitely hear that tyre is on the inside. He's done the old fold the tyre over the inside of the wheel trick.
And we've got some bit of a track cleanup going up the entry of our layout, so might be a pretty good time, Ben, to throw a few sponsor names out there.
Yeah, of course.
Because you can remember them, and I can't.
Of course, our L1 today brought to us by Shockworks Coilovers. Our L2 brought to us by Car Toys. And then, of course, we have our sponsor. We have Limex Building out sponsoring us again this weekend, so that's Adam Wood.
Have we got a late entry down there on the skateboard? Is he L1 or L2?
And then, of course, a big thank you to Shannon's Insurance. They've been a long-time sponsor of the State Series, as well as Sleeker Spares. So Sleeker Spares, the go-to place in the north to get all your car parts needs, especially your performance parts.
Even your normal parts. They got a lot of genuine Nissan stuff in stock, so if you know.
They also have lots of old Toyota stuff, hence the name.
Rocket cover, which it probably is.
So yeah, big thank you to all of our sponsors, and as well we have some other sponsors as well.
Usually we got
Tunes by CC, of course, sponsoring us. Anthony CC out there tuning all these race cars now, living the dream. All by appointment only.
Ain't easy.
Ain't easy. Ain't easy, VNCC.
Do you reckon that's why he does it?
Possibly.
Surely.
But yeah, again, also a massive shout out to all of our volunteers, out to the firers as well, out there clearing the track. You can see if you look over towards the centre of the layout there, we've got a scaffold there with a cameraman on it. So a massive shout out to the live stream crew. This is like one of the best live streams. It's one of the best drifting live streams in the world, to be honest. Like,
yeah, exactly right.
We don't have the Red Bull media team, but I think we do a pretty good job.
And we've done a... Ethan, has anyone ever told you sound like a pilot?
Ethan, can you just say, if you look on your right, you'll see something and you need to make it up? I'm putting you on the spot.
Ethan, are we now approaching 10,000 feet?
It's a balmy 23 degrees here at Tail and Bend. Good job, Ethan. We're proud of you.
Our jobs are in jeopardy, Ben.
Although, if that was how the commentary was, you'd fall asleep. It's too calming.
Yep. I feel like I'm in a nice,
I feel like I need a recording
class
of Ethan to put me to sleep with some rain sounds behind it.
For $15 an hour, Ethan will sit at the side. He'll sit at the side of your bed and recite some lines in a soothing voice.
All right, so here we go. It's going to be Jacob Clark, our championship contender, with Ricky Lee Lipczynski coming down in the chase position. Jacob now, a big snappy initiation right out to the edge of the track. Looked like he almost dipped a tyre. Continues on, nice wide arc for allowing Ricky to get up nice and close to the side of that S14. Ricky now with a dive. Good job from Ricky Lee now, trying to get right up, being super aggressive behind Jacob Clark in the LS14, coming through the final corner now. Nice solid lead there from Jacob Clark, but what a solid chase there from Ricky.
Yeah, Ricky Lee out there saying, "Oh, you male Lipczynskis are putting on a show. Why don't I join in on the party?"
Let's be honest.
Apart from Troy.
Troy's first lead, that was putting on a show. That was that was enthusiastic.
I can't fault that. I can't. I'd love to, but I can't.
Again, Sherry's like, "I'm watching you, boys."
You have to be very careful. That red sniper dot.
All right, Lindsay Barriere in the lead. Carl Rogers giving chase. I do believe we actually saw this match up in the first round as well. So Lindsay coming around, doing a good job as Carl drops 2 tyres, big time on the outside. Coming to the end of the sweep there, really drops off the back of Lindsay as well. You can see Carl doing what he can now, trying to cut the line to get back onto the door of that 180SX. Carl really trying to fight that car to get it going, trying to close that gap. Lindsay with a good lead run there, nice and smooth, nice and wide. Unfortunately there for Carl, dropping those tyres at the start really put him on the back foot for that run, Danny.
Yeah, really typical of what we've been seeing from Lindsay so far. Great lead run, unfortunately. Carl not quite close enough to take advantage of that. So we'll see what Carl can come in his lead. Well, now I know where Scott Roberts got the colour of his drift car from. It's your shirt, Ben.
Yeah, so of course I'm wearing some Drifting SA merch today, which you can go down to the Welcome Centre and buy for yourself. You got the old Drifting SA Farmers Union, not Farmers Union shirt.
You can't say that, Ben. That's copyright. It's not Farmers Union. It was never Farmers Union.
It's a South Australian Drift Series, or it's nothing. It's on the shirt. So we got now Smitty in the lead. Alexander Hayworth following him down there. A little bit of an awkward initiation there from both drivers, Danny. Looks like Alexander really struggling to kick that car out sideways. We know it's got the herbs. We saw the smoke pouring off the tyres on a previous lap. But it looks like maybe having a couple of issues there. The car really seems to be fighting Alexander in the chase position. Smitty doing a good, nice, solid job out in the lead. Exactly what we want to see. But yeah, I think the focal point maybe just being on Alexander, having a bit of a struggle there.
Might just have to heave-ho the mast on that barge a little bit more.
Yeah. Hoist the mainsail. Get it going.
Maybe crank that sea shanty a little bit louder. Pump himself up.
But don't get on the bottles of rum. Don't do that. We're not...
Or maybe he did last night.
Maybe he did sing a few too many sea shanties. All right, so Will Argoon, this time it is a solo run. Feeding through the pace zone now, coming down the hill, kicks it out to the right, snaps to the left. It's one of the only drivers we're seeing actually doing a transition down the hill instead of just initiating down the hill. And he looks super comfortable in that R32, Danny.
Yeah, like I was saying before, it's probably a bit of a blessing in disguise. But nice, balanced, I'm going to say maybe easier to drive car than what he was in before.
It's a fundamentally better for drifting chassis. As someone who has driven a lot of Australian cars to try and drift, you're definitely starting and fighting an uphill battle.
It's a good way
As Will's really getting all of his track time right now. He might get a little bit of a talking to, because that is definitely not supposed to be a hot part of the track, Will.
Yeah, Will. Oh, I'm sure it was worth every moment. I'm sure it's worth every word that gets yelled at him.
That's right. You can do it once. Do it once, get told off, then don't do it again.
That's right. If you're going to do it once, enjoy it, because you can. The second time, you'll be drifting straight onto the trailer.
That's right. Pack it straight onto the trailer. Well, he already did, because he's not in his own car. All right, so we've got a couple of AUs now. That's going to be Sam Thompson in the silver AU, and Cody Bell in the Dreamboat Auto AU Falcon, all the way from Victoria. Bit of a shimmy there, a double initiation from Sam Thompson in the lead, and Cody keeping the car sideways this time, so he's got a little bit more of a handle on it this time. We did see him have a bit of a struggle. You can definitely tell, I don't think he has a handbrake, Danny. Definitely looks like he can't pull the car back. He's kind of having to let the car go where it wants, and it worked for him yesterday. I think this layout is a bit more of a challenge driving the car that he's driving right now.
Yeah, great effort though, with everything stacked against him really in that car. Auto, no rear brakes, no handbrake. I mean, you can't put yourself at more of a disadvantage, can you?
Pretty much. Gonna ask Dale Campaign what it's like having no handbrake when you thought you had one. After his victory skids it somewhere called, I think it was a keeper read or as a DCA. He's done a skid, then grabbed the handbrake to try and stop, because his brake bias or brake lock off is before the handbrake. He had no handbrake either. All right, so Liam Kirk now in the lead. He's going to be chased down by Todd Lipchinski. The puff of smoke on the gear change, you can definitely tell that's got an SR under the bonnet. Liam Kirk in that Barra-powered R33 four-door. We did see him DB a tyre in his first run, so he knows that's going to be his drop round, is going to be his drop score, so he needs to make every other run as good as he possibly can, and he's doing a great job at right now. Nice and wide, filling those zones, and then transitioning it into the final corner. And look at Todd! Todd pushing up to the side of Liam Kirk across the line.
Round of applause up here for Tom
And the Lipchinskis go wild.
Wild. Great work there by Todd. He's been driving really well all day. He's blown us all the way up here.
Yeah, he's doing really great, so it's good to see. He's been fighting a lot of mechanical issues. So Kai's car definitely been driven by Kai now for our SA Pro rides. That's not Luke Biersma behind the wheel. Somebody touched a mustard baguette.
Any update on whether they found a welder?
So of course our SA Pro rides will be running.
Oh, Luke Biersma in form up. So obviously someone's given him a welder. He's zapped up whatever was broken.
So yes, our SA Pro rides will be running all day, but as we get further in the competition, they'll have less and less of a chance to get in and out on track between our battles. So if you do want to go for a ride in a Pro Drift car, get yourself down to the Welcome Centre sooner rather than later, because the time will run out before you can go for a ride with a Pro. As we see now, it's going to be Ricky Lee Lipchinski in the lead, and Jacob Clark in the chase in the sideways crazed LS14. Coming down the hill now. Ricky nice and wide on that initiation, just grabs the handbrake to extend the car out, ends up a little bit tight, but keeps it sideways. Jacob Clark just keeping a measured approach right now, making sure he has a little bit of a safety margin between himself and Ricky, but Ricky nice, solid transitions, keeps the car sideways, gets on the throttle, and then flows through into this final quarter here, and watch Jacob now try and close that gap, finish off the lap with a bit of an exclamation mark. Great lead there from Ricky Lee Lipchinski. She gets a little bit carried away at the end, drops a tyre in the dirt. And Jacob Clark, again, very, very solid job on the chase, showing why he is in contention to take out this L2 championship. Of course, it is going to be Jacob versus Will Argoon. They're your two championship contenders here in our Car Toys L2 championship.
Kai Nelson's car does not sound happy, Ben. And Davey. Davey's gone on an excursion.
He's gone. This is why Davey Clark was on the clean-up list today at lunchtime.
And he may find himself on there if he keeps anything like that.
So Ben Candy and Landon Kennedy there. Landon having the best friend in the world, Brody Black, but just lets him drive his car whatever he wants it. But here we go, Carl Rogers now in the lead. Lindsay Barriere giving chase. Lindsay right on the bumper of Carl Rogers as they initiate. Carl, that's a lot of angle there from Carl. He has to really massage the wheel to keep it sideways, but he did a good job with that correction. Keeps the car going. And Lindsay now trying to stalk up onto the inside of that R32 four-door. Cuts a little bit of line there as Carl is nice and wide, transitioning into the final corner. A little bit narrow there from Carl. Lindsay did a great job to react to that and stayed right in the wheel tracks of that R32 across the line, Danny.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Lindsay do too much wrong this morning, Ben.
Yeah, Lindsay's definitely one of the standout L2 drivers this morning. So it's going to be good to see how they go throughout the day.
It's going to be good to see him in an elimination format, should he make it.
That's right, so... All right, so Alexander Hayworth now in the Z32, being chased down by Smitty. Did that sounds like a straight cut gearbox, doesn't it, Daddy, in that Z32?
If it's not, it's got some problems.
Yeah, it's either that or it's an input shaft and it's about to let go. Lindsay goes around. Lindsay, that's Alexander Hayworth going around into the tyre stacks.
Not too big of a hit, so we don't think we'll be looking at much damage.
So Smitty there just having a look around going, what do I do here? And he's gone, oh, no, I guess I better keep doing this run because I'm still getting scored. So good job from Smitty to get it going once again after Alexander Hayworth just having a bit of an issue there. Looks like he looked way, way more comfortable yesterday, Danny. Like, Alexander was throwing down some good laps and some good runs at round 4 yesterday on the other layout. This layout just doesn't seem to be either agreeing with him or the car.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Definitely no lack of commitment on his end. Like he's
not at all.
He's going hard. It's just maybe a little bit of trouble adapting to the layout.
Of course, the Z32 is a very uncommon drift chassis. So usually, if they're cheap and they don't get drifted much, there's a reason why.
And you know, it's weird because you used to be able to get them for pennies. They were never really taken advantage of when it came to drifting.
So, yeah, of course, we do see a lot of them doing like a lot of circuit racing and stuff like that. So maybe the chassis just seems to lend itself more to grip driving than being sideways, because it does look like that is a lot of a handful right now for Alexander on this second layout. Again, yesterday being a much more smooth flowing layout seemed to suit the car a lot better. But today with these like very aggressive deceleration zones definitely seems to be where the issue with that car is. It seems to really want to just keep carrying speed and go around.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that big lazy sort of loading up on transition. It's really suit like a snappy sort of layout. Car would be really at home at Mallala.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like a couple of AU Falcons sitting there ready to go. Sam Thompson and Cody Bell.
Got Jamie Richardson coming through here. Maybe a bit of a mechanical lap for him, perhaps. That's...
All right, so who is Jamie driving against, race control? Or is he doing a solo lap? So Jamie will be doing a solo lap once he comes around. So he was a little bit late to the party, but here at the State Series, especially during the qualifying battles, we're a little bit more lax. As long as you get out before everyone else is done, that's good enough. For us, of course, it doesn't have to be good, it just has to be good enough. So you see Cody Bell now in the lead, Sam Thompson giving chase. He's in L right now. Now watch him shift to 2 coming down the hill. Flick it in, go back to L.
Maybe a little bit of N in there.
Oh, there's a lot of N in there right now. Sam Thompson doing a great job avoiding contact. Cody Bell now trying to get the car right out sideways once again, but it definitely looks like that car needs a handbrake, needs that safety stick, because he's just going to park it to the side and go, nah, mate, you just go, it's okay. And Sam Thompson now coming around the last corner.
Are you looking really at home on the dirt for a moment?
Yeah. That definitely looks like a Pine special, doesn't it, Daddy?
It's like a Pine special that he's taken drifting. Chuck some wheels on the front, just the front. But once again, I can't stress it enough. Anyone here that has ever tried to drift an automatic car, it's a challenge.
So I've just been informed by Luke Bisma, just got a message on Facebook. They broke a rear arm. So, yeah, broke the end off a rear arm, didn't do a D-bead, so...
Oh, so the tyre was always fine?
Apparently so. Just not the rest of the car.
Just another precise message given to us by race control.
Yeah. He's a better airline pilot than a race control, apparently. Don't you worry about it, Ethan. It's fine. Don't be concerned. All right, so it looks like we're just waiting for our next couple of cars to get going here. Couple of S14s going now. So it's going to be Lee Dingley in the S14, the silver car with the white guard. It's going to be Jacob Clark giving chase in the S14 with the LS under the bonnet. Nice flick there from Lee, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable floating down here like that. Has to grab a little bit of handbrake, extend the car, ended up quite tight. But it makes a good solid arc around that first corner into the infield section. Oh! A little bit of an awkward transition there, having to grab the handbrake to keep the car at angle. And then Lee just dropping a tyre on the outside, ends up with an awkward transition, ends up a bit tight, trying to get out wide towards the end of that last corner. So a solid run there from both drivers. Lee just having a little bit of an awkward moment there right at the end of the lap, but Jacob Clark doing a great job reacting to that and following the lead car, even on that slightly awkward line. So Jacob showing that he can react really well and improvise when needed, and showing why he's right up there with Will Argoon at the top of our L2 standings. Definitely two drivers that we're probably going to see stepping up to L1 next year.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't see at least one of them step up next season. There's no doubt both of them had the talent to do it.
Yeah, that is for sure. So here we go. It's going to be Jamie Richardson now, coming around for a solo run. Punches a gear, kicks it down the hill, right on the edge of the track. You can see where he's just dipped on the edge, keeps it going. A little bit tight coming into that infield section, but he's getting it going now. Transitions through the first right-hander, into the second right-hander. Keeping it towards the center of the track, which is pretty much what the judges are asking, to be to the center, just outside a little bit. And then coming through this last sweeper here, of course, being the only car on track, having the judges' eyes focused solely on you, they can nitpick every little mistake you can make.
And they will.
And they will. Especially Brody. He's old and jaded now. Look at him.
Brody's that old guy at work that's been there for so long that he can just do nothing and nobody questions him.
Brody, of course, was the everyone's favourite person in the drift scene because he was sponsored by Nippies, and he would literally rock up at every event with an esky just full of iced chocolate and ice honeycomb. And it was the best time to be alive.
Single-handedly giving the drift scene diabetes.
That's right. So Jacob Clark now in the lead with a Lee Dingley giving chase. Lee not sure whether he was supposed to use the pace zone again. We did see in his first battle that he actually followed the lead car through the pace zone that time, and he's left a bit of a gap because of that. And look at Jacob right on the edge of the track, using every inch of that track and more out on the ripple strip. Oh, definitely dropping a couple of tyres there through the infield section. That's one of the larger mistakes we've actually seen from Jacob Clark so far. So if dropping a couple of tyres is the worst thing you do all weekend, that's a pretty good weekend, I reckon, Danny.
Yeah, looking at the topper end of our level 2 competition, our talent pool's really good, Ben. I'm really looking forward to seeing some elimination battles between these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be sick to see, but of course we will finish off our qualifying battles, then we move into our top 16, which still runs on the point scoring format before going into the top 8. And the top 8 is where we go to the more traditional style one-on-one knockout bracket tree, whereas at the moment we are scoring for points. As we see now, that's going to be Jamie Richardson coming around for his second run. Cuts through the pace zone, stands on it, grabs a gear, maybe misses that gear. What do you reckon, he punched 5th instead of 3rd? It definitely seemed like it was not like happy with that initiation.
Seemed like it was very happy and then very not happy.
It was like, as he's definitely got it in the right gear now, just massaging his way through that infield section, gets on the limiter. So Jamie there just finishing off our L2 qualifying brought to us by Car Toys.
Tim.
As Tim Rasmussen's going for his best Adam Hello. So we will be moving now into the second part of our L1 qualifying brought to us by Shockworks. So our L2 drivers now will be looking nervously and refreshing driftingsa.com.au/live to see if they have made it into the top 16. So our top 16 highest scorers will be moving into the top 16 final qualifying battle. So if you guys at home on the live stream or out here at the track want to keep an eye on where people are popping up with their scores in qualifying, of course you can go to driftingsa.com.au/live, and then you can scroll down on the page on your phone, and it will keep you up to date where all the brackets are. So you'll get your first quali battles, second quali battles, all the way through to our knockout brackets later on today. So if you do want to keep up to date where your favourite drivers are, just head over to driftingsa.com.au/live. So here we go. We're going to be moving on now to the second part. The second battles of our L1 qualifying battles. Does look like we've got Hayden Houlihan and Luke Viersma over there on the line, getting ready to go. Two big sim boys over there. Luke Viersma, of course, also does a lot of modelling on Assetto, sells Assetto versions of real-life cars. He models those cars, so...
it's a pretty good little side hustle.
Definitely a good little side hustle. Was talking to his dad about it. He goes, I don't understand how he makes money doing it, but I guess it works. So Hayden Houlihan, nice snappy transition down the hill, floats out to the edge of the track. Viersma now diving up to the inside. He's no longer in the SR dream of Kai Nelson's S15. He's back in his car and showing that he can drive that exactly how he wants, put it exactly where it needs to be, and just bullying the back of Hayden Houlihan and that battle-damaged R32. Is it now an R32 1.1.5 because it's only got half of an S13 front?
That sounds like the maths I don't want to do.
Quick math.
7.
Didn't say it would be right, I said it would be quick.
It was quick. Luke Viersma, you'd have to imagine that the rear alignment of that car wouldn't be exactly as it was before that arm was broken and welded up. So he might have a bit of an adjustment period, Ben, trying to get used to that freshly repaired car.
That's right. But to be honest, he still probably drives better than Kai's car, and he did pretty well in that.
We love you, Kai.
All right, here we go. It's going to be Aiden Scott now in that purple 180SX, being chased down by Tyson Alexander in the S14, coming down the hill. Look at the snap there. Oh, it's too much. Too much there from Aiden Scott. Throws it backwards, but just cannot carry that momentum.
Fantastic work by Tyson Alexander to avoid an accident there.
Yeah, what's the Mayday shout? Bail out. And Tyson did exactly that. That could have been absolute carnage. And we have seen big accidents, especially coming into that first tight section, because there is such a reduction in speed through there. So if someone gets a little bit, we call it the death gap. When you're too far away. As we just have our pro rides going past us once again. But yeah, the good old death gap where you're too close to someone to react in time and pull the car up, but you're so far away that you hit them with a very large discrepancy in speed. And that's where we see pretty much the biggest damage accidents occur in drifting. If you're right on someone's door and they spin, it's only just a little light touch.
Yeah, so contrary to popular belief, if you are driving with your friend, it's not safer to be further away.
It's safer to be on door.
So we've got Sam Thompson coming through for 2 solo laps due to the inability to actually chase.
Yeah, so we did see Cody really struggling with the AU around this layout in particular. So he didn't get a chance to have a show the judges what he can do in his qualifying. So Sam Thompson he's going to finish off our Car Toys L2 qualifying battles here. So 1 solo run, not 2. He did his lead before.
We're seeing the advantage of the system we're running, giving Sam the ability to say, go out there and show us your stuff, what you got.
So that's the thing. It's like we want to see a lead and a chase from each driver in these qualifying battles, but if you can't chase the lead car, you can't show what you have. So it's a great little clause, I guess you want to say, that we can allow these guys to come out and have another run just to show that they can actually get around the track. So we've got our SA Pro Rides coming down the front straight now. As Landon, Mr. Pro Rides himself, did you have fun doing those Pro Rides before? He gives me a nod.
Oh, now he's got the Bunnings hat on.
He's happy. He's happy. Of course, Landon has the best friend in the world. He's got a friend with a drift car that goes, hey, here's the keys, go for a drive. Like every time. So if you want to make a friend with a drift car that they don't care about and throw you the keys.
Well, it's like a boat.
Make friends with Brody.
You don't need to own a boat. You just need to have a friend that owns a boat.
That's right. You don't want a pool. You want a friend that owns a pool. But here we go. Adam Maiello. Adam Maiello now coming down the hill. Big angle. Really washes it off. A bit of a struggle there. Tom Hemmings doing a great job to just keep the car under drift, with Adam Maiello being a little bit all over the shop as he comes now into the infield section nice and wide, getting that flow going down now. And Tom Hemmings right there all over the back of that red 180SX of Adam Maiello, transitioning into the final corner now. Nice smooth wide line. Oh, that's a lot of smoke! And that's not coming off the tyres there from Tom Hemmings. And something has gone on with the backup car, Danny. He's going to have to get the backup car.
And if anyone could have a backup, it'd be Tom.
So, yeah, maybe we just get the Fireys to get over there and have a check of Tom Hemmings, because that was a lot of smoke that just puffed out the back of that car. Maybe check the track that there's no oil being dropped, because, to be honest, it is an RB.
Why are you throwing shade at RBs now?
I have one. I'm allowed to. So Tom Hemmings doing the right thing and staying in his car until Fire comes up to check he's okay. Because that's one of the things that they talk about quite comprehensively in the briefings when it comes to safety, is it doesn't matter if you think the track's cold, the track is always hot until Fireys are at your side.
The track is lava, Ben.
That's right, the track is lava. But don't get out and stand on your roof. That doesn't count. You got to stay in the car. Yeah. The air is also lava.
In fact, everything's lava.
Everything except your seat is lava.
Stay right where you are. Turn the car off, that key becomes lava. Don't touch it.
So our Fire is over there just having a chat with Tom Hemmings. Hopefully everything's all right. If you can hear us, Tom, give us a wave. Let us know you're all good.
Yeah,
he's not all good. The head's down. That's not an I'm all good kind of pose.
All right.
He's like, not the old trusty backup car.
Hey, if it's any consolation, Tom, you've been drifting that Zafiro for a long time and it's neither bent or green.
Now who's throwing shade? I can't believe you do Renee like that.
I'll stop saying it if you stop laughing.
All right, so we do have Troy Clark out there with the recovery vehicle, and he's going to give Tom a tow.
I still remember that day, Pete, when we rocked up to go to Calder Park and you'd painted it. It wasn't even dry. You'd made fake headlights for the regs, and you were so proud of your work.
And then we took all Stewie's really rare and classic stickers that he cared about and made it look like a NASCAR, and he was so annoyed. He was not happy with us.
As Tom Hemmings gets a tow off of the track there. Never a good sign, Ben.
No, not at all. So Fire is now just checking to make sure that there's not bits of RB all over the track. So we're just pulling Tom Hemmings out of the way. So this, of course, we're not using that part of the track for drifting today. And we're going to drag Tom out of the way so we can continue on. Fireys have had a look. It looks like the track is clear. And unsurprisingly, Pro Ride's in the way of our competition running today, Landon. How's that going for you?
Race control over here.
I watched
steaming from the ears like
I watched Stewie have an aneurysm yesterday when Pro Rides are coming out. 3 aneurysms
in succession.
One more and he would have had a stroke.
The triple aneurysm.
So our recovery vehicle now just bringing Tom Hemmings back to the pits. Hopefully it's just something silly like it's popped a cooler pipe or something like that, but it doesn't seem that way. So, do you know what's worse than coming home with one broken drift car? Coming home with 2 broken drift cars. That's the joys of having a backup car, is because the backup car can also break. Although that Seffi has been super reliable in what he's done with that car, because Tom is what you wouldn't call a conservative driver. I've seen how he drives. He's got a heavy foot.
Blow that RB to pieces.
The first thing I said, we can see Kane Scott over standing next to us as well. The first thing I said to him yesterday is like, I want you to go out and hit the pace car. Because he hit everything else, including removing Matt Harvey's door.
Do you know what, Matt? It could be worse. You could have had a fuel tank flying at your car.
Yeah, don't talk to him about fuel tanks. All right, here we go. It's going to be Sean Power in the lead, Tim Rasmussen giving chase. Couple of S13s out on track. Don't let the looks fool you. That's a couple of house deposits out in the track right now. Great job there from Sean. Super snappy driving. He looks way more comfortable on this tight layout. Looks like he can really let that SR-powered car shine.
And we're seeing Sean, as we were saying before, he's not forcing the car to fill those zones. It's smooth, and that car wants to be on those outside zones, and the judges are going to love that.
That's right. It's almost like the judges, you know, when they design the courses, they know where the car would naturally want to go if you get it right. If you get the initiation right, the car will naturally want to go where the zones are.
Absolutely.
So we've got our SA Pro rides out on track right now. Just a nice casual 5-car train this time, nothing too crazy. So again, time is running out. If you want to go for a ride in a Pro Drift car, the Pro Ride sessions will get a lot more sparse as we get throughout the day, otherwise Stewie will have an aneurysm. So, and he's got one to go and then he's done. So, here we go. It's going to be Luke Viersma now. Hayden Houlihan in the chase. Luke Viersma with a bit of an awkward initiation there. They really want the car to step out, then drive down the hill, but he looked like he almost straight-lined that. But Hayden Houlihan doing a good job to keep up with that monster of a car in the lead run. Of course, being Luke Viersma. I look at Hayden Houlihan pushing right up to the front of Luke Viersma through the hairpin. Cutting a bit of line out right now. Both cars across the line.
He broke a sway bar as well. So that's a couple of pretty major rear suspension components he swapped out.
That's right, and this is one of those layouts where it looks like that car doesn't have as big of an advantage compared to some other cars. Being so slow and that car having so much power, like, the grip doesn't help as much because they're not loaded up and like carrying a whole bunch of speed. This lower speed technical stuff seems to kind of nullify the advantages that he has. Obviously, still a very, very impressive car. Definitely the car you want to be in if you're driving this competition, but definitely doesn't seem to have that advantage that it had at our Fark the layouts, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely. The layout here acting as a bit of an equalizer in that respect. But we'll see if Luke can turn his hand to that car. The obviously changed alignment, etc.
Yeah, that's right. They'll have a bit of time now between now and the level 1 top 16. We're down a few cars this weekend, so pretty much everyone will be making it towards the top 16. We've got about 16 cars on track at the moment, including Aiden Scott and Tyson Alexander here. So I believe this is a rerun of the first battle because of the spin that Aiden had. So this is another chance for Tyson to show what he can do in the chase position while having a car in front of him instead of backwards in the fastest part of the track. Yeah. 4 out of 10 or 4 out of 30? So also, Aiden Scott will be scored for this run, but because he had that massive mistake in the first run, instead of each judge scoring him out of 10, they'll only score him out of up to 4. So if he does a 10-point lead run, he's only going to get 4 points. So he still gets points on the board, but basically, in the level of competition we have at the moment, a 12-point run is not great compared to everyone that's running mid to high 20s.
Do my eyes deceive me, Ben, or is Tom Hemmings driving his S14 out?
Oh, he's got the backup car.
He's got the backup for the backup.
Well, I guess now you can actually say that the Safiro was the main car because the S14 is now the backup car. So I believe he did something to his clutch.
Well, we've got our late entry coming through the pit area here again.
I think Tom Hemmings may be driving that car without a clutch. Well, there was a clutch kick, so it definitely has some sort of clutch. They broke a gearbox yesterday. So he might be down a gear. Who knows?
If he was really quick, he could take the gearbox out of the Safiro.
We can go down and commentate that.
Yeah,
if he could just
go out and do it in the middle of the track where we can see him, and everyone else can see him, and we'll run you through the whole process.
We've got roving mics standing. We can take the crowd with us. We'll go surround him because there's nothing like working under pressure when you have a few hundred people watching you.
We'll go hit him with an angry mob.
All right, here we go. It's going to be Tim Rasmussen now in the lead with Sean Power giving chase. Bit of a floaty initiation there from Tim. Catches Sean out a little bit, had to get out of it. Drops the tyre on the outside, but manages to get back up to the side of Tim Rasmussen as they come around into this double right-hander. Tim on a solid lead line right now. Big dive up to the inside from Sean Power, cutting the line. Once again, trying to get up on that door. Tim Rasmussen leaving that lane for Sean Power to get inside. Sean just falling behind a little bit. On the right line, just wants to close that door across the line, finishing nose to tail. Good run from both of those S13s out on track right there, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. And you know, it's come up here and we commentate, we talk a bit of junk. It's always good to get some positive feedback. And some of the positive feedback I've just received is that we sound like a happily married couple.
That's called good chemistry, Danny.
Yeah.
That's why we're the dream team.
By the way, Ben, want to marry me?
I thought you'd never ask. You'll have to fight Chloe. One-on-one deathmatch.
Well, if that's what I got to do, that's what I got to do.
Yeah, you wouldn't win. She'll beat you up.
I actually even saw, Ben, you know how we said we go through the comments of the live stream. I don't want to see all the negativity. Well, I did. I had a bit of a look.
Oh, that's a rookie move, Danny.
I had a bit of a look. And we had a guy tuning in from Germany yesterday.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so it's always good to see an international viewer. Probably doesn't understand what we're saying.
Oh,
but he knew enough English to say he's watching from Germany.
There you go. I'm watching from Germany, and you guys sound weird.
Dankeschön, friend.
So, of course, we do have the live stream up on Facebook and I believe YouTube as well. Or you can go to driftingsa.com.au/live, and the live stream is also broadcasted via there, as well as our live scoring. So you can keep an idea on where your favourite drivers are, but not Kane Scott because he's not driving today.
And he was nobody's favourite driver.
So
anyway.
Kane Scott he had an S13. He took the fuel tank out and put a Sora fuel tank in because he goes, if I put it between the struts, surely it won't get damaged. And then managed to hit the wall hard enough to damage a fuel tank that was between his struts. Fuel cell.
Fuel cell. Do you want to say this in a microphone?
Anyway, Tyson Alexander now in the lead. Being chased down by Aiden Scott. Bit of a grab on the handbrake to unsettle the car down the hill from Aiden Scott. Doing a good job in the chase. Tyson floating a little bit wide. Right out on the edge of the track. Keeps it going though. Aiden Scott doing a good job to stay behind that S14 as he was floating through that tight infield section. Now just wants to close that door. Cut a little bit of the line out. As Tyson, a lot of angle there. Over rotates. Holds on to it, but the judges are not pleased. I saw Josh Rogers' hands up in the air going, what are you doing, mate? Wasn't happy with that. Oh, what's he done? Stop crashing after the line.
Oh, jeez.
We need another clean-up list. You guys aren't allowed to go until we clean up the track.
The easiest way to find yourself on Renee's expletive list.
Our keeping it PG-13 can't say list.
You know what, if we get to the end of the day, and I haven't said mine yet, I'll belt the real name out.
So keep tuned, especially on the live stream. If you want to hear the one expletive we're going to say for the day, hopefully. All right. So Tom Hemmings out for a mechanical lap. Just making sure that the car will make it around the track. Looks like it's doing pretty well so far. So maybe it wasn't a mechanical issue yesterday. Maybe he just wanted to run the wall and went, I better do it in the Cephii because that's already seen some action. Because Tom's doing a mechanical lap and G'ing up the crowd at the same time. The man's a performer. He knows what's going on.
And maybe letting off a little steam as well.
That's what his engine did.
That let out the smoke.
I had a leaking rear main seal yesterday, and he was worried about putting it in the wall.
Ejecto rear main.
He wanted to run the wall, but look at that fresh rear end. He didn't want to damage that. And if you've already got a car with a bash bar hanging out the back, why not use that one and say, that's my backup car, I had a mechanical issue.
Thanks, Detective Kennedy. Landon's theory, his clutch was slipping because the oil was leaking from the rear main onto it. You know what? You missed your calling.
Sounds like you've owned a manual LS before, because they all do that. All right, so is this a qualifying battle, guys, with Adam? So the second run. Oh, that's right. So, yeah, he did break the car in the first run. So it's going to be Adam Aiello who will now have a chance to chase Tom Hemmings in the backup car. And then if he breaks this and goes back to the Cephii, he's going to have to back it up. I love Stewie's reactions. It's so good. I love being next to the judges. So here we go. Tom Hemmings in the lead. Being chased down by Adam Aiello coming down the hill here. Nice smooth line there from Tom Hemmings. A little bit of a wobble from Adam Aiello. Of course, that 180SX is quite gripped up. So always seems to be right on the edge of the grip. Tom Hemmings again, nice smooth line. Aiello falls back a little bit. You want to see him dive up on that transition. He goes, gets a little bit tight there. Almost getting in front. He had to really hold the car back to let Tom Hemmings transition in front of him. And then right on the line, across the door.
Tom
right
Hemmings,
on the door, across the line.
His mood certainly has improved. So it's good to see Tom
He's
back
like,
out there.
I missed you, baby.
It's good to see Tom back out there enjoying himself.
Can we get just a photo of Tom next to the Cephii and then like the photo of Tom with his hand out the window, like literally 5 minutes later? It's like when your car breaks, but you've got a backup for your backup.
A lot of people have a different opinion on what drifting is. Is it about style? Is it about fun? Is it about adaptation? It's actually about Hemmings having fun between breakdowns. That's the essence of drift.
Drift is, of course, what you make it. And Troy Lachinsky there showing us why he's got 2 blown off over fenders.
You know, Troy, he always seems to choose that little area right in front of us to drop the clutch and get on the brake. Every time. He knows what he's doing.
He knows.
Well, here you go, Troy. Here's the reaction you were looking for.
But that being said, it is good to see Troy out having a full weekend of drifting. Like, he has had a lot of mechanical and teething issues with that S13. Of course, that R31 was probably one of the most reliable drift cars in the state. And then he went, I'm going to put it in an S13. And
somehow
it didn't like it.
Somehow between transferring a driveline from an R31 to an S13, for about 6 months he made it the most unreliable car he's ever owned.
Do you know why? It actually had mechanical grip and the engine's like, oh no, what do I do?
That could have something to do with it.
All right, just as we're bringing these cars around the track, I've just had one of our guys come up to us. If you've got kids on the wall, we do have earplugs in the Welcome Centre. You have to have earplugs in your kids' ears. These cars are very loud and we don't want to damage those little eardrums. So if you are going to have your kids in the kids zone, we need you guys to grab some earplugs and whack them in their ears, because they don't want the hum and the drum. We don't need the tinnitus.
Hearing is something that you don't get back.
Yeah, ask Stewie. He doesn't have hearing in a certain vocal range anymore.
There's always one that thinks that joke's funny. Yeah.
So of course we're talking about the hearing damage when you have wastegates right next to your front door.
Seeing a lot of Boganzoku merch around today, Ben.
Cool.
I see that you hit 10,000 followers recently, Ben.
Ooh.
Congratulations.
Thanks, but there's a battle coming, Danny. Don't worry about
me. It's not here yet.
Anyway, we got Troy Lipchinski and Matt Harvey. Of course, Troy Lipchinski was running those Kumo tyres for a while. Is he still on the Kumos? I'm just looking at Sherry. I think Sherry thinks so. So I think he, of course, was sponsored by the Matt Harvey, the Harvey team as well. So that's Kumo tyres going around Troy. Troy on the Save Me Wise Fab. Sorry, Save Me a Costal or Save Me Pinochle. Absolutely cranking those lock stops and standing on the throttle, because that was almost all over. If he was still in that 31, that would have gone around.
No, it wouldn't have. It would have been fine.
Or it would have driven straight.
Because it's got the wheelbase of an inner city train. Was it a good run? We'll have to ask our judges.
You're not a judge, Landon. Your opinion doesn't count.
Yeah.
But what was that opinion, Landon? I'm just putting the microphone in his face. Yeah, you don't want to talk when there's a microphone in your face. All right, so next battle coming up, it's going to be John Simeon in the VQ-powered V35, and that is Kenny Hennig. He's going to be chasing him in the Barra-powered R32 four-door. Good to see Kenny's flywheel is still attached to the motor as they come down the hill. Nice lead run so far from John. Of course, he doesn't have a lot of power as he comes a little bit shallow as they come into that infield section, then gets out nice and wide. A little bit of an awkward transition there, really slowly coming across from one side to the other. Throws Kenny off a little bit, but he stays behind him. Again, John drawing that wide arc through the tight section as we come into the last corner now. Kenny needs to dive up to the side. Just throws a little bit too much angle on it there and falls away as they come across the line. It's great to see. So John actually stepped up from L2 to L1 today because he goes, my car doesn't have enough power and too much grip, so I need more run up. And then Kenny stepping up from L2 to L1 for the season, and he's actually been driving really well. It's great to see Kenny stepping up.
Kenny, of course, probably recently the most famous car in the competition because he was all over on the run servos for a bit. Of all the cars they could have chosen.
The poster child.
Of all the cars they could have chosen in that comp. It's good they chose a local lad.
That's right.
Didn't accidentally put a Victorian on there.
Well, one of the premier drivers in the series, Matt Harvey.
Ah, the premier.
All right, here we go. It's going to be Tate Lindstrom in that TDP Mobile Services E46 coming around in the lead. And I'm just waiting for that chase car to pop into view. That's Scotty Roberts in the Edwardstown powder coating S13.4. Tate Lindstrom getting it all crossed up, coming down the hill. And that was also an unsafe rejoin right there. Scotty Roberts doing an amazing job to, one, keep the car out of contact, and two, keep that car under drift. Didn't even straighten out. Tate now coming through the last two quarters, and Scotty is all over him right now. So we saw coming over the crest, Tate grabbed a bunch of foot brake and locked the front wheel, and it just really... foot brake. And locked that front wheel, which really stunted out his transition, which forced him to go super wide. That's where he dropped off the side of the track there. And Scotty Roberts doing an amazing job just to pull that car back and avoid contact. So as our driver's just coming back around now. Again, Scotty Roberts might want to check his pants real quick because that was definitely a hairy moment.
What did I miss?
You missed Tate doing things that happen. He grabbed he locked the front coming over the crest and ran off wide, and there was almost a collision.
That's why we love Tate.
That's right. So here we go. It's going to be Matt Harvey now in the lead, being chased down by Troy Lipczynski. Over the crest they go. Nice wide line there from Matt Harvey. Just grabs the handbrake to get the car out to the edge of the track. Troy Lipczynski just sitting in that pocket right there. Watch for the transition. Troy's been super aggressive this week, and it's great to see. As you can see him just trim a little bit of angle out to make sure he stays right on the side of that Kumo Tyres S13. Both cars just bogging down there a little bit. You can hear Harvey really right up in the rev range. Has to grab another gear through the last corner. And Troy doing a great job emulating there, right on the back of Matt Harvey, all the way over from Tasmania. One of Australia's best drivers right there, and Troy Lipczynski right with him the whole way.
Yeah, Troy, local lad, mixing it with one of the best drivers in the country, one of the best set-up cars in the country. He would not be disappointed with that effort.
Great effort there from both drivers. Yeah, it looks like Matt Harvey might have gone back a gear in that tight section. It really looked like he dropped the wheel speed maybe a little bit too much. He struggled through that real tight left-hander before the final corner, but Troy did a great job to just keep the car right in the perfect position so he could pounce into that last corner.
And speaking of national level cars, we've got neither of those coming up here.
We've got Kenny, which I'm assuming every wire in that car is red. And then John Simeon in the VQ-powered V35 coming down the hill. Nice smooth line drawn by Kenny through that first corner. John right there in the pocket as they transition through this double right-hand complex. Kenny nice and wide, staying on the track, which is a rarity for Kenny these days. Then transitioning into the tight left-hander. John Simeon keeping up with that car, just trimming a little bit of angle, a little bit of line to make sure. Oh, Kenny's in the tyres! And then he's off the track. There we go. Kenny's back in his natural habitat.
Kenny gonna Kenny.
All right, there we go. So Kenny Hennig there, just knocking the rear bar off. It is attached pretty well, though.
They didn't show that on the on-the-run signs.
No, not at all. So we've got Aiden Scott just heading out now. So, all right. So Aiden Scott's going to come out and do a run with Kenny Hennig for reasons. Righto. Yeah. Okay. So Kenny's actually doing 2 lots of battles because he wasn't ready for the first round. So Kenny's doing 2 lots of battles in a row because we have an uneven number of cars as well. So Kenny was the last one to get out there, so he got left off the list on the first group of qualifying. So Kenny's going to do all 4 of his laps in this second session. They're coming around now for their 4th lap. It's going to be Scotty Roberts and Tate Lindstrom. Interesting to see. Scotty grabbed the handbrake on the initiation there, and Tate dived in and almost hit him, but managed just to keep the car off the back of the Edwardstown powder coating S13. Scotty Roberts now flowing through the rest of the course. Tate really trying to push up onto the back of Scotty Roberts into the right. Oh, a little bit of contact there even. Tate is all over the back of Scotty Roberts. Scott again, just a little bit shallow compared to some of the other drivers through that last corner, and pulls a little bit of a gap from Tate. But that was probably a brown pants moment for Tate in that run. He come in like a freight train as Scotty Roberts went for the old bum drag over the hill, and definitely not what we want to see from our L1 drivers. They need to be carrying that speed, flat stick over that hill, so the chase car could trust that that lead car was going to be carrying that momentum, because then you see a situation like that where Tate's come in full noise and all of a sudden had to hit everything Handbrake, foot brake, try and slow that car down. But here we go, Kenny heading. And Aiden Scott. Aiden Scott, whoa!
Oh, no.
Kenny going for the 360 entry. And
apparently, he didn't give Aiden the memo.
And then Aiden Scott was understeering through that initiation, and then the car shot off like a rocket ship into the outfield. Kept it off the wall, though.
Oh.
And then we got a little bit of all Aussie Adventures off-road action there.
A lot to unpack here.
I thought we were going to have to get the snatch strap out for a second there. Looked like he was a bit bogged, but he's got it going once again. Here we go. Straight back into it. Kenny leaving an absolute trail of dust behind him. Transitions into this left-hand hairpin as we go into the final corner now. Both drivers just looking a little bit tentative there after their initiations kind of went not well.
Yeah, you could say that. Look, it's entertaining, isn't it?
So yeah, the judges are just deliberating whether Aiden's off-track excursion So yeah, the judges just deliberating now whether Aiden's off-track excursion was a result of Kenny's entry or whether he was independently going off on his own. So they're just having a look now at the live stream replay just to determine, because if they do feel that Aiden avoided Kenny and that was the reason why he went off the track, he will get another chance to do a run and show that he can do the lap. All right, so apparently because there was enough of the rest of the run done and the guys continued and finished their lap, they're going to use that as the judge lap. So I think that feels that they maybe think that there was a bit of an independent issue where they both made a mistake on the entry.
So what we're saying is he gets, lead gets that fault.
Yeah.
What we're saying is they start again, so basically for the chase, we're just going to, not deeming him fault, but we're just going to use that rest of the run.
All right, there we go. So yeah, Stewie's just saying, yeah, they've got enough of the run that they can put a score down. They're happy with that. So that means we'll move on because, of course, Stewie runs a tight ship around here because we have to, because Stewie schedules things like he would go, I can do this in this amount of time, so we can do it in this amount of time. We're not running on Stewie time, we're running on normal people time.
Stewie understands this is about the point of the day where we're just going to turn on him. You know, you've had it pretty easy
No, we
so
can't.
far.
We can't give him too much though, because he's only one aneurysm away. All right, so it looks like that's going to be Mark Snedden out in Mark Snedden's car this time. So Mark's heading out. He's also
big thanks to our fireys down there doing a good job of clearing the track. One of them's got a blower vac. One of them's got a broom. I don't know how you end up with a blower vac or a broom. Do they just run for it?
And then
every man
the
for
third
himself?
one just seems to be a typical council worker.
He's supervising.
Good old council workers. Oh yeah, we'll work on a Sunday.
Well, you can't be
$85 an hour to
can't be a
stand next
council
to
worker.
a
He hasn't
shovel.
got 3 points of contact on a shovel.
So again, massive shout out to the fireys, to all of our officials, the guys down running the pits, to the judges, to the live stream crew. Like, these guys are out here volunteering their time so that you guys have a show to watch, for our drivers have an event to drive in. Because the drivers aren't just out here putting on a show for you, they're out here because it's fun. And yeah, they're paying, but they're not getting paid to do this. They're paying to come out here.
If they win the championship tonight, then they might get a little bit back.
Some.
A fraction of what they've spent.
It's still a net loss.
Drifting will make you a billionaire if you, mate.
You can be a millionaire if you start.
It'll make you a millionaire if you started a billionaire.
Drifting made me 100-air after being 1,000-air.
You were 1,000-air?
I was. 4 digits, baby.
Oh. Nice.
Nice. So again, and like, just think about the guys who are out here on Friday afternoon in the 40-degree heat, setting up the track so everyone could come out and go driving Saturday morning. Like, absolutely mammoth effort. I was sitting in an air-conditioned truck all day and I still thought I had it bad. So then, of course, once we're all done here today, we're going to have all those volunteers back out on the track with the shovels and the brooms, clearing out all the potholes that all the drifters leave because they don't know where the edge of the track is. if you want to experience a bit of that fun for yourself, we're always happy to throw out a few extra shovels. So if you don't have anything to do afterwards and you want to get involved in the drift community, the best way to get yourself into the drift community is by
hard manual labor.
Hard manual labor. And then you go to the pub.
Yeah.
That's the real that's the real meeting point.
That's where you see these guys in their element.
That's
at
right.
the pub.
Go to the riverside.
Or maybe a little in.
To all staff, attendees, and everyone involved, please keep an eye out for the automatic tire inflator from the Scott's Tires boys. It has gone walkabout, so if anyone has it, knows its whereabouts, or has seen it, please inform the Scott's boys as they would like it back, and they are very influential to us and how we can help it. So help us, help them, and help them, help them.
Automatic tire inflator. Is that like a bead bazooka?
You will never ever convince me that he's not putting that pilot voice on more now.
So Ethan works at Woolworths, so he has a very good customer service voice. That is you're shopping at Woolies and you're like, attention, it is 4:55. You need to be leaving the store now. So is it the bead bazooka? Is that what's missing? The bead bazooka, is that what's missing? The tire inflator. Okay, so it's a small Milwaukee electric tire inflator. So if you see that lying around somewhere, just let the Scott's boys know, because they would like it back. And, you know...
And if it's Milwaukee, it means it's not going to be cheap.
It's the piece that goes on the end of the tire inflator.
Oh.
So if you see a piece that goes on the end of a Milwaukee tire inflator...
Assuming you know what that looks like.
Yeah. I'm assuming it looks like something you would plug into the tire to inflate it with air coming from the Milwaukee tire inflator.
Get no argument here. Landon. All right, so it looks like they're going to send our pro riders around. Just remember, if you want to go for a ride in a drift car today, easy to do. All you have to do is go down.
Guess what? The tire inflator has been found.
Go down to the pro ride stand, have a bit of a chat to them. $129. You can hop in a car of your choice and experience drifting firsthand.
That's right. It's the best ride you'll get. So, good news, the tyre inflator has been found. I'm going to assume it was in the last place they left it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just misplaced it.
It was somewhere in Kane's boot.
Oh, is that what... Is that it? Oh, that's not it.
So it looks like we've got Jamie Godfrey out on the track as well. So he's doing a mechanical lap there. Of course, Jamie Godfrey's really been having some mechanical issues of late. So he's blown
like a lot.
Blown a couple of diffs. Pardon? Oh, okay. So apparently Jamie's going to be battling Mark Sneddon, who's in that brown R32 four-door. Jamie currently has Mark Sneddon's backup diff in his car. So it just shows you the level of camaraderie in the drifting community. Mark's literally gone, oh, you need to battle me. Here's my diff.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not like that's a rare thing in drifting.
No, it is something that happens quite a lot. So to see now, Aiden Scott and Kenny Hennig coming down the hill. Kenny just cutting a little bit of the line, trying to catch up to Aiden Scott. He got walked a little bit down that straight, and he really needs to work that 32 back up to the side of Aiden Scott in that purple. It's a 1-veer, isn't it? Yeah, 1-veer. Purple 1-veer. You can't quite tell because the back end looks like pretty much every other Scott's car. But coming through the last corner there, Kenny finally closes the gap. Very Bolger-esque run right there. Starting about 6 kilometres behind the lead car and really closing the door right at the finish line. And the one person I thought that would get that definitely got that. One of the drift OGs out here in the up at the What are we on, a balcony? Up on the balcony, of course, Lindo Reynolds.
I think you'd call this a balcony, yeah.
Who used to drift his rally car. So it was great seeing Lindo out for a couple of years. Now he's just having another little bit of a break because, of course, drifting's really expensive. But if you want a cheap way to go drifting, $129 will get you in a drift car for 2 laps. And then you can be addicted and be broke forever.
I can assure you it costs a lot more than $129 to have a drift car out there.
Definitely. So again, another amazing show put on by our SA Pro Rides drivers. We're slowly whittling them down. Kai Nelson's packed it up now too, so we're down to 4. So the seats are running out. If you want to jump in the car, now's your chance. We've got Mark Sneddon and Jamie Godfrey coming down the hill. You see Mark Sneddon just having to move that car around. Gets a little bit wide, drops a tyre on the outside. I thought I heard a pop there. I thought it might have been a D-bead. But it looks like he's continuing on through the lap. Jamie Godfrey now just trying to close that door. Get right back up to the side of that R32. You can see Jamie just cutting the line there. Trying to close that gap as they come across the line. You can see the difference there where Mark's car was carrying the same pace, if not more, but without that tyre smoke because that wheel speed was a lot closer to road speed. Whereas you saw Jamie with all the angle and the smoke was putting all the power to the ground, but not going forwards. It was just blazing those tyres.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward battle all round.
Yeah. It just shows how, like, with these 235 radials on these cars, that having all the power in the world sometimes isn't an advantage. It could be a disadvantage, especially with those big horsepower turbo cars where they have pretty much a light switch throttle. It's making 0 kilowatts or it's making whatever it makes. It's a lot harder to pedal cars like that. That's why you see like Luke Viersma, he's able to play with the car a lot more because it has all of that torque from that supercharged V8. So here we go. Jamie's now going to be in the lead. Mark's going to be the chase. You can just see the power difference coming down the straight here. You're going to have to watch Mark try and jump Jamie down the straight. And he does a great job of it there. Right on the bumper of Jamie down the hill. Mark Sneddon really putting that 32. Oh, as Jamie goes super wide off the track, drops tyres. Mark Sneddon not affected by that because Jamie washed out to the outside. So Mark's able to continue on. He'll be continued to score by the judges and then makes a mistake himself. That really awkward transition, almost falling out of drift. But Mark does complete the lap. Good to see Jamie get back on track, keep drifting so he can continue to be scored. Again, it looks like he's really struggling for traction in that car, Danny.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a result of something he's had to fix or he just hasn't seemed to be struggling that much all weekend.
Nah, again, as well, this tight layout, it doesn't benefit those high horsepower cars because the road speed is so low. If you're running a higher wheel speed, you will have that where you'll just blaze the tyres and not actually get that drive that you need. All right, so we're going to move on now. This is going to be our Car Toys Level 2 Top 16. Out here at the Bend. Of course, this is round 5 of the SA Drift Series, the finale. This is where all the sheep stations will be won and lost today. We got
or houses if you bet on Will Argoon.
That's right. So we do have 2 independent championships to be won today. We have our level 2 as well as our level 1 brought to us by Shockworks. So we're seeing now the first half of our top 16 best L2 drivers of the day. So we've got Alex Coxon, Jonas Stankovic, Eli Duikers, Brody Black, Sam Thompson, Jamie Richardson, Jock Manser, and Smitty in the 34. So they're going to be lining themselves up. So, of course, if you want to see how these guys are ranked right now, see who needs to do the work to get themselves in the top 8, because this is still a continuation of our scoring system. you can head to driftingsa.com.au/live and get up-to-date scores and see what is going on today. I'm, in fact, going to do it right now so that way I can see how the scores are going.
That's a good idea, Ben, because we've learnt we can't rely on race control for this.
Not at all.
We're going to have to do our own independent research.
Do your own research, people. All right, so the Fireys are just out there doing a pit stop themselves. Going and grabbing a fresh car.
What happened to the old Hilux pack it up? Did it catch? Ah, oh, they traded him for a new model.
All right, so Fire is back out on track, so that means we can get the competition back underway.
The Fireys are on track, and not the track is on fire.
The track is not indeed on fire. All right, so what do we got up first? We've got Alex Coxon and Jonas Stankovic. So Alex 4th, Jonas 13th right now. So we're going to look for Jonas to really throw something special for us now if he wants to try and get himself into the top 8. But Alex Coxon already walking away. Jonas with a bit of a wobble there in the middle of that first corner as well. Alex again showing why he is one of our highest rated L2 drivers, not only this weekend, but for the series. As he just performs the exact lead run, what the judges are looking for, filling those zones, being nice and consistent, exactly what we want to see from our lead car driver. Jonas managing to close the gap up back at the end there. He's happy about it. He's tapping the roof.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be?
That's right. So we're going to move on now. It's going to be Brody Black and Eli. So Eli currently sitting 5th in the points. Brody Black down in 12th. There's not many points between these guys and girls, though. First is Jacob Clark on 106 points, and 16th is only on 90 points. So there's not that much between them, with 30 points at play for each run. So Eli now in the lead. We saw this battle actually in the second part of qualifying, the battle of the boxes. Eli in front, and then the K70 of Brody Black in the chase. Again, Eli with these really nice, smooth, solid lead runs. He gets really wide out to the edge of the track. And Brody now trying to close up the door, get onto the side of Eli. And like, as Danny was saying, a very, very pristine 31 considering it's done a lot of events.
Yeah, it's done a few tours of duty, that car.
So great job there from both drivers. Once again showing why they're in the top 16. We got our next pairing heading up right now. It's going to be Sam Thompson in the AU Falcon. Jamie Richardson leaving plenty of space, but he's got the power to make it up. Watch him carry that speed through the pace zone. Entering way before the lead car. That might hurt him a little bit, though. He had to cut the line to try and catch up. But Sam Thompson making a big mistake in the lead himself with that double initiation. The judges aren't going to be happy about that. So you can see him really trying to work that car into that infield section. Drops the tyre on the outside just from that awkward line he carried into that right-hander. Again, super wide, trying to float that car. Looks really awkward on that transition down. It really bounces from one side to the other. And Jamie Richardson just getting a little bit caught out there. Maybe got stuck on the inside and couldn't quite pull the car back and had to really almost stop drifting to avoid driving in front of Sam Thompson there, Danny.
There's a real art to trying to chase a slow car.
That's right.
It's really easy to overcommit, and it's really easy to choke yourself up. You kind of really have to really be patient and stay back. You can't let yourself get sucked into that. Otherwise,
That's right.
It's going to be you that suffers.
Indeed, indeed. So sometimes like having the faster car isn't always your advantage, especially if you need to figure out how to drive it slowly. Here we go, we've got Jock Manson now. in the black AU, being followed by Smitty in that R34 four-door. So Jock's actually currently second in the points, doing real well. But Smitty's going to have to pull something out here. Sean's down in 15th, and he's not going to go much further if he keeps driving off the track like that. Needs to get that car going once again, but Jock absolutely smashing it today in that AU.
Yeah, great work by Jock there, finishing off his run and filling out those outside zones really well. The judges are going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, massive effort there from Jock. He's going to cement his, I reckon he'll cement his spot in that top 8 with another run like that. So he's doing real well.
Have we got some Jock fans up here on the balcony right now?
Yeah, we do.
All right, so sending around another two L2 competitors. This is Jonas Stankovic in the front, and we've got Alex Coxon going to rear him up in that 180SX. Alex, of course, been a very fierce competitor over the whole weekend, really putting his case forward as he enters pretty close to the rear door of that Falcon there, coming through the first section of the track. Jonas doing a really good job in the lead there, filling out the outside zones, giving Alex every chance to get up as close as possible.
Yeah, it's great. This is what we were talking about with a car that is faster. Like Alex's car is faster than Jonas's.
Oh, no.
And he just got a little bit too keen there, got caught up. Again, being caught out by that slower car. I was just about to say how Alex is doing a great job driving a fast car behind a slow car. And then I didn't even have to say it and I put the mockers on him.
So you don't even have to think it. That's dangerous, Ben.
That's right. I have the power. I have the power.
Battle of the Boxes Part 2, Ben.
That's right, Daddy.
Thanks, Ben.
Brody Black in the lead. Eli Duke is giving chase. Both these fellas hailing from up in the hills. Great job from Brody so far. Oh, as he cuts inside, real tight. Eli doing a great job to read that and follow Brody exactly where he's going. Of course, Brody's car, you can see the size difference. A 31 is not a big car, and it still makes the KE70 look small. And Brody doing a great job there. Nice smooth lines, minimal corrections through this final section. Little bit tighter maybe than we'd like to see, but Eli all over him. Great job from Eli Dukas in the chase there, Danny.
Yeah, Eli's been really good in the chase all day. We haven't really been able to fault his chase runs, even his lead runs.
He's been super smooth, super consistent. Now, if I have a quick look at driftingsa.com.au/live, we can see he's currently sitting in 5th. So he's showing that consistency is really paying off for him today.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to go out and win every round to finish a championship in a good position. You just have to be consistent throughout the season, keep doing it, stay in that seat.
As we got Jamie Richardson and Sam Thompson coming through. Aggression is how you win rounds. Consistency is how you win championships.
Absolutely, Ben.
So Jamie very tight there. Sam just trying to get back into line, trying to get behind Jamie on that real awkward line he took through that first sweeper. Doing a much better job in the chase though. He struggled a little bit in his lead. You can still see that car really doesn't like those tight transitions. It really almost wallowing from side to side. It is an AU Falcon after all, but Jamie Richardson doing a good job. Smashing limiter at the end.
Yeah, it looks like that AU could benefit from a little bit more stiffness.
That's right. He's probably got the King Springs in it right now. Might need to spruik for the upgrade. Grab some HSDs from AU House. Not a sponsor here.
Hello, Dan. Do you want me to drop you down a can to drink? No beers, unfortunately.
That'll be at the pub later.
Dan Pryor, of course, one of our Ride with a Pro drivers today.
All right, so we got Smitty now in the lead. Jock Manson giving chase. Sean's got some work to do. Let's see if he can nail a good lead run.
Let's go, Jock. Do it for the people.
Jock hasn't had a bad run yet. Jock could still spin, and that would be his drop round, and he'd still have a good score. He had 4 really good runs in the first qualifying battle, so he's just out there having a bit of a victory. Oh, good thing we said that, because Sean's just gone a little bit wide, and Jock's had to back off there. But even if he gets knocked down for that, it's not going to matter, because he's got 4 really solid scores on the board so far. So we'll be definitely seeing him in our top 8 later on, as both cars come across the line.
And looking at the lack of cars over on the far side of the track, Ben, I'd say that'd probably conclude this group of L2 top 16.
That's right. And then I think we have the other half of our L2's top 16 to come out, because we're still missing a couple of people we haven't seen yet. A couple of championship contenders, Danny.
With championship implications, Ben?
That was what I was implying. I was implying implications.
Yes.
Yes. All right, here we go. We got Nick McKernan coming out, Liam Kirk, Jacob Clark, so we got Todd Lipczynski out here following in his brother's footsteps and skidding the front straight, warming up those tyres. So again, big thank you to Car Toys for sponsoring our Level 2 competition here today. You can head over to cartoys.com.au, grab yourself some merch. Also, Car Toys sponsoring Hayden Houlihan as well. So, got some Hayden Houlihan air fresheners you can purchase from there. All right, so our level 2 cars making it around to the start line now. It's going to be Battle of the Boats. It's going to be 233s lining up. They'll be coming off the moors together and coming down this front straight. It will be Liam Kirk and Nick McKernan. One coupe, one sedan.
Hey, how come Jack's not driving Pro Rise today? Is he out of tyres?
Yeah, remember where he could put it in reverse? So Jack braking a TR6060, good effort.
Heavy on the equipment.
Bit heavy on the gear, so Nick McKernan in the lead, Liam Kirk giving chase. Nice wide line from both drivers there, a little bit shallow on the angle, especially from Liam in the chase, trying to close the door. Nick McKernan now flowing quite nicely into this infield section, just grabs the handbrake to get the car right out to the side of the track. Nice smooth transition. Liam Kirk just wants to start closing that door up now. Get up on the inside, cuts the line into the last corner, but still quite can't get onto the side of Nick McKernan across the line, Danny.
Great work there by both drivers, Ben. It's funny seeing a 4-door R33 next to a 2-door R33 and seeing that they really are the same size.
They really are, yeah.
Yes, our pro ride drivers' numbers really dwindling, Ben. Look, drifting's a tough little sport on man and machine.
So these pro rides guys are actually doing more laps than pretty much anyone else out here today. Like our competition drivers, they have their practice sessions, they get their battles, and in between all that, we got pro rides running all day long. These guys are pumping out laps. We got now Jacob Clark and Ricky Lee Lipczynski coming down. A little bit of an awkward initiation there from Jacob. as he comes through into the infield section. Ricky Lee just getting a little bit crossed up, ends up out on the dirt. Jacob Clark currently sitting at the top of the pops in our qualification points. So he just needs to cement himself and get himself into that top 8. Ricky Lee just scraping into the top 16, so she needs to really pull something out now. She needs to throw up an amazing lead run to really try and cement and jump up into that top 8 bracket. The scores are still quite close, so it is doable. We see our SA Pro Rides drivers out there putting on a show, taking a couple of, well, 4 people out for the ride of a lifetime. As we have Lindsay Barriere coming through now, being chased down by Trent Forrester. 180SX versus the AU. Can really see Trent trying to throw it in and overcooks it in the chase position, just trying to keep up with Lindsay in that 180SX in the lead, and Trent overdoing it once again. Just getting a little bit carried away. Yeah, right. So I've just spoken to Landon there as we finish off that battle. Good job from Lindsay. Trent just maybe getting a little bit flustered after making that mistake at the start. But in terms of the amount of laps that these drivers doing, apparently Davey Clark in that red 86 and Tim Greaves in the Ute are both running it. They've both run about 90 to 100 laps over the weekend, taking people out for a ride in a pro car. So that's pretty impressive. That's a lot of laps to do in a drift weekend.
It's good seat time. You can imagine the stress that puts on a car though over a weekend. 100 laps of a racetrack at full noise. Shut up, Landon.
All right, so we've got Todd Lipczynski now in the lead. Will Argoon in that brown R32 giving chase. Entering nice and wide, both drivers right outside as Todd tries to cut in a little bit. Right out on the edge of the track from Todd Lipczynski. Throws a dirt roost off the side. Will Argoon unfazed. He is all over the back of that S14, diving up on the inside. Trying to knock out that other headlight in the R32. Pushing right up to the side of Todd Lipczynski. Will Argoon and Todd Lipczynski, ladies and gentlemen.
Will Argoon, everyone.
Goony.
You might keep your house at this rate.
Not at these interest rates. So once again, our ride with the pro drivers coming out for another lap. Your time is running out if you want to go for a ride. And if you do, head over to the Welcome Centre, get yourself a ride with a pro ticket. $129 for 2 laps. 2 most exhilarating laps you'll have in a drift car this weekend.
Is that a cone, Ben?
Pardon?
Is that a cone rolling along there? What's up? What's up with that?
Oh, in the background, there's a cone.
How's that still going?
It's a tumble cone. All right.
Cone.
Liam Kirk and Nick McKernan now. Liam Kirk in the lead position. Nick McKernan in the chase. Nick currently quite high up in the points for today's qualifying standings. Liam needs to pull something out to really wow the judges and get himself a big score. Otherwise, he will be packing it up and he won't be in the top 8. So Liam doing a good job so far. But will it be enough? Nick McKernan doing exactly what he needs to do. Nice, consistent run to really solidify his position in these standings. Right up on Liam Kirk as we come across the line.
Yeah, it's
once again, dirt dropping after the line.
Solid lead and solid chase from both of those drivers on each of those runs, Ben. These guys are really pulling through.
All right, so it looks like we've got Ricky Lipczynski ready to go, and she's going to be leading this time with Jacob Clark in chase. See what Ricky Lee can do now as she just knocks over a couple of cones on the run-up. through the pace zone now. Nails it down the hill. Nice, solid initiation there from both drivers. Jacob Clark really trying to push up now onto the rear quarter of Ricky Lee Lipczynski as they transition through the double right hand. A bit of a tyre drop there from Ricky, but she holds onto it, keeps it going. Keeps that car sideways. Nice smooth line from Ricky in the lead. Jacob Clark just having to trim the line now, trying to keep up with Ricky as they come across the line. Great job from both drivers there, Danny.
Yep, and the family here in our immediate vicinity loving it too. Ricky Lee looks pretty through it herself.
She should be. That was a good run. Up next, we got Trent Forrester. Oh, Lindsay Barriere seems to have shut it down. So Trent Forrester is just going to be on his own now. It is his lead run, so all judges' eyes will be firmly locked on Trent Forrester now. Had that big error in the first run. See if he can clean it up, get himself a good score on the board, try and get himself into that top 8. Nice smooth line there. Really carries the momentum through the corner quite well. Transitioning now through the last 2 corners on the bopper. Trent Forrester coming around, hand out the window. Throwing the shack as he should have been throwing the limmy finger, Danny.
Should have been throwing the limmy. Yeah, the perfect beat
bop.
going there. Very friendly limiter on those.
That's right, you won't get a lot of RSI. Nice, smooth, consistent strokes.
Even the most arthritis-ridden fingers can keep up with that one.
All right, so here we go. Will Argoon and Todd Lipczynski. Will Argoon is actually outside of the top 8 right now. He needs to throw down. We can see why he was so aggressive in his chase run. He's actually on the outside looking in, and that is championship implications if Will Argoon doesn't make the top 8. Todd Lipczynski goes around. Will Argoon just needs to keep running this lead line. He needs to get himself in. Which means also that Todd Lipczynski currently sitting in 6th. So if he has not a great run, he could be getting himself knocked back out of the top 8. Will Argoon doing everything he can to try and get himself into that top 8. He wants to lock out this championship. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe that will do us for our Car Toys Level 2 Top 16. Which means as we're just going to have a quick break because one of the judges needs to go pee. He's like, I need to pee.
Hey, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
That's it. So this is a perfect opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to go grab yourself a drink or something to eat, don't go to the loo because our judge needs it. But grab yourself a bite to eat. Grab yourself a drink from the Welcome Centre. We're going to have about 5 minutes where our judges just have themselves a quick break, and then we'll be moving on to our Level 1 Top 16 presented by Shockworks. So we will be sending cars out very, very shortly, and then we'll get our judges refreshed and ready to go. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time with your L1 Top 16.
My passion for cars began when Nana and Pop bought their new Toyota Crown. It was Nana's, really. She loved that car. We went everywhere in it.
My passion now is just the same, even though my cars are a little different.
I've still got Nana's car. Couldn't part with it. And I reckon if she was here today, she'd be insured with Shannon's too.
Call Shannon's on 13 46 46. Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is going to be your level 1 top 16 at round 5 of the Drifting SA State Series. Going to be Troy Lipczynski leading off first, being chased by John Simeon as they come down the hill. Again, big angle from Troy, one of the biggest angle cars through that first section. And John Simeon just washing off the track. Just couldn't slow that big girl down. Troy Lipczynski now finishing off his lap. The judges will be paying closer attention to him now as John is re-entering the track. You can just hear Troy playing with the throttle through that infield section into the last corner now. And across the line, good run there from Troy Lipczynski in the lead. John Simeon now also finishing off the lap. So we've got some SA Pro Rides drivers taking a few more paying passengers out for the ride of a lifetime here today at round 5 of the State Series. As we look again, this is another battle we've seen a few times through the State Series. One of the first drivers to defeat Luke Viersma, of course, being Scotty Roberts. So it's going to be Scotty in the lead, Viersma in the chase. Going down the hill there. Getting a bit of a handbrake through the middle of the sweeper there from Scott Roberts. Viersma doing well to adjust to that and stay right on the rear quarter panel with Scotty Roberts in that Edwardstown powder coating S4 at 13.4 into the tight section now. You can really hear with Viersma's car being so loud, you can tell exactly when he's on the throttle. Actually just falling away from Scotty Roberts a little bit across the line there, Danny.
That's right, Ben. Sorry, I was laid back. I was down there.
Just next to us here. Dale's just next to us enjoying the benefits of not being in a drift car today.
Hey, how do I score one of those shirts, Dale?
So of course,
Any other way?
Dale campaign with the merch. You still selling some merch, Dale? Or so Dale's
online.
How do we buy the merch, Dale? Where do we go online to? You got to find a link apparently. The Dale doesn't have on hand. So see our SA Pro Rides just coming through the last quarter.
We should be happy enough that Dale's discovered the internet.
All right, here we go. Matt Harvey in the lead. Kenny Hennig giving chase. Coming down the hill now. Big, nice, wide line from Matty. Big dive from Kenny getting up on the inside, but he's managed to maintain that proximity. As we see Matt Harvey now, nice smooth arc being drawn through the infield section. Kenny going the wrong way. Kenny pointing left when he should have been pointing right, but he's kept it on the track. Matt Harvey again just nice and wide, filling those zones. Nice snappy transitions as well, allowing Kenny the chance to get right up on the side of that Kumo tyres S13 across the line.
Yeah, fantastic lead run by Matt Harvey, especially through that first section of the track, that first corner. He really pushed out to the outside, gave Kenny every opportunity to suck up on his door. Unfortunately,
right. Kenny did some.
He did some.
And then some not. So just scrolling down on driftingsa.com.au/live to keep an eye on our live scores. Matt Harvey currently qualified first. We got now Adam Maiello and Sean Power coming down the hill. Couple of SR powered cars. You can really hear them floating there off throttle. Sean Power actually has a bit of a straighten there behind Adam Maiello. So they continue into that infield section. Big angle from Maiello into the infield section. Sean Power using it as an opportunity to dive back up onto the side of that red 180SX as we transition into the final corner. Maiello on a nice solid line there. Sean Power trying to get right up beside him as they come across the line, Danny.
Yeah, it's a bit of a case of big power SR meets little power SR, and you see Sean Power through that tighter section. Adam Maiello washed off a lot of speed through that middle, and Sean Power still managed to keep his car under drift and stay right on that rear bumper.
But then you do kind of see the difference in power, and Adam Maiello come up maybe a little bit short and was able to light off, whereas Sean Power didn't have the power to do so.
I tell you what, it's getting a bit peckish this afternoon. That Euros trailer down there is really good.
Well, I might have to go visit that myself once you're done eating yours, Danny. Go get myself a little tasty treat from the Euros trailer. Might go get myself one of those little AB packs. They look quite delicious. I saw a couple of people eating them yesterday. So if the Euros trailer can hear me from all the way up there, I'll be down there soon. If you want to have a lamb AB ready for me to go.
Just put your pre-order in?
Yeah, just pre-ordering right now. So if you want to whack together a lamb AB, I'll be down there in like 20 minutes. Grab myself one of those. Try and get it in before we go to our level 1 top 8 introductions.
Yeah, you can't do a top 8 intro on an empty stomach, man.
No, not
That'd
at all.
be ludicrous.
Not at all.
Kenny Hennig with his bonnet up down there.
Oh, his flywheel probably fell off again. Just barra things.
Put half a bottle of Loctite on those flywheel bolts.
You might need to speak to Jason Ferrin, because I think Ferrin's the only drift car I've seen with a barra in it that the flywheel hasn't fallen off.
Oh, bit of a mix-up there with our pro ride cars. Tim Greaves coming a little unstuck. Ben Candy doing well to avoid him there.
That's it.
Ben Candy's gone, stuff that, I can't get K70 headlights anymore.
I wonder if Ben Candy's regretting doing all those laps around the water tank at the old Taylor Bend track. Now he knows how much K70 headlights are worth. So we've got our fireys heading back to position now, after just making sure that Kenny's car wasn't indeed on fire.
Because there was every chance it could have been.
Speaking of on fire, Troy Lipczynski, man possessed today, chasing down John Simeon in the V35, stepping up to L1 today. Wasn't L2 yesterday. A bit of a straighten there from Troy, maybe struggling behind that slower car. Nice, smooth, consistent line so far from John Simeon. Oh, there's a bit of contact on the transition. Troy just couldn't get the nose out of it. He's knocked the rear bar off John Simeon. John's like, I'm just going to keep going. You can see the bash bar there. You can see Troy's bash bar is actually flapping around. So it's almost like his bash, as Troy is all over him on the finish line. You see Troy's bash bar has done the thing that bash bar should do, and it hasn't ripped the entire car apart because it's done what it's supposed to do and come apart from the car.
When's the last time in competition drift you saw the lead car putting his arm out to touch the chase car? Is that right, Dale? Yep.
Yeah, Hayden and Mayello. But here we go. It's going to be Luke Viersma versus Scotty Roberts. So Scotty Roberts just getting walked by Luke Viersma a little bit there, cutting the inside, trying to catch up. Viersma with all the angle to slow that car down. That's what we want to see. Using the angle to slow the car down into that tight infield section. Viersma just right on the edge of the track, trying to keep that door nice and open from Scotty Roberts. But Scotty's just not there. He needs to try and close that gap, but he can't do it. Viersma across the line, Scotty Roberts in tow. But yeah, you could just see he just got left for dead a little bit down the front straight on that initiation. He just could never catch it up, Danny.
Yeah, really had his work cut out for him throughout the last section of the track there, trying to close the gap.
I was saying with Viersma's car, it is so fast. You need to be on his bumper on initiation. That's the only way you're going to stay with him. You can't just close the gap on a car like that. As we come around now, it's going to be Kenny Hennig with his car not being on fire, which is good. And then Matt Harvey in the chase in that Kubo Tyres S13 all the way from Tasmania. You can hear Matt Harvey off throttle for a long time there, just waiting for Kenny to initiate there as Kenny goes, almost around. You can see Matt Harvey hit the bailout button. He did not want to put his nose in there, and rightly so. Kenny gets to going once again, though, and Matt Harvey preserving the front of that car. Great job there from Matt. As Kenny Hennig now trying to finish off the lap. You can see Matt Harvey still push. As Kenny grabs the tyres once again, knocks the rear bar off.
I've got to shout out the Euros trailer again, man. This is unbelievable.
Good Euros.
Absolutely. This is top tier.
Hey Dale, you want to do me a favour? You want to go give me an AV? What are they, 20 bucks? Thanks, Dale.
Keep the change, mate.
I'm not made of money, Danny.
You're a homeowner now.
I have interest rates to worry about. All right, so Sean Power, Adam Mayello, a couple of SR-powered S chassis on the way down. Sean Powell booging through that pace zone, coming down the hill. You see, just on the foot brake, trying to float the car out. Adam Mayello just getting walked a little bit with Sean carrying a little bit more momentum through that fast corner there, knowing that his car's got a little bit less power. Mayello really having to cut the line, trying to catch up to Sean Powell. Sean's off. Big tyre drop on the outside there. That allows Mayello to get right up on him. He's pushing him through that left-hander, into the right-hander. Mayello all over the back of Sean Power as we come across the line.
Yeah, good work by Sean Powers. I thought he was going to over-rotate there. He's dropped a tyre. He had some crazy angle, but he still managed to keep that car under drift and keep it going. But Adam Mayello taking advantage of that and just pouncing right up onto the door.
It was almost like a lucky thing that Mayello was a car length back because it gave him that room to then dive in instead of having to check up and then lose the
potentially
ground.
straighten.
Yeah.
We got Hayden Houlihan coming out onto the track here, the Style King himself, with Tyson Alexander in tow. Hayden's car, honestly, considering the size of the impact with, was it Troy yesterday?
Yeah, with Troy.
The car doesn't look too bad.
Metal guards.
That's right, and the commitment to metal's really paid off.
Yeah. So I'm just having a quick look now at our standings on driftingusa.com.au/live. Hayden Houlihan currently sitting in second on 108.4, only 0.1 of a point behind Matt Harvey. Tyson Alexander all the way down in 15th on 76.8. He is going to have to pull out a couple of really big runs if he wants a chance to take it to the top 8. We have seen it happen before. We saw it happen on this layout, this reverse over the hill layout. The first year we ran it, Zach Bogner Was in. So just waiting for these cars to come past. So yeah, Zach Bogner sitting in 16th position, battling against Dale Campaign, who was currently the number 1 qualifier at that time. And Zach threw down the sickest chase run ever seen on this layout, still to this day. Absolutely glued to Dale Campaign the entire time. Shot himself all the way from 16th and got himself into that top 8, into the elimination battle. So it can be done, Danny.
And was that not in that car that was built in like a week?
I believe so.
So there you go. Anything is possible. Your position in qualifying is never truly safe, so you can't relax.
Exactly
right. If you're sitting on a 95 and you think you're happy with that, you're not happy with that. You need to go out there and you need to keep pushing.
You need to go out there and hit the pace car.
Hit the pace car.
All right. Speaking of hitting cars, Hayden Houlihan in the lead. And then Tyson Alexander giving chase. Couple of style bosses now coming into that first sweep. A nice wide line from Hayden Houlihan, allowing Tyson Alexander, even on those little wheels, to dive up on the side of Hayden Houlihan's R32. Bit of a shimmy there from Tyson. Cuts the line, trying to get it on the angle. Overcooks on the right-hander. Has to now try and chase down Hayden Houlihan. But that was a big mistake from Tyson. It was a mistake. Oh, he's in the tyres. Not the door. That left-hand door has seen so much action in that S14. Landon is not happy. Actually, you should be happy. You're going to use the Bobcat to move those tyres, Landon? Oh, Landon doesn't have the Bobcat. That's why he looks so depressed.
We're back-to-back events, so we've got Oktoberfest. No point in too much.
Well, that's very true,
So Landon's just made the point. So don't forget, we have Locktoberfest coming up November 25 and 26. 2 weeks' time. So you guys, we're not going to worry too much about cleaning the track because Locktoberfest is going to make a mess of it. Jamie Godfrey now in the lead with Tim Rasmussen giving chase. Tim having to really ride that handbrake to keep the car sideways, but he does so. Jamie now drawing a nice arc through that left-hander into the infield section. A little bit shallow there from Jamie. Tim doing a good job to follow that line. So they transition into that left-hand hairpin. Again, Jamie was a little bit shallow, comes out wide now into the last sweeper. Again, lots of angle from Jamie in the lead, and it allows Tim Rasmussen to be right on the door across the line. Good, solid battle there from both of those drivers.
Yeah, it's good to see Jamie getting a lot of laps in after a lot of mechanical issues early on.
He really doesn't want to blow this diff because it's not even his, it's Mark Snedden's. It's Mark's spare diff from that brown 32.
He was telling us he picked up a spare diff at the start of the weekend, blew it up straight away.
Immediately. So we go, Tate Lindstrom. Oh, a bit of an awkward initiation there from Tate, but he holds on to it, allows Aiden Scott to get right up beside him as we come into the infield. Dryer dropped on the inside as Tate kind of cuts off Aiden's line there. Coming into the infield section, into this tight technical section now. We can see Tate a little bit more comfortable through here. And Aiden all over him right now.
Yeah, killer off.
Falls away a little bit in that last transition, closes up the gap as they come across the line. Tate definitely not looking comfortable on that initiation down the hill. It looks sketchy every lap. So there we are. So that was Tate Lindstrom and Aiden Scott. Looking down.
There's Adam Aiello down in front of us. Adam, that's right where you spun.
We were talking about if someone spun on the front straight. It was like, how could you possibly do that? And then immediately Adam comes out, warming up his tyres and ends up facing the wrong way.
Yep. Oh, we've got a live stream, mate.
We've got video footage.
It was on national television.
Worldwide. Some dude from Germany probably saw it. He was watching yesterday.
Yeah. He was like, Scheiße.
Das ist not good.
Spun on the street, yeah.
All right, so we're just waiting for our next pair of cars to head off. Looking across, it does look like it's going to be Tom Hemmings, and he'll be leading Mark Sneddon. All right, so we're just waiting for these guys to take off. Again, big thank you to Shockworks for bringing us our level 1 competition here this weekend and throughout the year. Again, big thanks to our other sponsors, including Shannon's Insurance, Scott's Tyres, Salika Spares, Limex Building, TNS Insulation, and of course, Car Toys for sponsoring level 2 here. So here we go, Tom Hemmings in the backup car. Mark Sneddon in the parts car, coming down the straight. And Mark Sneddon having issues right there. Tom Hemmings also having issues, straightening up big time through the sweeper. Comes through into the infield section now.
And Mark Sneddon just kind of cruising through the layout.
Yeah, it came through. It sounded like it was misfiring really bad, so. But Hemmings finishing off the lap there, and Mark Sneddon.
It's a very unfortunate outcome there for misfire Mark.
Does that sound like possibly like it's popped a cooler pipe? It's got that kind of
cooler pipey sound about it.
Cooler pipe RB sound. Sounds like the airflow meter is not telling it how much air is going in the engine.
Ben, of course, a qualified mechanic.
The misfiring RB mechanic, I've had enough of them.
You're one of those guys that thinks that you fix an RB misfire by revving it.
Yeah, the old Italian tune-up. Also, the guy that had a misfiring RB20 for half of Matsuri because my battery terminal was loose.
And how'd you try and fix it? You revved it.
Yeah, revved fine. Didn't go under load, though. All right, here we go. Tyson Alexander in the lead, being chased down by Hayden Houlihan. Super late initiation there from Tyson. Floats out. Actually got that really nice. Hayden just sitting there in the pocket, wants to close up. Oh, very deep there from Tyson. Drops the tyre, a little bit of a straight, and Hayden's still trying to stay in on the quarter there. A little bit awkward, but they get it going. Hayden being super aggressive behind Tyson Alexander. He's already smashed the front of that car. He doesn't care anymore. He's doing the bodywork anyway. So he is absolutely all over the back of Tyson Alexander. What a run, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, crazy on entry there, almost contact. I don't think Hayden Houlihan was expecting Tyson to enter that soon, but best case scenario, both cars got through the track without incident.
Right, so as we send those cars back into the pits, we're going to have our next battle on our hand. And I'm going to leave that one to Danny because I'm going to try and smash some of this delicious AB from the Eurospan.
Oh, you enjoy your smoko, man.
I'm on smoko. I heard a chorus of "Leave Me Alone," and I'm proud.
I want
proud
a
of all of you.
full review of that AB on my desk as soon as possible. All right, here we go. Tim Rasmussen in the black S13, and he's leading Jamie Godfrey in the blue S13. Jamie, a bit shallow on initiation there, trying to get right up on the door of Tim through the first section of the track. Tim doing a great job of filling first outside zones there. As we've been seeing pretty commonly from him in this layout, bit of a bum drag there on the handbrake. Jamie trying to catch up still. As Tim comes through the middle section of the track, still doing a really, really good job of filling out those zones. Jamie doing his best to emulate him, but trailing and straightening a little bit there, unfortunately.
Interesting to see Tim Rasmussen blazing harder than Jamie through the last corner there.
Yeah.
Also, if you're hungry, get an AB. They're really good. I paid for this.
Get anything from that trailer.
What do you reckon they're doing here, Stewie, speed-wise? 120, 130 pace zone on the initiation? Yeah.
All right, so next two coming around the track now. We've got Aiden Scott in the purple S13, and we've got Tate Lindstrom in the BMW, LS-powered BMW behind him. Aiden, whoa, big straight and very awkward initiation. Tate did a good job to adapt to that, maintaining pretty good proximity as we come into the middle section of the track. Aiden kind of not quite filling out that zone. Tate still doing a good job keeping a nice consistent gap behind him. As we transition now, Aiden doing a better job now filling out those zones. Tate still keeping a super consistent gap. Very, very smooth in the chase. And that is exactly what we're looking for as they cross the line there. Very, very strange initiation. It's Aiden looks like he might be struggling with a bit of front grip, Ben.
Yeah, I think the same issues having with Tate as well, because Tate's initiations over that hill have been really sketchy looking. We've seen him off in the dirt a couple of times as well. So, again, it's just one of those things, maybe the car just isn't quite loading up how they like and snapping out. And it seems to be that the front end's washing out as it comes over the hill, and then as it loads up, they're on a real awkward line. All right, we got Tom Hemmings now. Tom Hemmings riding solo because Mark Stenton had that issue. Oh, he really has to get on that handbrake, massage the car out. He threw a bunch of angle down the hill and it almost cost him, but he managed to make it work. As we come into the infield section, really riding the outside of the track there. Of course, being by himself, all the judges are watching him right now. They're going to notice every little mistake he makes. He comes through the last corner now. One arm out the window. Nice solid run there.
Classic Tom Hemmings. He knows exactly how to get the crowd involved, fired up. Always got the arm out the window, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's right, Danny.
Thanks, Ben.
Now I know how it feels to be you when I throw you under the bus. I look across, he's got a kebab in his face. I'm just like, isn't that right, Danny? He's like, yeah. All right, so we're going to have the second half. Oh, no, this is our L2 top 8 coming towards you now. So these are elimination battles now, Danny.
Elimination battles, that's right. This is not for points anymore. I repeat, this is not for points anymore. If you lose this battle now, you're putting your car in the trailer and you're hitting the road. So let's see how these level 2 drivers go with that increased pressure, knowing that any small mistake could send them packing.
Yeah, so it is one of those interesting things. It does change your mindset a little bit. I was talking to Eli last night. He goes, I must have a gypsy curse on me because I make the top 8 pretty much every time I'm in L2. Every time I rock up, I make the top 8, and every single time I've lost my top 8 battle. So it's one of those things, it does definitely change the pressure that you're feeling when you drive. Some people thrive in it, some people don't. And with L2, those feelings are definitely amplified, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely, being our less experienced competition drifters. But time will tell how they adapt to the change now. We didn't see these guys fold too badly yesterday when we switched to our elimination format later in the day. But of course, we're dealing with a completely different layout. It's a completely different kettle of fish now.
Whole different box of frogs.
Whole different box of frogs. Can I help you, Adam? I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Someone get this man a megaphone.
He wants to know the scores, and if you want to know the scores, you can go to sa.com.au/live.
See that phone?
Refresh.
See that little electronic
swipe-
device?
swipe
See that
your
little
thumb
electronic
down.
device in your hand right now?
Swipe your thumb down.
All you need
refresh,
to do,
refresh the page.
right?
You also got to remember, Stewie's running the show.
And he's
It's
pretty,
all about the spreadsheet.
pretty deep in a debate right now, which is out of character for him.
Stewie can't go, no, no, no. You see, the thing is, to the computer. It just says no. So we will have those scores up. We'll let you know who has made the top 8. Of course, we will have our top 8 introduction coming up as well, and then we'll definitely know who's in the top 8. But for now, we're going to have our top 8 in our L2. It's going to start off with Jock Manser and Alex Coxon. All right, coming down the hill here again, you can see,
Jock.
Alex entering earlier than Jock, and it has bit him because he's had to straighten and reinitiate. That's not going to be looked upon kindly. And now we're at the point where people are getting knocked out. You don't want to be making those silly little mistakes. Alex now trying to make up for it as he drops tyres on the inside as well. We were talking about that added pressure for our L2 drivers here in the top 8. Jock Manser absolutely throwing down, but Alex Coxon, a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes there, Dunny.
Yeah, both pulled it together later on, but unfortunately, because this is elimination, you know, those big mistakes could have big implications and kind of look like that domino effect of one car made a mistake, which made the other car make a mistake, and then the first car made another mistake.
And then Maggie laughed.
And then we cried, and what a roller coaster of emotion. So we'll leave it up to our judges to work out what the cause of the issues were there. And
I am so glad I am not a judge.
And you know what? Hats off to our judges. They sit here all weekend, watch drifting. They can't take their eyes off this. They have to watch every single run, every single second of every single run to get the best picture of who is doing well and who isn't. Us, we look away all the time.
Yeah, we miss heaps of battles.
Like you're eating
It's
an AB.
almost like we're not good at this.
You got us.
All right, so what do we do? Oh, we're just resetting the. Stewie's giving directions to our man on the. Is that Brendan down there on the ground? Give us a wave, Brendan. Hey, that's not a wave. So again, big thank you to our volunteers out here. These guys are out here. You can tell Brendan's a ginger because he's got the ski mask on to protect as much of his body as he can. Because he is going to end up purple by the end of this weekend. All right, here we go. We're going to flip it and reverse it now. It is going to be Alex Coxon leading. Jock Manser on the chase. Coming through this pace zone.
Way better initiation there this time by Alex. Jock taking a little bit longer
Jock
to
right
get
up
involved.
on the door, though. Falls back a little bit there, but Jock's definitely trying to put that exclamation mark on it. He knows that Alex Coxon probably made a couple of little mistakes behind him, and he is pushing super hard. AU Falcon's doing incredible things right now behind Alex Coxon in that 180SX. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that is not Jonas Stankiewicz out there in the Falcon. That's Will Argoon. I was going to say his third Falcon, but it's his third car of the weekend. He had a 32 before that. So obviously we did see Mark Snedden's car have a mechanical failure in his battle.
Will Argoon has had his fingers over every single car this weekend. So he's gone from AU wagon to an R32 Skyline, making a little bit of power, and now he's been thrown back in a low-powered Falcon. So we got Eli Dykers coming through now for a battle with Brody Black in the chase.
How many times have these guys battled today?
Well, this will be the last time. We know that for sure.
It's at least 3.
This would be the third. And here they are fighting each other again. Oh, Brody Black unfortunately spins there in the chase. Eli's pretty much just got to finish this through now. No major mistakes, and he'll be looking very good, bar a big error next time.
Oh, as you see, a big correction there on that transition as well. But not as big as the mistake we definitely saw from Brody Black at the start there.
Bit of limiter there by Brody.
Is that a Microtech in that thing?
Oh, probably.
Sounds like a Microtech limiter.
Yep, it was built by Dan Pryor, and Microtechs are ancient, so you'd have to imagine that's what he'd use. They just discovered fire when Dan Pryor built that car. He probably didn't even have any grey hairs at the time. Are you even eating that?
Yeah.
You barely touched it.
I'm working. It started way above the box, and I'm at the level of the box. It's a good AB, just so you know. If you're hungry, go get one.
We can't.
They're tasty.
We cannot talk the Euros trailer up enough. We're blown away. Quick turnaround too.
I don't know. I got Dale to get it for me. Just get a national drifting champion to go get
one of the best drifters in the country to Euros jockey.
That's right.
How the mighty have fallen.
That's what happened when you throw legs out of bed. All right, here we go. It's going to be Brody Black in the lead this time. Eli Duke is in the chase position, coming through the pace zone now. Brody definitely cutting through that corner every time. Enters super early. Eli doing a good job to get on the gas and try and mimic that line. Brody nice and wide, allowing Eli to just sit in the pocket there. Much better job so far in the lead for Brody than his chase. He's keeping it facing the right direction, but Eli is stepping up right now. Tire drop from Brody in the lead, and Eli is all over him. What a battle, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Brody Black and Eli Duikas.
Hey, yo! So, look, given the events and the quality of that chase run there, Ben.
I'm not a judge. I'm not saying anything.
I'm not going to make any announcements.
I plead the fifth.
But it's looking pretty good for Eli. You know, Eli didn't have to chase that hard. All he had to do was chill back. But he's not about that life.
Nah. Because they're having fun. And a fun thing to do is chase as close as you can. All right, so we've got Jacob Clark in the lead. Jamie Richardson giving chase. Sorry, I had Stewie's head in my way. As Jacob Clark now drawing a nice wide arc. Jamie Richardson having to cut the line a little bit to try and keep up. These are championship contenders, both in this battle right now. Jamie Richardson looking just outside the top two. Jacob Clark and Will Argoon were neck and neck coming into the round today. And look at Jamie now trying to close that door, get right up on the side of Jacob Clark across the line.
Fantastic end of the run there. And I tell you what, Jacob, bar a few handbrake corrections and whatnot, that was a very, very good lead run.
It was very smooth.
So great work there by both drivers. Looks like we're going to have a result there on the Eli Brody battle as they head off the track.
All right, I have to go for a walk, Danny. We're going to do some top 8 introductions, and I need to take the mic down so we can do some interviews after the battle. So, have fun.
Thanks, Ben. John, you want to hop on? Come on, mate. There's another one. Don't miss the opportunity to get John on here, man. We'll be making jokes about this for years. Yeah, come in. Come past the barrier. Mute ones here.
Oh, yeah. Better talk shit. But he got a decent little bonk from the old Lippy.
So please, Scott's Tyres will be closing shortly, finishing up tyre fitting services. So if you have any needs for the rest of the afternoon, now is your time to get it done. Thank you.
So, you on there, John?
I have no idea.
Say
I think
something.
so. Yeah,
Yep,
we're
yep.
good.
So
Yeah.
you were just saying you got a bit of a bonk.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a bonk from the old Lippy on the transition there. I don't think he was expecting me to snap back that quick.
Well, yeah, no, obviously not. As we have the script flipped on this battle that we just saw. We've got Richardson in the blue S13 and Jacob Clark in the black grey. Oh, whoa,
there we go.
Whoa, what's bit of an
Get it into
issue,
gear,
bit of an
son.
issue there through the gate. Richardson all over the place through that section, but he's picked it up now, doing a great job through the first section of the track, filling that zone. And look at Jacob Clark staying right on his door. He is driving like a man that really, really wants to win this elimination battle as we come through. He's still right on the rear bar of that blue S13. Lead car doing a good job still, filling that zone. And Jacob Clark, he knows how important this day is. He knows how important this round is to his championship hopes, and he is driving like it, John.
Yeah, Jacob finishing up that lap quite well. Obviously the...
we're
the
just gonna have
bollard
to,
in the-
we're gonna have to readjust the cone. 'Cause you don't sound like a pilot when you shout, I'll tell you that for free.
Yeah, besides that...
You having a good smoko down there, Ben? Doesn't look like you're working very hard.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. So I'm down here on the ground with the owner of the car that Will Argoon's about to drive. Jonas, how's your butthole?
Oh, it's fine. I trust Goon.
There we go. He trusts him.
Has
Let's
he-
see if
has
that
he,
trust is well placed. We're going to have Nick McKernan and Will Argoon about to take off from the line.
He trusts
I'll let
him.
you
Has
guys
he
take
not
over.
seen- has he not seen what he's done to every other car he's driven this weekend? All right, so Nick in the lead in that white 33. We've got Will Argoon in Jonas's borrowed E-something Falcon. Bit of an issue on initiation there, bit of a obviously teething problem from hopping in a brand new car. In the lead there, doing a good job in the 33, filling out that outside zone. And we've got Will trying to suck right back up, and he's doing a great job of getting on that door of that 33. Little bit of a straighten though through that corner. As we come now to the last section, lead car still doing a very, very, very good job of filling out that zone. And fantastic work towards the end there by Will Argoon. He's chosen just the right time to work that E-Series out, John.
At least the speed gate there stayed in position.
Well, that's always good when you don't try and handbrake Scando through the speed gate.
Just trying to get the most out of it, I guess.
Big round of applause for these two L2 competitors. Will Argoon has had the chip stacked against him all day, yet still manages to pull through a very, very solid chase.
Showing a bit of versatility in these driving.
Yeah, very. It takes a very good driver to adapt, doesn't it, John, to several different chassis in one single day.
What's that, third car? Third car today?
Third car today. Hey, skateboard dude, can you do a kickflip? Kickflip?
Kickflip?
Come on. Ah. That's all right. We appreciate the effort. Thank you. Don't hurt yourself. I don't know if the lawyers are going to...
We got Will in the lead this time.
Will Argoon in the lead this time. Bit of a later entry
Late
there
one.
from Will as Nick tries to push up. But definitely doing a better job in that EA this time round. EB, ED, anyway.
Falcon.
Still solid work here by both drivers. As we come across the line now. Will's still loving it. Arm out the
Will
window.
happy with that one.
Win or lose, this guy has a good time.
Definitely having a party out there.
So what's going on with you, John? Is your car broken or is it all right?
We'll zip tie the bar back up and drive her home. She'll be right.
You drove it here?
Yeah.
Street car dream?
Of course.
Respect.
She's a little bit battered and bruised, and rear quarter's a bit caved in, but nothing a zip tie and a hammer won't fix.
Yep. Nothing a car following you all the way home to protect you from a cop can't fix.
Might go all out and put a bit of race tape on it as well.
You got some blue stuff?
We'll make it happen.
Oh.
Nothing a Sharpie won't fix.
Yeah? All right, so it looks like we are waiting a result for these two at the line here, or what's going on with that? Okay, excellent. So we're going to send these guys off, which means, if I'm not mistaken, we're going to cross down to my partner in crime, Ben, for some top 8 introductions. Ben. Yep. Oh, look at this. Oh, stop
beautiful.
it. Cut it out.
That's some good action.
How's the recoil?
Gotta love the bounce. Gotta love the recoil.
What a beautiful, beautiful man. All right, so we'll go down to the front straight here for our top 8 introductions in just a moment.
Graceful, Ben. Graceful.
All right, hello everybody. Hi. We're going to do this nice and short and sweet because basically we're just playing with the pace zone a little bit because most of the drivers said it needs to go further back. We need more speed. So we're going to give you guys more speed for the top 8. So we're going to have even gnarlier entries, even faster entry speeds. And Stewie, are they going to get a sight lap with the new pace zone, or are we just making them do it? Stop being bitch is what Stewie just said. So there we go. Yeah, just hit the cones. You've done that a few times already. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your top 8 for our level 1 here, round 5, the finale of the South Australian Drift Series, our L1 competition, of course, brought to us by Shockworks Coilovers. And up first, top 8 Lindstrom, once again back in the top 8. It's great to see you out here today. Everything going well?
Yeah, look, it's been an interesting way to get here into the top 8. The first couple of battles were good. The second one wasn't as great, but I'm surprised that I made it here, and I'm just happy to be here.
That's nice, man. Good work. Hopefully we see you up into the finals. And I'm assuming we've actually stacked these up like how we did it, so you'll be with Tim. Tim, it's great to see you in the top 8, man. You've come a long way to get here from rural Victoria. So it's good to see you in the top 8. How are you feeling?
Very overwhelmed. I don't know if I really should be here, but hey, look, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. So good luck, man. And hopefully your first top 8 turns into your first top 4 and maybe even your first final. So good luck, man. Alrighty, up next in the Ferrari. If you don't know why we call it the Ferrari, do you want to open your door real quick? Is it open? So, it makes it worse. There's a Ferrari sticker down there. So anyway, Adam Aiello, great to see you back in the top 8, man. There's been some real interesting runs and some... How you feeling, man?
Sloppy, to be honest. I don't even know how I made it here. But look, we'll make it work, so just have fun, really.
And I know I was supposed to keep this short, but how was it driving the thing that you drove yesterday?
As bad as it sounds, it actually isn't that bad. But we had a flat front tyre, so we're just blaming everything on that.
Yeah, I heard it went out with like 6 PSI in it. So, ladies and gentlemen, Adam Aiello. Oh, that's all right. It's all good. I thought it was undone. Matt Harvey, 2 rounds, 2 top 8s. Are we going to try and make it 2 finals as well?
Oh, see how we go. Just battle the red cars, see what comes out on top.
Awesome. So, again, great to see you all the way over from Tassie. Hopefully we can see you get the maximum amount of track time out here today.
That's the plan anyway. I'm finally happy with my entry, so see how we go. We just changed it, so let's try it again.
Yeah, everyone's finally sorted it out. Let's change it. Hell yeah, top 8. Matt Harvey, everybody. Do you even want to talk? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Hayden Houlihan. Obviously, we saw the incident with Troy yesterday. And it's great to see, even with the minor damage, I don't think it was too bad mechanically wise, because you're straight back out today and you're ripping it. So how you feeling? How you feeling about making it into the top 8?
Yeah, driving's not too bad. Just unfortunately, I can't win the car show, which is the worst thing. So just copped a bit of a beating, but yeah, I'm ashamed.
I'm sure you'll be putting about 800 man hours and you'll have it fixed by Oktoberfest. Does anybody want to help? There's beers on at Hayden's place. Hayden Houlihan, everybody. All right, up next. Not only am I happy to see you in the top 8, I'm happy to see you that has your diff still, not even your diff, but the diff in the car is still working. Jamie, how does it feel to be up here in the top 8?
I'm finally here, mate, and yeah, it feels good, but hopefully this diff lasts.
Yeah, so 4 diffs today. You literally, the one you put in blew on the first lap that you drove, so good luck. Hopefully your diff holds together and we see you further on in the competition. Jamie Godfrey, everybody. All right, so smash him up, Luke, today, mate. Your car was so gripped up it literally ripped the suspension out, but you still patched it together. You got to drive Kai's SR-powered S15. You still did a great job in it. How does it feel to make it to the top 8?
Oh, I feel kind of a little bit blessed. We've been having real issues today, so it's good to be in the top 8. Massive thanks to my team for getting it ready. Yeah, it's been a real issue, but we're going to try to do our best for the top 8 and try and make it to the finals.
That's it, and you're going to be facing up against Troy Lippy, and Troy has been driving like a man possessed, man. So you're going to have to throw some big laps down, because Troy's going to be throwing it backwards behind you at this rate. Everybody, Luke Viersma. And Troy in the Lippy Motorsport car that's starting to look more like a Scott's Tyres car. You got about that same amount of over-fender as them as well at the moment. Troy, it's great to see, one, again, that you're in the top 8, and it's great to see that you've had a whole weekend without mechanical dramas, because this car has, fingers and toes crossed, everybody, for Troy. But seeing your car hold together, because you've had a lot of issues with this one. So yeah, good to see you in the top 8. How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling really good. John, I'm sorry, but I didn't really mean to hit you as hard as I did there, so yeah, apologies for that one. But no, feeling really good, and nearly time for a birthday.
That's it. It's also John's fault just for being slow. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Troy Lipczynski. And for your L1 top 8, we're going to whack their helmets on. They're going to head around, and we're going to get straight into some knockout battle action here, round 5 of the Drifting SA State Series, brought to you by Shockworks Coilovers.
Thank you, Ben, for that fantastic top 8 introduction as usual. So we're going to jump straight into the elimination battles here. So these guys fire up their cars and get ready.
I think they'll put a bit of a show on as they leave.
Tell you what, he's right. Lippy's car, with every round,
I think Lippy's tyres are warm.
Well, if they weren't, they are now.
He's ready to go.
A lot of enthusiasm from these lads, ready to get into it.
Ready
now,
to
John,
go.
as somebody that has drifted it competitively, etc., explain.
Oh, there's a bit more of Scott's tyres showing through.
Explain what's going through your mind as you're leaving something like this. You're about to line up, elimination battles ahead. What are you thinking about?
It's a little bit daunting, but basically you just want to run through. You lead, you chase, and make sure you're hitting all the same points you've hit all day. You don't want to go changing it up just because you got someone like Luke Viersma against you. Keep running your thing, and he's got to play his game, and then you play yours.
Absolutely.
If you try to change it up too much, then you end up in the backfield down there.
All right, John, having a look over there at the lineup of vehicles, if my eyes do not deceive me, we have Troy Lipczynski, and he's going to be going against Luke Viersma, so he's bitten off a tough one for the first battle here in the top 8.
Troy for the lead.
But Troy in the lead, that's correct, and he's no doubt ready for the challenge, so here we go for the first battle of the top 8, DSA State Series, round 5. Troy, big entry, throwing it in hard. Viersma
early
not
transition
giving
from Troy.
him any room here. As Viersma, any teething issues with that car's alignment, obviously sorted now, as he's right on the rear bar of Troy, transitioning through. Troy still doing a solid job out front, but Viersma is giving him all sorts of pressure right now. Fantastic work by these two guys. What a battle to open up the top 8, Ben.
Yeah, that's right, Danny.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for holding down the fort.
Good work, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, big thanks to John Simeon for holding down the fort.
You know what they say, John, those that can't do commentating, you might have a future here.
He's got the can't do part down. Now, also, big ups to you, John, for stepping up to L1 for the day, going up with the big boys. I know you wanted a bigger run-up, but I think the run-up was a little bit too big for that last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Troy's car's got a lot of mechanical grip and just definitely drove up on it.
Yeah, so John just saying Troy's car has a lot of mechanical grip, and yeah, it's an S chassis with like good suspension, so case in point, Luke Viersma's car, S chassis with so much grip that they snapped one of their rear arms, inverted it, and ripped the sway bar out of the car. So massive effort from Team Viersma to get that car back together and driving, and of course a massive shout out to Brian Nelson running our prototypes today for lending Luke his car.
He's probably still on the drive back to Gawler.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. Luke Viersma will be in the lead, being chased down by Troy Lipczynski. Coming down the hill, big angle from Viersma. Viersma just carrying it the whole way as well. Troy with a bit shallow angle trying to keep up with that monster of an S13 of Luke Viersma. Again, Viersma nice and wide. Troy cutting a bit of line, trying to close that gap, get that Lippy Motorsport S13 up on the door, which he's just done. Viersma again, nice line. Troy gets into him! Troy just gets too aggressive in that S13, gets on the door.
And now he's
Luke
dropping a
Vizma,
rattler.
and he's dropping a rattler.
That is a frustration rattler if ever I've seen
Careful,
one.
Troy, you might blow off your over fenders. So unfortunate there for Troy and Luke there in the battle. The judge is going to go have a look at that on the live stream replay just to confirm what they believe happened.
Oh no, Scott! What happened? Bit of disappointment there from Troy's dad. But look, that sometimes the chips don't fall in your favour.
Also, Stewie's just asked if Peter Viersma wants to pop up here real quick. Do you want me to just tell him over the radio? Stewie says that Luke needs to go faster through the pace zone. He feels like he's not carrying the speed he should be. Here we go, Brody Black. Oh, that's going to be Landon outdoor to pro ride.
So
Landon will take any opportunity to drive.
Was that Luke Viersma's dad needs to tell Luke Viersma that he's going too slow through the... So, basically, he needs Luke to prove to us that his dad didn't raise a wuss.
Basically, they're saying that he's borderline balking the chase car because he's got so much power he can just drive through
borderline
that first
get on the
section.
gas, Luke.
Yeah, so foot down, Luke. There's normally a word that goes in between that, but we're PG-13 this weekend. So go watch the Wreckham video and just know from turn 2 to turn 6, foot down. Scott straight in. Scott Lichinsky throwing the protest in. We need a rerun.
Security, this man's crazy. Come, someone drag this guy out.
We've got a wild Lichinsky on the wall.
He's causing a scene. Fucking hell, man.
Oh, there we go. You're Landon Kennedy out there doing Ride with the Pro in Brody Black's car and absolutely abusing it. Just that Microtech limiter, Donnie from the Wild Thornberry's going hard. Donnie's got on the Ritalin. All right, so it looks like we got our next battle paired up and ready to go. It's going to be Jamie Godfrey versus Hayden Houlihan. So Hayden Houlihan coming through the first part of the pace zone.
Mr. Viersma is in proximity. Alright.
Houlihan flat knocking down the straight. Godfrey right on the rear bar as they come into the sweep. But Godfrey, a big straighten from Jamie in the chase. Nice smooth arc being drawn by Hayden. Exactly what I want to see. Jamie Godfrey now trying to lunge back onto the side of that R32 four-door. Gets up there through the tight right-hander, transitioning into the hairpin. Again, Jamie just falling back. Real tight line trying to close that gap. Hayden doing what we want to see. Bit of a snappy transition there. Ends up on a bit of a mid-line. Then works the car out through the last quarter. Jamie Godfrey right there or thereabouts. Maybe would have liked to see him a little bit closer, Danny.
Yeah, look, it's never easy when you draw Hayden Houlihan for the first battle of the top 8. Jamie trying his very hardest there to answer the challenge, but yeah, just snapping a little bit too much lock and shaving off some important speed mid-corner has definitely cost him.
That's right. It's interesting with Hayden Houlihan's car because it is so low and it has such aggressive fitment. The car is actually quite stiff, so it has a lot of float in it. And maybe that's what caught Jamie out. He went to drive up onto the side of it and just realised that Hayden was floating more through that first section rather than driving through it on the throttle. As we can see now, they're going to cut past the rest of the cars. And it will be, we'll be flipping them around. This time it'll be Hayden Houlihan chasing Jamie Godfrey.
All right. So we're going to jump straight into part 2 of the battle here between Hayden and Jamie.
So it'll be interesting to see because, again, Hayden's car definitely is less grippy than a lot of the S13s out here today. Basically, every Pro Spec car you're seeing out there on the grid is an S13. So we got Jamie out there, we got Troy, we got Luke Viersma, all in these, and Matt Harvey, of course. All right, so we got Jamie Godfrey now in the lead. Hayden Houlihan chasing him down. Hayden right up beside Jamie, almost scraping the bumper down the hill. Hayden absolutely on fire right now. Pushing Jamie Godfrey through that corner. Watch the transition. Watch Hayden dive up to the inside with Jamie Godfrey. Hayden has stepped up for these elimination battles and absolutely. Oh, Jamie's wide. He's off the track. Hayden gets on the brake, stays behind, and absolutely dominating Hayden Houlihan. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Hayden Houlihan, Jamie Godfrey.
God. Hayden Houlihan, can you sign my baby?
All right, just real quickly as well, I've got Stewie here. So we're actually going to rerun the chase run of Troy Lipczynski. So I'm going to just pass the mic over to Stewie.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, so essentially what it was deemed by the judges was essentially black flagging that second run. Basically, they looked at it, and it's really important for the judges to see commitment through the gate. Because essentially, if it appears that you're kind of going at your changing rate, or you're not going through as fast, and you're kind of going through at a slower pace, and then as you get out of the gate, then you launch it and go really fast, it's considered balking. Essentially, it's a term we use, but the point is it makes it really hard for the chase guy to be able to read that launch out of the gate when there's inconsistency in speed when it goes from slow to fast. And so the judges have just come to me and said, hey, can we black flag that? I said, yep, that's not a problem. That is in with our regulations.
Stewie, come on.
So it's just... All right, now...
Oh, Matt Harvey out in front.
Here we have Matt Harvey and Adam Aiello. And that's all I'm doing.
Go, Stewie, go.
All right, Matt Harvey, Adam Aiello all up in Matt Harvey's business right now. Stewie just realised how hard it is to actually do this. Adam Aiello jumps up on the inside, very shallow line. It's Matt Harvey doing exactly what we want to see. Tyres off on the inside from Alan Aiello, bouncing that front end. Harvey doing exactly what we want to see in the lead car. And Adam Aiello now trying to get right on the door. Couple of red S chassis across the line.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a battle we just saw. And what a fumble we saw from Stewie Bryan on the microphone. Not as easy as it looks, is it, Stewie?
Try making a spreadsheet that doesn't work 3/4 of the time. That's he's better.
We know you don't have a problem talking, Stewie. It's the problem you have not being entertaining.
When it takes 3/4 of an hour to call a 30-second run. We've lost our commentary privileges. All right, guys, get ready for next season with Chunga and Alex once again.
Ben and Danny are on the chopping block.
Ben and Danny have been black flagged from commentary. Again. I quit last time on my turn.
Yeah, I wasn't fired, I quit. And you never paid my annual leave out either.
We take you to the Better Business Bureau.
All right, as we see our pro rides coming back around, another quality lap there. As we were saying before, some of these guys have done 100 laps of this track over the weekend. Incredible numbers. Even you.
How many laps did you do, Dan? He can't count, apparently. Perfect answer from a drifter. All right, here we go. They're going to flip and reverse them. It's going to be Adam Aiello in the lead. Matt Harvey giving chase. Super aggressive initiation there from Matt Harvey, pushing it right out. Aiello nice and wide on the track, grabs the handbrake to trim the car. Adam Aiello right now wide as Matt Harvey, I stumbled on my tongue. Harvey diving up on the inside. Oh, Harvey now!
the
Dropping
track
tyres
there.
on the inside. Very similar to mistake to what we saw from Adam Aiello in that first run. Aiello now trying to gap Harvey as they come across the line.
Fantastic work, and if Adam Aiello can knock off Matt Harvey, that'd be huge for the young lad. The young lad.
It would be a big cap to take, taking the cap of Matt Harvey.
You know, there's only one thing annoys Matt Harvey more than taking his cap, and it's taking his door. 100 laps, yeah, apparently you guys have done, or some of you have done. You don't work that hard during the week, do you? It's hard work being the boss.
So we're just sending Luke Beersma into the pits because he was supposed to go in the pits and grab some fresh tyres for this extra run we're doing with Troy. And we didn't see him because he was hiding behind a bush and no one knew he hadn't gone into the pits.
Yeah.
Stewie wants to do some landscaping now, wants to get his horticulture certificate. Go trim that bush.
We didn't ask for that tree when this track was designed.
Real relic of the 70s, that tree. All right, so up next, looks like it's going to be Tim Rasmussen. He's a long-time driver, moved up from L2 to L1. Makes most of the rounds he can. Of course, he comes from rural Victoria. I think he's Mildura way. So it's a bit of a drive for him to get over. So some of the rounds he does miss, but the rounds that he does come here, we usually see him at least in the top 16. This is his first appearance in the top 8. So it's going to be interesting to see how he can go against Tate Lindstrom, who is becoming a bit of a regular in the top 8 in that TDP Mobile Services E46, Danny.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, so we're just waiting for one of the judges to put the score in so Stewie's spreadsheet can do its thing.
I've spoken before, we've been massive Tate fans for a long time. You
Do
could
enjoy it. Do enjoy a bit, Tate.
You could almost call us the commentators.
Danny, save the dad jokes for me, mate. So Stewie's running right now, so something must be happening.
You never know when you might have to pick up the speed.
See, that's a good dad joke. Stewie's running.
But he's a dad.
Dan goes, that's why you wear track pants.
It's easy to make dad jokes when you have children. Well, you probably are.
All right, so Stewie's on his way back, so... All right, so we're going to have an interview with Renee, with our winner of that last battle, Hayden Houlihan.
Okay, I think it's over to us now, but I can hear myself in my ears. Anyway, well done, Hayden. I can't actually see any drifting from here, but it sounded impressive.
Thanks, Renee. That was Renee with the winner of our last battle, Hayden Houlihan. We're going to move on to another battle now. It is going to be Tate Lindstrom in the lead, being chased down by Tim Rasmussen in the matte black S13. Oh, big snap from Tate down the hill. Has to really shimmy the car to get it wide. Again, on the inside. Tim Rasmussen really struggling behind Tate on that really shallow line. Tate now starting to get it under control. Tim right there with him as Tate's on the edge of the track. Tim right there as well, shadowing Tate Lindstrom through this course. Keeps the nose right in line with that rear bumper. It's a nice transition from Tate. And Tim Rasmussen getting right up on the inside, cuts a bit of line, door to door across the line.
Fantastic work by Tim there, especially on initiation there, right on the rear bumper of that BMW.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting what the judges think of that, because Tate had a couple of big wobbles and shimmies through that first outside zone where he was on the inside of the track, and Tim ended up facing the wrong way, just getting caught up behind Tate's bit of a wobbly line through that first corner. So the judges will definitely have a bit of deliberating to do about how they feel about that, but we're going to worry about that once we get through the next run.
Alright, so these guys are
so we're just having a couple of technical issues with Renee being so far across on the other side of the track. The radio, the wireless mic might be out of range. So I think we're going to move the interviews into where the car's coming into the pits after the battle. But up now, we have the second run of Tim Rasmussen with Tate Lindstrom in tow. Big speed from Tim down the hill. Oh, big straighten from Tate in the chase. Tim keeping it going though. Really floats out wide to the edge of the track. Tate struggling a little bit in the chase position there, just really fighting the wheel of that E46. Tim looking cool, calm and collected in the lead. Gets out nice and wide through the left-hand hairpin, transitions into that final corner. Tate trying to close the door. Gets walked through the last corner by Tim Rasmussen. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim Rasmussen and Tate Lindstrom.
Tim Rasmussen really seizing this opportunity for his first top 8, and I'm sure that, there's straightened at the start of the track there. The judges are probably going to review that just to make sure that wasn't caused by something that Tim did, but yeah, it looked like it may have just been the common straighten, Ben.
Yeah, it is a really, like we've been saying all weekend. Yesterday's layout was all about door-and-door chases. Today's layout is about just getting through, because it is such a technical layout. And with such a speed differential, it is a really, really hard layout to get right. And you can see some of our top competitors like Tate. Tate's been all the way through up into the top 4 before, and even he's struggling with some of these corners. So we're going to move back now. Looks like we've got Troy Lipczynski and Luke Wiersma back on the line. They're going to redo the second half of their battle. We want to see Luke carrying a bit more speed through the pace zone, doing the old Adam Wood pace zone trick. When you got 600 kilowatts, you can do 10K through the pace zone and then still get up to speed by the corner.
600 kilowatts and all the grip in the world.
That's right. So I did see Woody out here yesterday, but not today. So all the grip in the world means you munch gearboxes.
Yeah, unfortunately, grip plus power equals driveline stress, and Woody's struggled with that before in the past. So.
That's right. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the redo. This is Luke Wiersma's lead. Troy Lipczynski once again on the chase. We see Luke carrying some speed through the pace zone. Troy trying to time that right. There you go, Troy much closer to the bumper this time. Luke again floating super wide. Troy just with a bit of shimmy again, a little bit tighter on that line, but he's right on the door of Luke Wiersma as we come into the tight section now through the first right-hander. Into the second right-hander. Troy once again trying to dive up onto the side of that S13 from WA. What a transition from Troy Lipczynski. Absolutely scraping the bash bar through there. And Troy trying to push up onto the side of Luke Wiersma. What a run, ladies and gentlemen.
Troy given that rerun after the...
Troy gets given a second chance there, and he has taken that with both hands.
Still solid work in the chase there by Wiersma. Let's not forget that. So
you can't have a good chase without a good lead,
a fantastic lead. That's right. How many times have we said that, Ben?
Several.
Preach it.
It's almost like it's a really common phrase in drift commentary. At least 14.
But not 100, not the amount of laps that Dan Price done today.
I thought you were about to say not 100, the age of Dan Pryor.
Oh, he's that young, is he? Oh, you're looking a bit happier there now, Scott, are you?
He got his wish. He called for a rerun. He's like...
Bit, you know... Bit better than the last one? Yeah, you're lucky we called them off. Because they had tasers and pepper spray, and they're not afraid to use them. You eat pepper spray for breakfast, you should consider cornflakes.
The judge is just reviewing the live stream right now, just having a look at a couple different angles. Just dissecting that run. Now, do we have a winner for the Mayello versus Harvey battle that we could send to Renee so they can have a chat? All right, so if they're down there in the pits, we can cut over to Renee, who's got our winner of that battle, Matt Harvey.
That's a lie. I don't have Matt Harvey. I'm just roaming around the track. So I'm going to pass back to you.
Thanks, Renee.
There's Renee, good as ever.
So while we're waiting for those judges to deliberate on that battle, of course, we've got our SA Pro Rides out. We're down to 3. We're slowly culling those numbers. We started with 8. We're down to 3. One of those 3 wasn't one of the original 8. We're not even selling any tickets anywhere. We're just getting... Well, it's one's got a passenger.
Yeah, Brody, he's probably wincing at the sound of his engine being pinged off limiter.
All right, so are we sending these guys for a run, or are we sending them back to the pits?
Testing 1.
There we go. So we have a rerun between Troy Lipczynski and Luke Wiersma.
And Sherry wants it to be over. She wants to know.
You might have to have a seat here, Scott.
Are you going to be here? Or it's just, I'm not sure how well.
What about the Tate and Tate 1? Are we cutting to Renee, or are we going to do after the battle? All right, no worries. So we're not going to cut to Renee on this one, but our winner of that last battle between Tate Lindstrom and Tin Rasmussen was Tate Lindstrom. So Tate Lindstrom moves through the top 4 in that TDP Mobile Services E46. So we're getting ready to go. These drivers only have 1 lap on these tyres, so they will be expected to be able to do the whole battle. So we're going to have Troy Lipczynski in the Lippy Motorsport S13, and then Luke Wiersma. Luke Wiersma _541 on the Instagram. Carbon Drift Team on Assetto. Coming down the front straight now in his S13. Luke Wiersma versus Troy Lipczynski. Troy all over the back of Luke Wiersma, super aggressive on the entry. You can just see how much more pace Luke can carry through that sweeper though. Troy falling away slightly. He's going to have to trim that line and angle to try and close the gap on Luke Wiersma. Luke just pedal. There's it go, the dive from Troy Lipczynski getting right up on the corner of that S13 to Luke Wiersma again. Troy just cutting the line to get up on the door through the last corner.
Troy is driving with some complete aggression. You notice there, Wiersma very quick through that sweeper, but then through that section after Ben, he was very mid-track with a lot of handbrake correction.
Yeah, it looks like he's just driving really conservative. Maybe he's getting low on the tyres and he doesn't want to go through his stock or something. He was definitely keeping that wheel speed down real nice and low. So whether that was a tactic to maybe try and get a bit more pace and drive away from Troy, or whether it's just driving conservatively because they're worried about the car. So we have our Pro Rides drivers driving out in the middle of a battle, which Stewie will be thrilled about. I can see the eye starting to twitch.
This could be the 4th aneurysm.
So we're going to get these guys around the track and then get to the second half of this level 1 top 8 battle.
Oh,
Of course.
Ben Candy, right on the door of Landon Kennedy.
All right, so here we go. So we're sending Troy into the pits. They should be able to do another run. They've only done 2 laps on those tyres. Yeah, it's supposed to be 4 laps. All right, so I believe that they're actually sending those cars in for more tyres. So maybe Luke Viersma was on belts and really trying to drive conservatively to keep that. Oh, okay, so this is hard to announce, but Troy Lipczynski is retiring the car due to mechanical issues, is what I've just been told.
Very, very unfortunate. You hate to see a competitor go down like that.
I shouldn't have said it was good to see his car running so well the weekend in the top 8.
So not 100% clear on how we're going to proceed with this. Is he going to
All right,
borrow
so
a
we
car?
might see Troy jumping into a backup car or borrowing a car off someone. I don't know, I'm getting fed information by him.
All right, so we've got our level 2 competitors coming out now.
All right, so Troy is out. I've just been confirmed by race control. Troy is out. So that is super unfortunate for Troy Lipczynski there. Luke Viersma getting a little bit of a lucky break there because Troy was really pushing.
Adam Maiello's offering his car to...
Does Troy want Adam Maiello's car? Nah, so Troy doesn't want to break someone else's car as well. So Troy is out. So we've had a couple people already offer Troy a car, but Troy's declined that and just said, I've broken one car, that's enough. Yeah, so he didn't call it mechanical either. Apparently forfeited.
Oh, look.
So yeah, Troy called forfeit on the line. So he is out, he is done, he is dusted. So Luke Viersma will be moving through to our level 1 top 4, but we're going to move on to our level 2 top 4 brought to us by Shockworks. And Danny, who do you not see out there in the level 2 top 4 today?
Ben, would you like to give me a house?
I didn't bet my house. You need to speak to Tom Hemmings. He put his house on the line.
Tom, I'll come by to grab the keys in a minute. Oh, there you go. So, I mean...
But let's not forget, Danny, we do have drop rounds in play.
Yep.
So I am not good enough with numbers to know what was going on. We will be crunching numbers during the expression session, the best of the rest, so we can find out who is going to take that championship. But someone that is looking really good for it right now is our driver currently in the top 4. It's going to be Jacob Clark, and he's going to be leading Jock Manser. Hey. All right, so as both the drivers now come through into the tight technical section, coming through into the tight section, we've got a nice solid lead line, exactly what we've been seeing all day from Jacob Clark, but also the thing we've been seeing all day is Jock all over the back of whatever car he's chasing in that AU Falcon, absolutely pushing Jacob Clark through that last corner.
Big round of applause for Jock Manser. That AU always kind of, it drops back through that first section. Obviously underpowered, hard to get going, but through that last tight section, Ben, as we were saying, the equalizing ability of this track is that low-powered cars like that can really get on door.
That's right, and yeah, Jock's really proving that here today. We're going to send them back around just past our other 2 cars, which is Eli Duikers and Nick McKernan. So here we go. We're getting ready to send these guys once again. It's going to be Jock Manser leading this time into the AU Falcon. It's going to be Jacob Clark giving chase in that sideways craze LS14. All right, judges are ready. We are sending Jock in the lead, Jacob in the chase. Jock flying through that pace zone.
Jock just hit that pace zone harder than our level 1 competitors.
Comes through now, big shimmy shake, whacks that big thing sideways into that first sweeper. Jacob Clark is there, ready to pounce on that transition, tries to drive up to the side of the AU, and there he goes, right up on the door. Jacob Clark goes, whatever you want to do, I can do better. And absolutely all over the back of Jock Manser now as we transition. Big correction there from Jacob, and he gets up on the door. Jock Manser and Jacob Clark, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. These L2 guys are absolutely stepping up today. Super stoked with how our L2 drivers are attacking this course, Danny.
Yeah, what a great chase there by Jacob Clark.
Super aggressive as well. Like, we're used to seeing our L2 guys maybe being a little bit more timid, but these guys are definitely throwing down, getting on door. We've got some SA Pro rides now. Just sending these cars around so the judges have an extra second to tabulate their scores and put them into Stewie's spreadsheet.
Stewie's algorithm.
And just like YouTube's algorithm, it just keeps changing.
The complex strings of 1s and 0s that Stewie's tapped together with duct tape himself.
Duct tape and zip ties. Like any good drift repair. If you can't fix it with duct tape and zip ties, you're not a drifter.
What about tech screws? You could build it with tech screws.
You could build it. You don't fix it with tech screws, you build it with tech screws.
But if it breaks, you fix it with more tech screws.
That's right. Because just like knots, if you can't tie a knot, you tie a lot. You just keep shoving tech screws in until it doesn't fall out no more. Just like that gearbox cross member in that 32 I bought. Thanks, Tom.
There's no funnier story, in my opinion, than winning $2.5 grand on pokies, buying a drift car, returning to the same event next year, and winning the bar tab with it.
It was a good investment. Here we go. Eli Duikers now. He's going to be leading in the R31 Skyline. Nick McKernan into the top 4. Great to see Nick out putting on a show, and he spins.
Oh, no. It's a bit of a straighten there by Eli. Could possibly have caused that.
Yeah, it was a bit hard to see with Eli's car being behind the other car from where we're viewing, but of course we do have the live stream. We've got a camera up there on the inside, so that'll hopefully give us a great view for our judges to see what exactly caused Nick McKernan to go around. No, Eli spins as well!
Oh, no!
Eli's Gypsy Curse striking again. He's finally made it past the top 8, and now he gets to the top 4, and now it's all gone to pieces for Eli on that one.
And knowing Eli, he'll be sitting in that car just having a giggle and shaking his head to himself.
That's right. So we got a result here for our first battle. It's going to be Jacob Clark going through to the finals in the S14 and edging himself ever much so closer to taking out that L2 championship. It was a massive title fight coming in between Will Argoon and Jacob Clark, and unfortunately Will Argoon still decided to use T5s, and it's really turned around. He blew 2 T5s yesterday, including one with straight cut gears, paid $3 grand for a T5, and it exploded just as fast as normal. So poor Will. Basically it's like having a stock 6-bolt diff in your S13. It's like running a T5. Possibly even weaker.
It's like having a 380 kilowatt SR20 package in front of a CA box.
All right, so here we go. We're sending him back around the other way around now. It's going to be Nick McKernan in the lead. Eli Duikers will be giving chase. Nick McKernan comes down the hill, clutch kicks it, getting it out nice and wide. Eli just trying all he can to get that 31 onto the side of that R33. Nice smooth line from Nick McKernan. That's what these 33s are good for, being nice and smooth. And he's doing a fantastic job in the lead so far. Bit of a handbrake pull on that transition. Eli jumps up, takes advantage of that, gets right beside him, falls back on that last transition. You watch him cut the line now. He wants to get up on Nick's door. Across the line, ladies and gentlemen, Nick McKernan and Eli Duikers.
Yeah, a lot tidier than their first run there.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting whether that first run was a 0-0 or whether it was a Eli being at fault for Nick's spin.
Yeah, so we're going to leave that in the judges' capable hands and await a decision.
I think that second run being fairly close like that, I think it's going to be the first run that is the decider in that battle.
Oh, geez, crazy scenes this afternoon, Ben, in both level 1 and level 2.
Absolutely unbelievable scenes.
Matt Harvey, big burnout to warm up the tyres. Tate Lindstrom's just going to chuck it in.
Tate Lindstrom still trying to get a feel for that first corner.
And of course, there's the unmistakable sound of the LSA-powered S13, driven by Luke Viersma of Western Australia.
So, we've got two South Australians in the top 4, but they're both in independent battles, so we could see, like yesterday, no South Australians in the final. Stewie, you needed. All right, so we're just going to go through. We got the result. Winning the battle between Nick McKernan and Eli Duikers is Nick McKernan.
Round of applause for Nick McKernan. So, yeah, as we were discussing before, Ben, I guess they've deemed that straight and
they must have given Eli the fault for that one.
And then Eli spinning, that pretty much sealed his fate.
Pretty much. So unfortunate there for Eli, but it's good to see Eli. That's his best result so far, getting through to the top 4. So congratulations to Eli there for breaking his top 8 curse. That's Will Argoon.
And Eli's still got plenty of tyres sitting there, so expect to see him out on track afterwards for the best of the rest session.
He starts his battles on wear bars and he's still got tyres to go.
Yeah, that's stockish 30 ET life.
I was in the pits with him yesterday afternoon and his pit crew was taking the tyres off. He's like, "What are you taking tyres off for? They're not on belts yet." I can get heaps more laps out of that.
He's a resourceful man.
He sure is, but here we go. It's going to be Matt Harvey versus Tate Lindstrom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your level 1 top 4. Big clutch kick from Matt Harvey, throws it down the hill. Big dive from Tate Lindstrom, getting up to the side of that Kumo Tyres S13. Great battle so far. Nice wide arc drawn by Matt Harvey on the lock stops. Big angle from the lead car. Tate right there, he's found it. He's found the mojo once again. He's putting it together. Great chase run from Tate Lindstrom, really pressuring the back of Matt Harvey. Cuts that line in the last corner to get right on the door. Matt Harvey, Tate Lindstrom over the line. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Tate really stepping up there, Danny. We watched him. He's learned through the top 16 and the top 8. He was really not feeling comfortable. That was probably the best entry we've seen from him so far coming down that hill.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him struggle on entry or straightening and whatnot, but absolutely no problems on that one.
Yeah, that's right. We've been saying all weekend along, this is the gnarliest layout we do on this track, and you can see how with some of these guys, these are seasoned drivers, and they are still struggling just to find that perfect point to throw the car over the crest. Of course, it is also a blind corner, so you guys, as they're coming along the straight, they can't see the track dipping away to the right. They've just got to go over trust that they've got their timing right, and if they've got it wrong, we saw with Aiden Scott and Kenny Hennig, that was a very close call. That could have been a really, really big accident. As we move on now, it's going to be Tate Lindstrom in the lead this time. Matt Harvey giving chase through the pace zone. Tate Lindstrom, Matt Harvey. Both cars carrying heaps of pace down the hill. Tate nice and wide. Matt Harvey right with him. Tate cutting into the infield section now. Again, drawing a nice smooth arc. Matt a little bit tighter than Tate there. Now gets on the same line as Tate. Right up on the door, coming into that tight right-hander, transitioning into the hairpin. And Tate is getting pushed around the track by Matt Harvey into the last corner now. Nice snappy transition from Tate, and Matt Harvey is right there, pushing Tate across the line. What a run, ladies and gentlemen. This is why this is your top four. These guys are absolutely throwing down right now.
And you saw the only real bobble in that was Tate's sort of a drag on the handbrake there mid-track to correct it, and that's all Matt Harvey needed was that split second, that one little mistake, and he was right up there. So that's the crazy level of competition we've got here in our top four.
All right, so we can see out on the track right now, we've got our pro riders going around. If you want one last chance to get out on the track, we are going to have roughly about 15 minutes time to run the best of the rest. We have the track till 5:30, so we need to do our presentations at 5:30. So once we get through these final battles, we will be moving. We're going to try and get a quick best of the rest in. That way we can get all our scores tabulated. See if your car's still running, still got tyres. I know Eli's got plenty. Get yourselves ready, grab a passenger, slap them in the car, get over to form up, and get yourselves ready to jump out. The quicker you get out and track for the best of the rest, the more laps you're going to get. So this is your call up right now. If you have a drift car ready to go and it still runs, still got tyres, jump in it, get it to the form up, and get out and get your last chance at track time before we come back here November 25th and 26th for Oktoberfest for 2 big days of drifting action.
Okay, so this is going to be a good one. At the line now, we have the local yokel, Hayden Houlihan.
We've got Car Show versus Comcar sitting out there right now.
That's the easiest and probably best way to describe it. Yeah.
Yes, this could have championship implications. Of course, Lyndon Reynolds going, this is championship deciding. I don't know. I'm not good at math, so I don't know what's going on.
Have you done the math?
So this could be, ladies and gentlemen, this could be the championship deciding battle right here. Our top two in the championship right now. Hayden Houlihan currently in the top. Luke Viersma nipping at his heels. This battle will make all of the difference. Hayden Houlihan with a very smooth lead line, exactly like we like to see. Very stylish driver. And Luke Viersma absolutely pressuring all over the back of Hayden Houlihan. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. And we know Lyndon does his own research, so if he says it's championship deciding, it's championship deciding.
We believe the man. But what did we expect? We've got one of Adelaide's premier drivers.
That's right.
And one of the country's premier drivers, Ben.
That's right. Of course, Luke Viersma absolutely dominating the WA drift scene for years and years, which is, you know, pretty impressive considering how young he still is.
And how the level of some of that competition in WA is nothing to laugh at, man.
That's right. There is some really, really impressive cars over there. They got some really gnarly tracks. Of course, they drift on Barbagallo.
That's right.
Barbagallo, that's a fast track.
Any supercars fans here? Be familiar with Barbagallo?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a result for Matt Harvey and Tate Lindstrom. Moving through to the finals will be Matt Harvey.
Round of applause for Matt Harvey. He's been driving absolutely out of his mind all day.
Rolls up two rounds, 2 finals. Will it be a repeat of yesterday's final? Will Luke Viersma be moving through? or will Hayden Houlihan knock him out and then be battling? He'll be battling one of the WA's best drivers, and then he'll be battling one of Tasmania's best drivers. Only time will tell. We've got one more run to see this.
Now, is it too early to say whether or not he's earned the title of one of the series premier drivers, Ben? Because I called it.
That's right. That's right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's going to be Luke Viersma in the lead. Hayden Houlihan giving chase. If you're sitting down, now's not the time. Stand up and watch. Luke Viersma in the lead. Hayden Houlihan scraping the bumper on the initiation. Gets up right beside Luke Viersma. Viersma carrying the speed. He's wide. Viersma's off the track. Hayden stays with him. Keeps the nose planted. Viersma, again, look at him hanging off the lock stops. Throwing all the angle at it. Hayden Houlihan. Credit card swipe on the transition. Absolutely on fire. Hayden Houlihan. And he goes down. Now, big question. Big question. Was that the judges have to look at that with a fine-tooth comb, because Luke had already made a mistake in that run. Now, was that another mistake from Luke, or was that a mistake from Hayden? That's what the judges now need to decide. And this, my friends, has championship implications. Championship implications. This could determine who wins the South Australian Drift Series for 2023. No pressure, judges.
Oh, and that you could cut the air with a knife, Ben.
Stewy's glad he's not commentating. Stewy's glad he's not judging. All he's got to do is figure out the spreadsheet.
What is Stewy doing?
Spreadsheets. Stewy's doing data entry.
Stewy's doing some unga bunga math up here.
What a way. We're not even in the finals yet, Danny, and this is some of the most important stuff we're going to see all year.
This is wild.
One of the most decisive. This is the most decisive battle of the year. It's championship implications. That's right, John.
And cheers, we got Team Viersma down here. The tension at the moment, guys.
How's your butthole, Pete? So yeah, this is pretty intense stuff right now.
There's no wall here, Renee.
All right, so while the judges go and deliberate this, we're going to send the Pro Ride guys out once again. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to jump out for best of the rest, get yourselves ready to go. Because as soon as we finish the finals, we're going to get you guys straight out for our best of the rest before we move into our presentations. My heart's racing, Danny. I don't know what's going on right now.
Oh, Ben.
The Pro Rides guys are now no longer doing Pro Rides.
Our blood pressure is high as is, and then you throw something like this in the mix, we may need an ambulance.
Have you seen how red my face is? All my blood is his pressure.
It's through the roof, ladies and gentlemen. Does anybody know CPR?
Call me Big Kev. I'm about to have a heart attack. Too excited. Too stressed. If I'm this stressed, how are you feeling, Pete? His heart's racing.
Racing. We might need 2 defibrillators.
So yeah, there's a lot of discussion happening over there in the judging area. Me and Danny are standing nice and far away.
Yeah, look, we don't want to be involved in any judging-based discussion.
That's right.
Because judging's actually hard.
Yes,
right?
it is.
Not like
And
commentating.
Stewy's on the run.
Oh, no. 3 defibrillators.
The aneurysm is coming.
No offense to Bruce Willis.
Oh, my Lord, ladies and gentlemen.
When's the last time that we had a top 4 like this?
This is absolutely insane. So, of course, the winner of this battle will be facing off against Matt Harvey.
I don't like the way that Aussie's standing there with his arms crossed staring up here. That's very intimidating. Take your hat off. You look like Heisenberg. It'll be really scary.
Well, so the judges were asking if we had a drone shot, because we do have a drone on the live stream. If you look up over the bowl there, you can see it hovering.
We need an aerial view.
But apparently the drone operator did a me and Danny and missed half the battle.
Hey.
Yeah, I haven't said Kane Scott by accident today, so that's good. So again, this is the perfect time to say thank you everybody for coming out watching today. Thank you to everybody joining in on the live stream as well. Big thank you to our volunteers. A big thank you to our judges who are absolutely getting the hardest job in the country right now, is trying to figure out that battle. Because there is, of course, championship implications, Danny. But big thank you to the sponsors as well, Shockworks Coilovers.
And Shannon's
L2.
Insurance.
We have a result. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, moving through to the final versus Matt Harvey is Hayden Houlihan. Hayden Houlihan gets the win.
Huge result there. Hayden Houlihan, the local Adelaide lad, taking out
championship
Luke Visma,
implications.
the absolute powerhouse. Championship implications, Ben. Thanks, Pete.
Oh, so Hayden only could lose from that battle, but he's still in with the the championship implications are still happening.
Oh, my
This
word.
final is worth something.
Oh, the defibrillators. Get him.
What? Why was I going to go home? Why would I go home? This is the most exciting part of the day happening right now.
This is the only place I want to be,
This is
Renee.
where you want to be, on the track, watching right now. Jacob Clark versus Nick McKernan. And then we're going to have Matt Harvey versus Hayden Houlihan. And Hayden Houlihan will need to win the battle against Matt Harvey to win the championship. Otherwise, according to Lyndon Reynolds, I'm not taking responsibility for this. So according to Lyndon Reynolds,
and Lyndon Reynolds alone,
our resident scorer, the numbers man, Lyndon Reynolds, if Hayden Houlihan wins, he wins the championship. If Hayden Houlihan loses, he's gone, maybe. It might. It's still very close. Of course, we have drop rounds and Skewie's great scoring system that's not at all complicated. So we will have it all tabulated by the time we do have our presentations. I don't know.
John, can you just let us do our job, mate? All right, we don't go out on the track and tell you how to drive. Actually, we do.
We do quite a lot. So, yeah, Matt Harvey versus Hayden Houlihan in the final. Absolutely exhilarating stuff, Danny.
I'm G'd up, Ben. I'm G'd up from the feet up. If they were paying me, John, you'd never know. We've said time and time again, we can be bought.
Easily. We paid for food from the Eurospan and still plugged it because it was good.
Yeah, well, you do
we
a
can
job
be
like
easily
that.
bored by just by just letting us purchase your products, and we will plug it.
Yeah, you do a good job.
Just like Shannon's Insurance, isn't that right, Danny? Covering.
Did you say Shannon's, Ben?
Covering motorsport enthusiasts, car, bike, and home.
Shannon's Insurance, the premier enthusiast insurance.
Really good if you have a track car. Laid up cover is a blessing.
Absolutely.
So my father-in-law had a 33 in the shed, got attacked by rats. Car was on laid up cover, covered for rat damage.
Not only that, Ben, what if the shed caved in?
That's right.
You know, it'd all be covered. So you don't need to have a registered car on the road to have it insured.
That's right. So here we go, Danny. Of course, this is the NBA playoff style final battle. First to 2 wins, 4 runs max. Here we go, Jacob Clark in the lead, Nick McKernan in the chase. Jacob Clark through the pace zone. Jacob Clark doing a good job there through the first sweeper, cuts around into the double right hand, and Nick McKernan all over the back of that S14. as we cut into the left-hand hairpin. Jacob Clark once again drawing a nice smooth arc through the corner, giving Nick McKernan the best chance to get up on the door, and he does so across the line. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick McKernan and Jacob Clark.
And both our final battles shaping up to be absolute beauties this Arvo, Ben. Both of these guys have been absolutely on the ball all day.
Yeah, these guys both on fire. As we send these guys back around the lineup again. All right, so big shout out to Brendan over there, just grabbing the pace zone to move it back in position for our L2 drivers. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second part of the first battle. Nick McKernan in the lead this time. Jacob Clark giving chase. Coming through the L1 pace zone towards the level 2 pace zone. Nick McKernan on the throttle, kicks the clutch, chucks it into the sweeper. Jacob Clark, a measured approach. We want to see him try and get a bit closer. Nick McKernan, nice and wide, drops a tyre right on the edge of the track there. You see the car bounce, transitioning through the double right-hander. Very tight from Jacob Clark as he dives up on the inside. And now trying to push back on the right line behind Nick McKernan. Once again, just trimming that line into the last corner, trying to get up on the door as Nick McKernan and Jacob Clark cross the line.
Really good to see Jacob pick up the aggression there. Just as you said he needs to.
That's right.
It's the opposite of the curse. Look at you. Oh, not a red Powerade. He'd be bouncing off the walls.
Nick is. All right, so there we go, Danny. That's one battle done. We could have up to 3 more battles,
depending on how this goes.
So what we have in the final, you need to win twice. Yep. But you have 4 opportunities to do so. So we could have a win, a rerun, a win from the other driver, then that last battle will decide it.
Yep.
Now, if we do have a win each and 2 reruns, I do believe they add all the scores together, or is it sudden death? Sudden death.
Sudden death.
Could you imagine how excited I would be if we got to an L1 sudden death final?
With championship implications?
With championship implications. I would not be able to talk. Judges are ready. We're going to send these cars now. So it'll be the battle 2 of our level 2 finals here, round 5 of the Drifting SA State Series, brought to us by Car Toys. Coming through now, it's going to be Jacob Clark in the lead, coming through the pace zone. Nick McKernan in that chase position in the R33 Skyline. Jacob Clark now cuts through the pace zone, gets on the throttle, coming down the hill, flicks it into that first corner. Nick McKernan pick up a bit of a puff of a handbrake as he adjusts the car to get on the line behind Jacob Clark. Beautiful lead line through that complex for Jacob. Comes out really wide really early. You can see him cut in towards that corner, but Nick McKernan reads it beautifully. Hangs right with the back of that S14. Really wide there from Jacob Clark as he transitions to the last corner. Bit of a line cut from McKernan to get up on the door and pushing him across the line. Absolutely amazing runs here. Our level 2. These aren't level 1, Danny. These guys are level 2. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, we've said it before and we'll say it again. We'd be surprised if, one, if not both of these guys don't step up to level 1 next season. These guys are talented, they're hungry,
That's it. So Nick McKernan was a bit further down in the points in the championship standings, but I do believe he might have missed a couple of rounds. So he's come through. He's only sitting on 25 points so far. We obviously have 50 for a win in the championship, but he's come out. Yesterday, I think he made top 4 or top 8. Today, he's out here in the finals. Nick McKernan is definitely putting on a show here. He might end up like Brody Cook to come out and just did the double hender at the end of the year, won both of them, and then they're like, you're doing your one now.
Brody Cook, I remember that name.
All right, so here we go. He's going to be Nick McKernan in the lead, Jacob Clark giving chase. Coming through into our L2 baseline, just slowing these guys down a little bit. Coming down the hill, Jacob Clark right on the bumper, and Nick McKernan enters a little bit later so he can get the dive. No angle from Jacob though, he needs to get that car sideways. Nick McKernan, a little bit tighter than we've seen from the other runs, but he keeps flowing through the course very well. Lots of angle, too much angle, he goes around. Nick McKernan hanging on the lock stops and just could not bring it back.
Jacob Clark doing a really good job to pull the car up in time, not make any contact, saving the door of Nick McKernan.
That's right, so a great job there from Jacob to see that spin and react accordingly. The guys are going to finish off this run here, ladies and gentlemen. So that is our second run done. We may see a third. We need to speak to the judges. We need to know who won, if we've got 2 clear wins already, if we're going to a third. Well, I need to know if we're sending these cars back into the pits. All right, we're sending the cars back into the pits. So if
we have a result.
If you can do your own research, you can figure out who's won that one before we go to the prezos, which means now we're going to send out Matt Harvey and Hayden Houlihan for our Level 1 finals here at round 5. The SA State Series. Of course, our Level 1 sponsor is Shockworks Coilovers. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise as they come past. Hayden Houlihan, Matt Harvey, give it up for your Level 1 finalists here today, round 5. So again, just like we saw in the top 4, it's show car versus race car. Hayden Houlihan, he's got the works on the front. I think he's got stitches on the front. Looks like he's got 05s on the back right now. Matt Harvey, I believe he's rocking the D-speeds. Like a true comp car. Got the Kumo tyres on there.
Hayden Houlihan wouldn't wipe his nose with D-speeds. Single piece.
Part of growing up.
Don't waste his time.
Part of growing up is realising single piece wheels are just as good as multi-piece wheels.
But are they just as cool, Ben?
They can be.
I'm
a big CST guy
it's
now.
It's all about
remember?
being cool.
Be a lot cooler if you did.
If you don't look cool while you're drifting, are you drifting?
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Looks like Hayden Houlihan will be leading first. Matt Harvey will be chasing first. You can do a lot of damage with this, asking how I know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is your Level 1 finals here at round 5 of the SA State Series at the Bend Motorsport Park Cardodrome. It's going to be Matt Harvey chasing. Hayden Houlihan on the entry. Harvey right there, right on the outside. Harvey goes off, takes out Houlihan. What a start to this battle. He's in the fence, they're both in the fence, they're all in the fence.
I don't know if there was contact there, Ben, or if he just followed him off the track, but...
Good thing we're not judges, but Hayden's going to be really upset that his car's covered in a layer of dirt now.
But at least we can say, contact.
They came through their booking. They were carrying some speed.
Houlihan's involved.
Harvey's involved.
Contact, turn 1.
Oh my Lord. So as we send the cars back to the start line, just watch, we'll pull up and then Hayden Houlihan will jump down, grab the tack rag, give the car a quick wipe down before the second part of the battle.
Oh boy, and it just when we thought it couldn't get any wackier.
As soon as there's championship implications, Danny.
It's like everyone loses their mind when there's championship implications, Ben.
A whole year's worth of work, Danny. Hayden's out there just inspecting how much dirt's on his car before he goes back to the start line. Yeah. He's going to get the tack rag out.
He hasn't even got Deary here to clean his windscreen. What's he going to do? Do it himself? Dear, oh dear, Ben.
All right, so the judges are having a discussion. They're having a look at the replay footage. Oh, look at the damage on the rear door there of Hayden Houlihan.
Oh, it's okay. It's not like 32 four-door doors are hard to come by. They should pick one up within the week.
It's not like his entire car is grafted exquisitely of all metal. That guard.
No, I'm fairly sure he has hoarded a lot of spares.
Yeah, but that hand-rolled, hand-flared guard that's all metal, just destroyed. So Matt Harvey heading straight over to the Kumo Tyres team. They're just going to check over that car. Looks like the front, there was a bit of damage on the front. Maybe he pulled the bash bar off.
Any doubt about whether or not there was contact through that first turn is completely relinquished now, looking at the side of Hayden's car.
That's right. So the judge is now determining, because both cars look like they went off at a very similar time. So the judges are trying to determine if it was Matt Harvey that pushed Hayden off, or if they both went off independently, or Hayden checking up caused or Matt to cause the contact. So this is where they're going to be picking frame by frame, trying to figure out what's going on here. It's the best part about having a live streaming, having the technology here with us today, that the judges don't have to just rely on what they saw in the moment. They can go back and look at this amazing live stream brought to us by Streamcraft. Of course,
It was fantastic. Drifting SA State Series brought to you by Shannon's.
So Marcus Hines, William Chamberlain, and the rest of the crew putting in a massive amount of work to get this top quality stream out, of course, on Facebook Live, on the YouTubes. We had people watching from all over the world yesterday. Well, we know someone watched from Germany. That's about as far as I know.
Yeah, that's how far our reach goes, Davey.
Danny made the mortal mistake of checking the comments afterwards to
And
see
you know
what
what?
people said.
It was all relatively positive, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Or they just delete the bad ones.
Everyone really seemed to enjoy the NASCAR pit change.
Yeah, and what a lot of fun that was to commentate.
Of course, the pit stops will be happening over on turn 1, right near the start line today. But we do have the crews now just checking over the cars.
We could.
We might see Hayden Houlihan pull the porta power out real quick and just push that guard back out.
In our downtime, maybe we have a bit of a chat with Davey here about his experiences today as a pro ride driver.
All right, Daddy, you want to give him an interview? I'll give him the mic.
Yeah, over. We'll have a chat.
Oh, is that right? Yep, that's it.
Yep, hello. So Davey, obviously you've been out there all day in your red 86 doing pro rides, and I've heard from a couple of credible sources that you've done over 100 laps over the weekend.
Yeah, I just did the count up then, and yeah, over 100 laps.
Over 100. Do you have an exact number?
It'll be close. It'll be close. It'll be close to, yeah, probably like 110 or something.
110. And how many tyres have you gone through?
Three pairs for the whole weekend.
3 pairs,
yeah.
110 laps.
So the biggest thing, Rodex, shout out, really good. Tested them out this weekend. Awesome.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the miracle tyre.
Yeah.
That's well, really if my maths is.
I've got no water sprays.
Oh,
no
water sprays.
That's straight up. It's not leaving it in third gear in the tight bit. If you go to second and just feather it, it'll save the tyres. Like the biggest thing people have had happen here this weekend is just all the heat in the tyres, and that's why they're just falling to bits. Especially when you're baking it through that tight section there, it just kills the tyres.
Well, that's it. Water sprays are the future, especially with the price of tyres now.
Absolutely.
Got to work something out.
Absolutely. No, it's good.
Thanks for joining us.
Actually, yeah. No. Big thing is, shout out to the FA20 that's still alive. The rods are still in it. 2 years of abuse, and it just keeps on going. That's the engine in the car, by the way.
Are you sure it's not the water sprays?
Oh yeah, that awesome dude at DC Motorworks services it and keeps it alive for years to come. Yeah, it's really good. Shout out to that guy.
There you have it, DC Motorworks. And if I'm not mistaken, they're in Lonsdale, Davey?
That is correct. Yeah, you can find that guy down in Lonsdale. He'll sort you out and get it done right the first time.
There you have it. Thanks for joining us, Davey.
Thanks, guys.
You're a natural.
So also joining us up here in the commentary booth. If you want to pop over, pop under
get
the
in
stand.
here, Troy. Get those pink shoes in here.
We
you
nice
can't show me that.
Your shoes match my socks.
Oh.
I like. All right, so joining us here, unfortunately, I think I put the mockers on you in that top 8 intro. We've got Troy Lipczynski. Troy, tell us what happened, mate.
To be fair, I thought Luke had that in the bag, so I did a very nice grumpy burnout and basically pushed all the coolant out.
Nice. Nice. So your angry burnout pushed all your coolant out. Normally they push all the oil out, not all the coolant.
I'll take coolant over oil any day, but yeah, push it out, then it wouldn't come down with temp, so I just sort of put it in the trailer and I'll do it again next year.
That's all right. So you're going to be back next year for us, Troy? You're going to try and do all the rounds?
We shall see. I think we're doing a birthday on them, aren't we, baby? So it'll look much better.
Thanks. I appreciate that, and everyone else appreciates it. Are you putting over fenders back on it now?
No.
Perfect. All right, thanks for joining us, Troy. Sorry again, it sucks that, thankfully, it's not your engine letting you down, it's you letting your engine down this time, but we'll look forward to seeing you next year, and we look forward to seeing you at the Christmas party.
Yeah, no, it's been a great season. Unfortunately, I didn't do a couple of rounds, but yeah, we'll have fun and we'll see you at the Christmas party.
That's right. So the Christmas party, I believe, December 16th? Something like that. Anyway, if you head to the Drifting SA Facebook page, there'll be a link to the event there. If you want to come join us in the city for the Drifting SA Christmas party later on, of course, we will be back November 25th and 26th for Locktoberfest in November here.
Former. Just a quick call out. Can we get any drivers that want to do best of the rest to form up now? Best of the rest to form up. Thank you.
All right, we need best of the rest to form up, ladies and gentlemen.
So thanks again, Troy Lipczynski, for joining us. Troy, friend of the show. And
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to leave you now. We're going to try and find a moment to talk while these cars come past. So we'll be sending off our best of the rest, and then we will be back at 5:30 for our presentations on the main straight. So enjoy some loose as drifting action, because these guys are going to let their hair down. Last time they're going to get to drive this track here today. So enjoy. Level 1, Level 2, all out on the track at the same time, running best of the rest, and we will be back with our podium presentations after best of the rest. 2 days. We'll be getting underway with podium presentations very, very shortly.
Testing, testing. Oh, this sounds good.
Hello. We're going to put the Victorians to work right now. Manual labour. Also, side note, how good is daylight savings? It's 5 o'clock and we've still got plenty of daylight to go. You might get home before dark, Tom. I need a big strong man to give me a hand. Stuart, we need our trophy boy down here on the grid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, we will be doing our championship implications at the Christmas party, so come join us December 16th. December 16th at the Havie, there is a Facebook event hosted by Drifting SA, so come join us December 16th for the Christmas party. We will be doing our championship ceremony there. So this afternoon, we will be going through our winners for round 4 and round 5 for both L1 and L2. All right, so we're going to start off with round 4. Once Stewie jumps over that fence so he can hand out the trophies. And Renee has our envelope. So we'll start with our L2 drivers. And of course, we didn't have a best of the rest yesterday, so we're going to go moving straight into our podium positions. We got cars everywhere at the moment. Oh, it's Goonie driving Jonas's car still. All right, so L2 brought to us by Car Toys. I have been saying that all day, don't worry. All right, so for round 4, we're all mixed up here, so you're just going to have to come to us. That's how it's going to work. So we'll go in front of the cars. All right, so 4th place yesterday for round 4, winning themselves a free pair of tyres from Scott's Tyres is Alex Coxon. That's you. You got to come. Oh, we're walking. I don't want to do more walking. Stewie, trophy? Oh, no trophy. Never mind. We're going well. All right, so 3rd place yesterday. you want to have a chat, or are you good? All right. All right. It's been a long couple of days, all right, man? All right, so yesterday, third place in L2, brought to us by Car Toys, winning a free entry into a future round of the State Series, and most likely going to be in L1. It's going to be Will Argoon. You walked straight past him. Hey, trophy guy. He's over here, brother. He's not in Walter. No, you got to hold your envelope and the trophy for the camera, man. Not at all. Goonie, well done, mate. Absolutely smashed it yesterday, and by that I mean you smashed 2 gearboxes. T5 life. Anybody you want to give a shout out to, mate?
Oh, mate, the list is an absolutely mile long after today. I didn't win anything today, so I'm going to get my thank yous out of the way. For the whole season, Tyre Power, Busic's, my boss, for supporting my tyres all year. Chris from Shockworks, as everyone can tell, the Shockworks have absolutely transformed the car from a wagon to being as nimble as, well, questionably everything else here, really. All the boys from home, Huey, Harry, Hamo, and Kirby, for always coming out to every round and support me and get me through every round. Today, Graham from Pedal This Performance was supplying me with a car, burnout car, yes. No rear brakes, no handbrake, too sketchy, pulled the pin. Mark Snedden, who I've never had a conversation with before ever, today threw me the keys and said, off you go. Put it in third and just kick it until it works. So I love this community and the things that it brings, so I can't thank him enough. Run into dramas with that, RB things, and Jonas, my boy, for lending me his Falcon to finish off the day. Unfortunately got knocked out of top 8, but when championship contenders comes into it, I'm going to have to give it to Jacob, so thanks everyone.
Everybody make some noise for Will Argoon. And again, a massive shout out to Mark Snedden and Jonas for just throwing their keys to Goonie after it already exploded his car twice. All right, up next, this is still yesterday's results. Coming in second, winning $300 cold hard cash, it's Nick McKernan. Hey, oh, nice shirt, man. Well done. All right, Nick, so we'll be talking again to you later, won't we? Because you were also in the finals today, so we'll I'll just add a quick peek. So, you want to give a quick shout out to anybody for yesterday? Because we will be talking to you again.
I'd just like to thank all the friends and family that come out to help, and obviously Drifting SA for putting on a good event. CC for doing all the work on the car. It's been faultless. DH Contracting for coming on board, helping us get here. And yeah, friends and family again, thanks for it.
Make some noise for Nick McKernan. All right, so yesterday as well, we're talking championship implications. Winning round 4 and $400 cold hard cash, it's Jacob Clark. Well done, dude. Thank you. All right, Jacob, we'll obviously be talking to you again very shortly, but is there anyone you want to give a quick shout out to for yesterday?
Honestly, I don't even know where to start for yesterday. I sort of begun the day with a little bit of an impact, completely my fault. Took out the radiator. Mum, thankfully, yeah, thanks Eli. Nah, it was my fault. My mother came to the rescue. She grabbed the radiator from the warehouse and just booked it up the freeway. And then the boys, Jason, Brent, Aaron, Chanel, we got it in record time. Drifting SA pushed my qualifying back, so yeah, thanks for that as well. And of course, I have to thank Drifting SA, the Volley crew, the commentators, of course, and everyone else for coming out today.
Well done, Jacob. Make some noise for Jacob Clark. All right, so we're going to go into L1 from yesterday now. So this is our round 4 of the Drifting SA State Series, the Saturday edition. And coming in 4th yesterday. They're everywhere. I'm just going to stand here and hope for the best. Anyway, 4th place yesterday, winning a free entry into a future round of the State Series. That means he has to come back. It's Troy Lichinsky. No, thank you, Blair. You need to have a chat with me. Because you didn't make it to the top 4 today, unfortunately. So, Troy, anybody you want to thank? You know, this is the end of the season, so now's the time to thank all the right people.
Yeah, so first of all, I'd like to thank my beautiful wife for sticking by me all through the year. It's been a really tough year for us on track and off track, but she's stuck by me all the way through it, so thank you, Ricky. Thank you to family for also sticking by me through the entire year. This thing has really challenged us all year for, actually 2 years, but we're finally sort of getting on top of it, so yeah, it's been good, and thanks to the Harvey family over here for helping me out with tyres yet again, and all the other sponsors that have helped me out. It's been fantastic, so we'll see you again next year.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Troy Lipczynski. All right, so 3rd place yesterday, driving a different car than he drove today, is, of course, Tom Hemmings. Not bad at all. All right, anybody you want to thank, man?
Oh, everyone. My family, Nan, Pa, Mum, Grant, that's here. Suel, that came as well. Luke, Chelsea, Imogen, been on song all year. It's been great. We've had a hell of a year. Worked very hard to get here, and this one's for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Tom Hemmings. Well done, dude.
Thanks, man.
All right, up next we go to the rematch. It was the International Drift Challenge Part 2 on Radial. So we're going to wander this way because you're both down here. So yesterday, 2nd place, winning $700 cold hard cash. It's Matt Harvey. Your cash and trophy are coming. All right, well done, Matt. Obviously, you've had a pretty impressive 2 days over here, considering you haven't driven here, you know, going this way anyway. You've driven the other way. So, anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, first of all, my parents for coming and helping me. The car's been awesome. Oh, do you want me to take it?
Yeah, because you're going to do this.
Oh, no. Fair enough. Yeah, no, they've helped me out so much. Thank you, guys. Obviously, Kumo Tyres, Power Plus. Big shout out to Boggo and all the team at BCS. The car's been perfect all weekend, other than me crashing into people. But yeah, no. Origin, I'm going to need some new stuff, obviously. Soundworks, Race Tech, Shockworks. You know, these guys have been awesome all weekend, all year even. So, thanks, guys. And also SA Drift for putting on an amazing year. I'm so happy we came. We're definitely going to be back next year. So, thank you, guys, and all the officials.
Thank you. Make some noise for Matt Harvey. I look forward to seeing more of you next year, mate. All right, so yesterday, of course, that means our winner winning $1,000 cold hard cash. That, of course, is going to be Luke Viersma. Well done, dude. Just come over this way a little bit. That way Matt can get his photo. All right, so now all eyes on you. Luke, absolutely stunning driving as always. Yeah, you drove a borrowed car today, still killed it. Absolutely showing that why you are one of the premier drivers in the country. It's great to have you over. It's been awesome having you and the family over for the season and really watching what you guys have done, elevating the driving standard here. Because that first round you came over, you shocked everyone and no one was ready. And then watching all these other drivers now step up to try and match that energy. It's been absolutely fantastic watching you all year. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to for yesterday?
Well, yeah, obviously I'd like to thank my family for coming here overall. Like, my dad's made the biggest commitment to help me get here. So obviously I'd like to thank him, my full family. A lot of my family came here to support me. Stuart, Peter, my dad, Jalen, everyone, my grandparents. Yeah, everyone that came here to help us out. And yeah, it's been a tough year, that's for sure. A lot of miles, a lot of kilometers. But we got to the finals, and unfortunately it's sad how it ended, but we did amazing yesterday, and yeah, we look forward to potentially doing events in the future.
Nice. Thank you, and everybody make some noise for Luke Viersma. Alrighty, so now we're going to go and all the way back to about an hour ago when we finished off round 5. So, we have an award as well. We're going to start with that one. We call it the Jaeger Good Vibes Award. So that's someone that just shows the spirit of drifting. Drifting is, it can be a hard slog for a lot of people. And watching the community come together and really support each other is really amazing to see. So that's why today, the Jaeger Good Vibes Award goes to Mark Sneddon. Obviously, Mark out there just throwing his keys to the car. Oh, so also, Mark, you get a free entry into a future event as well. So congratulations for that. That means you got to come back, mate. Is it your birthday? Can we all sing happy birthday for Mark? Yeah, come on. All right, ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mark. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. That's what the drift community is all about, embarrassing someone that's done really nice things for someone. Thank you again, Mark. Awesome, and happy birthday, mate. All right, so we did get a condensed expression session in today. Of course, the best of the rest. It's the last chance for everyone out to go out, let loose. Usually that's where we see most of the carnage for the day. Trust me, I know. So, yeah, from experience, yep. So, our best of the rest brought to us by Sleeker Spares this weekend. Our winners both receiving $150 each. If they're a member. If not, they get a free membership for a year, I believe. There we go. I'm learning. All right, so today, our best of the rest winners are Marcus McCarthy and Jamie Richardson. So now you got a membership. That means you can come compete next year, mate. Yeah, you got to come over. It's almost in the same shape as yours too. just slap some over fenders on it. It would look the same. So it's great to see you come over. How'd you find the vibes over in SA, dude?
Oh, the vibes are always crazy here. I had one event a couple of years ago and I knew I wanted to come back. I was pushing to drive this weekend competitively, but it didn't happen. But we had some fun in best of the rest and yeah, took home an award, so I wasn't expecting that. Had an awesome time.
Yeah, awesome. It's good to rock up to an event and walk away with a trophy that you weren't interested in, right? No, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Marcus McCarthy. Of course, Backy McCarthy on YouTube. Give him a subscribe. Thank you. Yeah, damn straight. Good content. He's funny, man. You're a funny dude. I like it. And of course, Jamie Richardson, who you drove like a man possessed all day today, dude. It was great to see you absolutely hucking that car around. So, yeah, good work. Congratulations. Anybody want to give a shout out to?
I'd like to give a shout out to partner Sarah, my mates. They give us a hand with the car, Old School Fab, Jules Tech, and Tyre Power Plimpton for looking after it.
Nice. Well done, man. It's great to see you out here having an absolute ball. All right. Make some noise for Jamie Richardson. And Marcus again. All right, so now we're going to move on to our L2 podium, brought to us by Car Toys once again this weekend. Fourth place today, winning themselves a free pair of tyres from Scott's Tyres. It's Jock Manser. Where's Jock? Oh, hello. Congratulations, Jock, man. It's great to see you. Are absolutely wheeling that AU today. It really looked like it came together for you. It's great to see you out here. Oh, we got Eli's car, but you got Jonas's car. Anyway, AUs rule the world apparently now. It's not a drift event in Australia without an AU. Anybody want to give a shout out to, mate?
I'd just like to thank Caitlin, Judd, Kerms, and Jack for coming out and watching, and then everyone who put this forward to making this a good event. And yeah.
Nice, man. Congratulations. Put your hands together for Jock Manser. All right, cool. I'm already in the right spot too, because third place today, winning a free entry into a future round of the state series, my boy, Eli Doikas. Eli, we had a chat about your top 8 curse. Then I actually had a chat with Brody Black, who you battled in the top 8, who apparently also has a top 8 curse. So it means one of you had to have your curse broken today. It was you. Made it in top 4, got yourself a third place today, showing that those high qualifying scores you always get, it makes a difference when you get yourself a trophy for getting yourself into the top 4, man. It's great to see you up here. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Oh, mate, first of all, our fantastic commentators for this event. They're great to see the dream team back on the mic. Look, my team, Pandemonium Drift, and my lovely partner, Ebony, for supporting me today. I can't thank him enough. I want to shout out to my dad. Unfortunately, we lost him this year, but he was always supporting me. This one's for you, Dad. And yeah, just Drifting SA for putting on an absolutely fantastic event. Check out the channel. I swear I'll finish editing videos one day.
I know the feel. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Eli Doikers. I like the guy that revved his car to make some noise. You're the real hero. Yeah, buddy. All right, so bit of deja vu here with our finals. And I've lost them again. All right, so in second place today, I'll get out of the way. In second place today, winning another $300 cold hard cash, it's going to be Nick McKernan. Nice shirt, man. Got to keep that thing going. All right, Nick, absolutely amazing. Your driving all weekend has been absolutely outstanding. It's great to see you driving. You know, I think you had some car issues previously, but you've come out, cars run well, you've driven absolutely outstandingly, got yourself into the finals both days. Great to see you up here. Anybody you want to give a shout out to, mate?
Just the same as before, but I forgot to mention Dave from Sleeker Spares. He was the go-to for so many parts on the build. So, yeah, just shout out to him and everyone else that I did before.
Awesome. Make some noise for Nick McKernan. Yeah, and a big shout out to Dave and Kelly in Sleeker Spares and Jake working there behind the counter now. Absolute, really good at getting stuff last minute when you go, oh, I do this right now. All right, so that means, again, first place in L2 for round 5 of the Drifting SA State Series, the finale with massive championship implications. It's going to be Jacob Clark. Of course, you will find out the official results at our Christmas parties, December 16th. Come get around it. Jacob, don't ruin the suspense. Jacob, absolutely on fire all weekend. Like, obviously, you guys came in neck and neck, and you got your head together and absolutely smashed it both days. Two podiums, 2 wins. Absolutely astounding effort, man. Anybody you want to give another shout out to?
Oh, another roller coaster of emotions today. Decided to smash both my drive shafts in the last session of practice. So I have to give a massive, massive thank you to Tyson Alexander for giving me a pair because he absolutely saved me today. And once again, Jason, Brent, for smashing it in as I helped out. Helps from John Simeon and Tim Greaves as well. And once again, Drifting SA, the commentators, every single person out here today. And had some sick laps today with just the driving was on point. I had so much fun, so thank you to all the drivers as well.
Awesome, man. Congratulations. Make some noise for Jacob Clark. And as he said, our L2 drivers were on point all day, all weekend. So make a massive round of applause for all of our L2 competitors here this weekend. I'm loving it. It's a catfish stato too. It's even better. All right, so here we go. Level 1, round 5, the finale. It has been a very, very long weekend. I don't know if I'm walking the right way or not. Yeah. All right, cool. So, 4th place today. Not quite as high up as we saw him yesterday, but still winning a free entry into another round of the state series. That means you've got to come back. It's Luke Viersma. Oh, apparently you already had an IOU, so now you're getting an upgrade. Does that mean you get like a free judge's decision or something? Is that how it goes? All right. Congratulations, Luke. Obviously not quite the way you wanted to end today compared to yesterday, but again, anyone you want to give another shout out to, man?
Yeah, obviously today was very, very tough on us. Where the car was not 100% the whole entire day, so we had a bent steering rack. That's why we went wide and we couldn't really pull it in, but I've been trying to push through it the whole day, but massive congrats to Hayden. I think he might have won the championship, not too sure, but I think so. But yeah, congratulations to him. He's been driving killer all weekend, all year. But yeah, again, massive thank you to everyone that's helped me be here. It's been amazing having all the fans and everyone here. It's a new environment for us, and we enjoyed every bit of it. But so thank you, everyone. We appreciate you.
Make some noise for Luke Viersma. And of course, Pete and the whole crew making the trip all the way from WA. Absolute legends. It's great having a chat with Pete every time he's over here too. He's got nothing but the kindest words to say about us. So it makes us really appreciate you guys for putting the effort in to get all the way over here. And hopefully, even if you're not around for the whole year, if you can just do that thing where you're going to send the truck over and invade us with a bunch of WA dudes, that would be absolutely sick. But congratulations, Luke. Hopefully we see you at some point next year. That would be awesome. All right, so third place today, winning $400 cash. I'm also standing in the right spot. This is really convenient. It's Tate Lindstrom. I'm going to shake your hands first. That way you can take the check. Give me 6 things at once again? Give me that one. I'll get the money in a minute. I'll just take it back. All right, Tate. He knows. That's the thumbnail right there, of course. One arm bandit on the YouTube. Tate, I know we spoke in the top 8 and you said you were kind of struggling with the initiation over the crest, and like watching from up there, it looks sketchy for a lot of those runs earlier in the day, but it looks like you really... Why is Jamie's car rolling? Anyway, you really got it dialed in after the top 8 and the top 4. It was good watching you get a little bit more comfortable. I think just carrying a different amount of speed over the crest, you looked a lot more comfortable. Obviously got yourself onto the podium, which is great to see. Anybody you want to throw a shout out to?
Yeah, look, if you told me that I'd be up on the podium halfway through the day, I would have called you a liar. But yeah, as we know, drifting's half mental, and yeah, found my way at the end of the day with Matt, which is really nice. I'd like to thank everyone, obviously DSA crew for today, and TDP Mobile Services, and yeah, that was a killer day. Thanks to all.
Awesome. Make some noise for Tate Lindstrom. Once again, don't forget to like and subscribe. One Arm Bandit on YouTube. He does finish editing his videos sometimes. All right, so that means we've got our finalists. Oh, good work, guys. You guys are good. I like this. That way we get the shot, we get the reactions of both ears. Of course, we normally do a playoff style final, which usually involves 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 if we go to sudden death battles. We got 1 run, not even 1 run. We got 1 entry, and and then obviously you both broke your cars as well, so big contact there. So that means it was a very quick decision, but obviously very tedious for the judges. They had to make sure they made the right call. So today, in second place, winning $700 cash, is Matt Harvey. All right, there we go. Got the shot. Now, Matt, obviously come over, 2 rounds, 2 podiums, not quite at the top step, but that means you've got something extra to... Who let go early? Anyway, you've come over, you've obviously performed at a very high level, which is what we expect of you. We know the caliber of driver you are. So does that make you more hungry to come back now and get yourself a round win and get yourself in that championship fight next year?
Look, that's the plan. It's unfortunately we actually broke we split a line on entry. That's why I crashed into it, because the brake went straight to the floor, so I had nowhere to go. Sorry for Hayden. Like it's bad, but at least it's drifting, unfortunately. But we're real. I mean, it was already damaged up anyway, so I just made sure it was going to the bodyworks. But yeah, no, it's such an awesome event to come. We're definitely going to come back next year. If not this car, then I'll bring my own car. We'll a little bit lower power, but should deal with this stuff really well. So no, definitely come back. Just want to thank my family again, my crew, Chris for coming over. He's been helping the car all year, making sure things fastest pit stops. But yeah, no, thank you again for Drifting Australia, Drift SA for putting on these awesome events and having me here. Thank you.
Well done, Matt. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Matt Harvey, which of course means over here our winner today for round 5 and possibly the championship, but you won't know until the Christmas party. It's Hayden Houlihan. Hayden, my boy, congratulations, dude. It's been a hard slog. You had to have some real uphill battles today and all weekend, but it's great to see you get back onto the top step. You know, it was obviously a big championship fight between you and Luke. Luke won yesterday, you won today. So there's a lot of calculations going on behind the scenes, but we will find out December 16th. Come join us at the Christmas party. But well done, man. It's great to see you back on the top step of the podium. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, it's not really the way that you want to win with such big contact, and that was a pretty gnarly entry. I thought I had that one, but the main thing is that I adored Luke, so yeah, that's not an easy feat. Big thank you to all the sponsors that helped me this year. I probably won't mention them because I'll miss most of them. Big thanks to my friends and family and the support of my crew. Today, I couldn't have done it without the crew, so thank you. And yeah, obviously all Drifting SA, all these guys out here in the sun all day, all you guys out in the sun all day watching. I'm pretty roasted myself, but you guys have been out in the sun all day, so thank yous all.
Make some noise for Hayden Houlihan. Get on the bumper. Perfect. Perfect. Again, thank you everybody for coming out today, jumping on the wall for these podium presentations. It's great to see such great support for the State Series. It means once again we will be back next year for a State Series. We're going to be back on November 25th and 26th for Locktoberfest. 2 days of freestyle action, possibly 2.5. Anyway, Hayden's a man marked, just so you know. You want to grab a defensive weapon there, man. So don't forget, come back for Locktoberfest. And then also we have the DSA Christmas party, December 16th. Come see our championship presentations. But until then, drive home safe, and we will see you guys next time. All right, guys, so we're of course going to see these guys driving in a nice, orderly, sedate, calm fashion. Oh, it really smells like wine.